see. This needs to be brighter. There we go. What's up? Perfect. All right. Now let's test our mic. We always have to do these little checks. Test, 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 test. It's good. Cool. Just getting my streams up. Come on. Degree. It's going to be an interesting day. Oh. All right. Want some music? All right. Okay. Let's go. Let's get warmed up. Cool beans. Let's go. Oh man. Wow. You know, this one right here, I used to be afraid to do now. Putting my feet against the door here and doing this one and touching my head on my knees because I couldn't go that far. And it was like really painful. Now I can at least touch my knees and I'm like, I enjoy doing that one. My God. Oh man. Did it. All right, let me go use the bathroom and we're gonna go and get that walk in. It's a little bit warmer today, so that's good. I'll be right back. Let's roll. Let's roll. All right, Bubba. I love you. Proud of you. Appreciate you. Grateful for you. Keep going, boy. You got this, boy. Love you. Proud of you. Appreciate you. Grateful for you. Have an amazing day. I love you. Okay. I don't know if it's supposed to rain. I'll take my little umbrella just in case. Turn off Wi-Fi on the phone. Drink some water. Let's go. Okay, Google, turn off light. Put your roll on this. I don't think it's gonna rain, but we'll see. What the hell is that? Is that new? Oh wow, they added more effects. Interesting. I can have swirly eyes, apparently. I'll have to test that out. I'll test out the effects later. They added some effects on the live stream. They're adding things that are irrelevant, though. They should add a feature where people can jump on, like, on the fly. People can, they added a feature where these, like, AI text bubbles show up. And you can ask a question, like it's a sticker, but it's, it doesn't pop up often, and then after a certain time, it just doesn't show up. Oh my God, it's so warm out here. So good. See, if every morning could be like this, I mean, minus the clouds, but if it could be like this would be friggin' amazing. All right. Hell yeah, let's go. All right. Brought my umbrella just in case, a little tiny one. I don't think it's going to, well, I mean, I feel a little bit of the misty energy right now. But welcome to the degree. Well, I guess we'll start off with Nero's quote. A manifestation is internally shifting to a degree where you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing your reality change, and you are good with it or without it. I woke up amazing, and then I went to use the bathroom. I was looking at some moves from Vanya. It's been a while since I spoke about Vanya. Vanya is the woman who helped me during the summer with my body, the physical, like the mobility training. I invested in her program, and I am so grateful for her, because for her, I mean, I'm still doing it every day alternating like upper and lower, but I'm making sure like every day my joints get moved, because you know, a year ago I couldn't do half the things I'm doing right now. Like forget lifting weights, like that was easy peasy. I couldn't do like the backwards prayer arm thing. I couldn't do that bend over like my face into my knees. I couldn't do that. I could touch the ground with my hands only if I'm with bare feet, but now I can do it with my shoes on, because my shoes have a bit of a heel on it. Especially my workout, my play out shoes, right? She's helped me to shift in such a manner where that like I can no longer go back to how I was, and my body will continue to keep evolving as I keep going. Because you know, age is but a number. It's an illusion. It's not real. You know, I see so many people talking about, I'm getting old, I'm getting old, I'm getting old. You know, when you start seeing grays, you start to have like you start to feel like you're gonna have a crisis on hand, right? And at first I was like, the grays, they're coming out, the silvers as I call them. But I'm like, you know what? Let's embrace our silvers, because I'm looking pretty fly with them. Instead of me having to keep plucking. Fucking plucking take forever. Plus, who knows what kind of damage I'm doing every time I pluck. Hey, here's our sister right here, coming. Morning, sister.
Morning, how are you?
Excellent, what a warm day. Start. I'm lucky.
The only thing I don't want to get my hair wet.
Yeah. Hi.
Because it was beautiful, beautiful. We haven't had bad weather yet.
Yeah, let it stay like this. Yeah. Have a great day. Thank you. I like her doggies. The greyhounds. They're very calm. I like dogs that aren't barky. Like rah, 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 rah. I'm sure they bark, but like she's trained them very well. You know, everything, Young Goat, he came on a week ago and he said something in the evening time. And I was like, damn, that really is a bar. He was saying, you know, you could change you can shift a degree and it could change your life. I'm like, yeah, man, you got them bars, bro. You damn right. So like, for example, you know, while I was, getting ready to start the stream, you know what crept in? Doubt. Doubt started showing up for a split second or two. And I'm like, I see what you're doing there, third dimensional thinking mind, right? I see what you're doing. You're attempting to derail. I see it. But I'm not gonna entertain it. I told you, you're coming with me. You're safe, you're good. And that little bit of a shift right there changed everything. And it's such a small little degree. Right? It's the process of transmutation. It's part of the being a alchemist. We all are alchemists. Every one of us is an alchemist. We have that capability to alter our state of being in every present moment. We just have to keep reminding ourselves, because like you have to stay vigilant to a point where like it becomes unconsciously your daily. Like for me, like I can't my daily now is that I love to smile. Like it's part of who I am, right? I can't like, even if I attempted to, it's hard to, when I say hard, nothing's really hard. It's not normal for me to be with a sourpuss face. The sourpuss face is like, you know, right? I can't be in that that face. Like, that face is hard to make now. Again, nothing's hard, but you know, I'm just saying that just to remember that, like, that's not my norm, and I will never go back to that. Sure, I can get angry, but like, even that, it doesn't even last long. Like, somebody might say something that might, you know, irritate me, but I'm like, it only lasts for like maybe a couple minutes, and then I'm cool as a cucumber again. Right? Because I've shifted my vibration so much, to such a degree that like it's now like out of my norm to go be in that state again. You know what else has shifted? Me being rich. Being and feeling rich. Ever since I went to New York, right? It was in that moment when I went to New York and I lived with Jessa, I shifted another degree. I got to expand my horizons. Sure, my cousin, one of my cousins, her name's Alicia, she married a dude who's pretty well off. Their family's pretty well off. But like, our side of family hasn't been pretty well off. It's a bunch of people who are full of lack and limitation and scarcity. Except for like one side of my dad's family, where they're pretty like secure and rich, right? The thing is, like, I had to shift such a degree to change my life that I can no longer adhere to being with lack and limitation. Like, it actually physically fucking hurts my soul to be physically here. Seeing the limitations. Well, hello there, sister. It actually physically hurts to be around people who are with lack and limitation. Only love. Remember, only love to everybody. Only love. I have only love to everybody, but it physically hurts the soul to be around like people and environments that are just riddled with lack. I'm a luxurious dude. You can call me bougie now if you like. When I went to New York and I stayed with Jessa in her glass box, it wasn't a penthouse, but it had the penthouse vibe. Like, it was luxurious AF. Then I went to her place to help her move her stuff out of her place in Florida, and we in like Lake Worth, and saw, like, from the outside it didn't look like a big place, but when you go inside, like, holy shit, it's actually massive. Like 4 bedrooms. Like, damn, it was her Airbnb property. She kind of regrets selling it, but she required the money at the time for sustaining her business and her ventures, but you know, she'll make it back. You know, everything happens exactly as it's supposed to. She planted some seeds of me being extremely wealthy and rich. And then I came back from New York, and I was like, why am I back here in this like home of poorness, right? The first thing I did was I started to remove a lot of shit from the house. I'm like, this has got to go. This has got to go. This is energetically got to go. This has got to move. This has got to go. This has got to go. Like, downstairs in the basement, we had these chairs that I'm like, these raggedy ass chairs, right? Old stuff. And I'm like, no, this shit's got to go. Like, mom was like, what are you doing? I'm like, this is fucking energy. Y'all are keeping old ass shit in this house, junk. This shit's got to go. And there's still more shit that has to go. If it was up to me, I'd just purge everything. Not all their stuff, but purge all the unnecessary nonsense. Because it's all energy. And things like there's containers and like things they're like keeping, but they're not even using. Like, just toss it. Sell it, donate it, I don't care, just get it out. free up the energy. Less is more. The laundry room, there's a dryer downstairs that has to be thrown out. It's old, it's taking up space, right? This is why, like, for me, you know, looking at stuff is, you know, I do my best to keep my room as clean as possible and not keep too many things like papers and this and that, because like clutter is a big thing. We may think it's like it's nothing, but it's energy. And when you have, and I could tell you this firsthand, when I was selling all my stuff, I only have about, out of all the things I've had since I was a child, I have probably like 15% left. And I still have to go through some of that stuff when I finally move out permanently. But my stuff is like neat and organized in the basement. Like, I'm not adding anything else to anything. I'm not collecting more things. I'm not adding more things. Anyways, so I, you know, when I was getting rid of my stuff before I moved to New York, not thinking I was gonna come back, guess how I felt? I'm like, oh my God, I feel so fucking light. Oh my Lord, I feel so light and free. It's crazy. It's crazy how light I feel. Like, it's wild. It's absolutely wild how easy and free I felt when I started moving a lot of the stuff out of the room, out of the house. Morning. So I was like, damn. Like, it feels so good. Regina, I don't know how you felt when you moved to your new space. I don't know if, like, if you purged stuff or you donated or you parted with things, but I'm sure you had some energetic lightness shifted from you potentially. But when I got rid of a lot of stuff, I'm like, man, this feels fucking good. I feel light as hell. Because subconsciously, the junk that we carry in the physical is bogging us down energetically in the mental and the spiritual. It's crazy. Absolutely wild. But it was like a weight was lifted off my shoulders. Like, I got rid of like 95% of my video games. Like, even though I love to be a collector, I'm like, let's be real. Am I really gonna like play these games again? Realistically, I could just have them on like a digital download and, like, you know, have them. But then there's this whole thing about, well, you don't actually own your games if you buy them digitally, because it's like buying a serial key. They have the right to take it from you. You're just basically like renting the game. And so, like, when you own a physical game, they can't take that from you because you own the disc. And I see the point people are making there. But man, does it feel fucking good to just free shit up. Now, of course, unless you have a game room, and of course, maybe in the near future, in the healing resort or another mansion of mine, I don't plan to have just the healing resort and the penthouse. I plan to have at least a couple mansions. I'm done playing small, and I've been done, you know, entertaining like, oh, I should only have like one house. Fuck that. I should have like one car. Fuck that noise too. If I want to have 20 cars, I'll have 20 cars. I don't really desire 20 cars because all I require is my 2 Supras, old school one, new school one, a Tesla Model Y, like that, basically an SUV. I don't really like SUVs, to be honest. I think they're like, but whatever. Good for storage. And my Sprinter van that's fully decked out. That can be like, it's a mobile home. So like whenever I'm traveling around the United States, and maybe Canada. And I say maybe because I don't really want to come back here unless I'm going to like Vancouver or like Alberta by the mountains and like travel in that area with the Sprinter van. That way, like, I have a mobile home when I'm away from my penthouse and my mansions and the healing resort. That would be my fourth vehicle. A fifth would be a motorcycle. Something similar to like what your sister has. A sixth vehicle, well, T-Bird keeps saying, you should get a truck. I'm like, truck? You want me to do a yeehaw? A cowboy, yeehaw? That's my definition of people driving trucks. Drinking beer, being like stone cold, wearing a cowboy hat, and saying yeehaw. I know that's not true, but you know, that's what I feel from like driving a truck. It just, I don't know, it just, But, you know, if I'm going to get things, I have to have a vehicle that can hold things. So like a truck would be advantageous. I'm gonna go hang on the bars over there. I think that's the brother that I spoke with the gimbal. I wonder if he got it yet. He might have. I'm gonna go hang quickly, get some. Thank God it's fucking warm. Oh my God. Like, let this be the fucking norm every day. Sure, like, you know, there's a little bit of tingliness with the hands being a little numb, but for the most part, it's all right. I'm okay. All right, let's go hang. Morning. Let me put you all there for a sec. Hang. Thank God for them for putting this in this area last year. This wasn't here 2 years ago. Cool beans. It's drizzly right now, but the sun's supposed to come out later today. It's hiding somewhere over there. All right. So what was I saying? Lost train of thought. It's all good. So I'll get back on the topic of degree. Oh, yes, that's right. Being rich. Being and feeling and knowing. That's our actual birthright. Those who have more shall be added unto you. Those who have less, all shall be taken from you. Seek ye the kingdom within and all its righteousness. Even though they don't say the word within. Seek ye the kingdom and its righteousness, and all shall be added unto you. Be still, know that I am God. The kingdom of heaven is inside of you. when you ask for something in prayer, they say believe. I'm going to change it to know that you have received it now. Look at all of those verses. Where the hell does it have any lack? But yet, the world has been like negative bombing us with like, you have to work hard, you have to do this. And if you don't work hard, then, because these are the word associations, right? I'm glad our brother and I are on the same wavelength because we think the same, right? The words. So like when people are like, yeah, I'm a hardworking person, because when someone says I'm a hardworking person, you know what I would say? No, you're not a hardworking person. You're a passionate working person, or a passionate playing person, depending on your definition. I'm passionate. Don't ever slap that word hard onto me, because, unless you've redefined your definition of hard to passion, because you can do that. You can transmute words. That's why yesterday when they're like, you can't convert like love to like heat, or like love to like gold. I'm like, or like platinum. I'm like, sure you can. That's a limitation. You can change anything into anything if you really desire to. Good morning, sister.
Good morning, how are you?
I love the weather. It's warm. Have a great day. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you. See, even a shift in a little bit of degree of temperature makes a world of difference. November 21st. Nice. It's nice. I like it. Tomorrow's going to be about the same. Sunday should be about the same, but Monday and Tuesday are going to be a little bit but it's good. I like it. And again, back to what I was saying about, being rich and all that. It's our birthright. It's a fucking birthright. Everyone is supposed to be rich. Will everybody be rich in their lifetime? I would love for that to happen. I would really love for everybody to be rich and have everything they ever desire. I desire that more than anything in the world, for everybody to have everything they ever desired. So there is no more complaining. There is no more whining. There's no more like fear mongering and competing and all this stuff. Of course, there's guys who are like, I want that girl, but now that guy has that girl and I'm going to fight him for her. So there's that. There's always going to be that to some degree, even though we're all one thing anyways. You're technically sleeping with yourself when you're in bed with that other person. Yeah, I know. I just ruined all your sex lives by saying that. You're sleeping with yourself. It may not have your face, but it is technically you sleeping with yourself. It's pretty wild, isn't it? I'm sure that didn't actually ruin any of your sex lives. But it's our birthright to be rich. Every person at that bus stop over there, or in this area, do they know that they can be rich? Do they know? Or do they just have a belief that they can be rich? I know damn well that I'm fucking rich. I have it all within. Don't let my outside appearance and all the other stuff fool you. Just because all my shit is old and decrepit, it means nothing. I use what I got, but I'm fucking rich inside. I'm living proof of that. But does everybody know that they can be rich? Or do they think they can be rich? There's a difference between thinking and knowing. Because I came here to remind everybody of how powerful they actually are. They're not just this human character, they are the creator of their life. And they came here to live their best damn life. And as long as I'm here on this planet doing what I have to do as an alien, I will make sure that everybody knows that everybody's fucking rich. They just have to know that to be true for them. But if they don't know that to be true for them, there's not much else you can really do. Because it all comes from you, it all starts from you, and all ends with you. That's law. That is the law. It will always start with you and always end with you. I purposely raised my voice so that they can hear it at the bus stop. There are a couple people listening. Because they're meant to know that they're meant to have it all. Everyone. It's not for some, it's for all. No one's born more specialer. Some were given a higher opportunity, but some wasted away. There are people right now that are getting silver spoons in their mouth. And their parents spoil the shit out of them. Because they also chose an easy life. They didn't choose growth, they chose comfort. When you're growing, it's a lot of discomfort. Think about it. When you're physically growing into your adult body, you're going through physical changes. Some of those changes fucking hurt. Like when you're like having a growth spurt, there's a little bit of a pain. Like your body is like, shit, the fuck's going on? When you're going through puberty, there's like things changing about you. You have hormones raging. These are all physical aspects from a chemical like reaction. Growth hurts. Growth is going to be discomfort. But at the same time, you can also say that growth is fun and easy. Because there's a paradox to that. Because there's a paradox to everything. That growth is actually fun and easy. So when you're going through something that seems difficult, you just have to know to say that it's actually easy. It's fun. You get to do this. You get to grow every present moment. You get to evolve. It's fun. It's easy. It's a shift. Most people, when they're talking, they only talk from one side. Growth is painful. It's hard. It's only one way. No, it's not only one way. It's always. Always and always. Cause and effect. If you tell yourself something is difficult and hard, then it's difficult and hard. For me personally, I will actually say it's actually hard. I'm going to say this. It's hard for me to get mad. You know why? Because I choose not to get mad. So I would rather that be very difficult for me to get mad. That's a positive way of using something that seems negative. Like, it's hard for me to have a scowl face. For those of you, that means a sourpuss face. It's hard for me to make that face. Literally, it actually hurts me to do that. And I would rather it hurt so I don't do it. Because I choose to be having a smiley face, you know? I choose to have that. I'm gonna go this way today. I was gonna walk straight. There's Lily. It's been a while since Lily saw me, so I'll get to say hello to Lily. Lily's gonna start barking and running up to me. You'll see her. She sees me coming. I can see her. Look, she's coming. She's gonna, hi, Baba. It's been a while since I see. She's good. Hi, Baba. Hi, Lily. Having fun. What's up, bro? How are you doing? You good? Hi. Hi, Baba. Everything great with you?
Oh yeah,
Good stuff.
as always.
Good stuff. Hi.
Fake smile for the world.
Yeah. Have a great day, bro. Hi, Baba. I know. She should be walking behind me a little bit. There she goes. The other brother there. Yeah, so let's see where I was gonna go. She's chasing after me? She's coming. Look, she's coming. Look, she's coming. Look, she's coming all the way here. Hi, Bubba. Nope, she's not coming all the way here. she's walking back. She was running behind me, but she stopped. I think she knows like her limit, where she's supposed to go. Yeah, okay, back to the degree. So after I left New York, came back, you know, because my vision had opened so much. Like, look, I went from, in 2021, I had over $1 million. Of course, you know, shit happened, lost it. By losing it, I mean I deposited to the universe for this expansion to happen. No amount of money could have paid for where I am right now. It's priceless. But you can say that was my, I had to exchange to get where I am right now, the awareness. Anyways, I went to New York just to pay $10,000 for me to go to Vegas. I went to Vegas, I paid my ticket, but like she paid for the event. $10,000 to go to Vegas to have an experience with billionaires. Just so you all know, I had never in my life been with any physical billionaires, sitting at a table, getting to talk with them and ask them questions and just be in their energy. There's something very powerful about being in rooms like that, just so you know. It's the energy that they emit. It's the frequency. At that time, frequency and vibration and all that stuff wasn't still in my core consciousness yet. I hadn't quite gone down the energy route yet. But when I went to Vegas, that shifted me a massive degree. It was like a complete 180. Because I'm like, man, these guys don't think small. And it's not just guys, there were women who were billionaires there too. So don't think it was all dudes. There was a lot of successful women there, tons. Millionaires, billionaires. And I was just like, not starstruck. I was like, I belong here. If I'm here, I fucking belong here. It's not for them only. And half the things they were saying, I'm like, I already know all this stuff. The only difference between them and me was that they have systems and they took action. And I wasn't taking as much action as I could have at the time. And of course, you know, they didn't make their billion in the first year, you know, several years, several Earth physical years, matrix years. So why am I bringing this up? Maybe some of you don't want to be a billionaire or a millionaire. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Whatever you're good with, like as long as you say, I have more than enough, and whatever that is for you, perfect. Doesn't have to be millions and billions. For me, billions is not enough. Some will say, you sound greedy. You sound like a greedy, like rich, like rich evil person. That's a lot of people's perception of the rich. That was my perception at one point. Billionaires are greedy and evil. Millionaires are just as bad as they are. Where the hell did I pick that shit up from? Where in my experience did I pick that up from? Of course, I picked it up from family. I picked it up from society. That if you have money, you're considered evil, right? These are word associations. No, Penny and Sadie are not out today. They're owners inside. That if you have money, right? This was my experience back before I even met Jessa. That if you have money, that you're considered bad and evil. And most people are not aware of their word associations, but they can shift it to a degree in which it no longer affects them. It is the process of transmutation and neutralization. Neutralizing things. Make money neutral. It's not good or bad, it just is. Everything on our planet, it just is. We just adhere to this thing called good and bad. Yes, we deem certain things as bad, like moralistically. And again, I'm always going to say, please adhere to being a moral person. But the universe doesn't give a fuck about morality. It cares about one thing and one thing only, your frequency. It doesn't care about you saying, I am rich 10 million times. If you don't feel fucking rich, then you ain't rich. The universe is not going to reorganize itself. It's going to keep you right where you are. It's all about feelings, emotion. And we all have every feeling and emotion inside of us. When you become aware, and by become, I mean realize the awareness within you, because you're not becoming anything, and you don't have to become anything at all. You realize that you are everything, and you have everything within. The answers are within. I know that sounds like a cliche saying, but it's so fucking true, even more than ever now. That the answers is you. You start to tap into versions of you that you never thought was possible. So when I was with the billionaires, sitting around, asking them questions, you know, I saw some limitations as well. Some were like, yeah, I worked my ass off to get here, and like I blood, sweat, and tears. And at the time, like I wasn't familiar with word associations, and I wasn't a wordsmith back then. The power of our words. It's what we use to navigate this third dimensional realm. You think just walking and thinking is all you do? You use words to navigate. That's one of our main primary ways to navigate this third dimensional realm, is words. And each word has so much power, and you can actually change the power, the process of transmutation and transfiguration of each word. Now, of course, like I can change the word learning to be remembering, and have the word learning know that it's actually remembering. Because, you know, when I'm speaking with certain audiences, I'm going to have to use their language. But I also can give them like a heads up before I start talking that I'm going to start using languages that you probably, like words that you may not in alignment with yet, but I'll explain why. and give them like a precursor to it. Everything can be shifted. Even a 1-degree shift can change the trajectory of your life. A new idea, a new thought, a new feeling can shift in ways that you couldn't even imagine. Well, technically you can, because it's inside of you. There's that cliche saying that you probably can't even imagine it. You know, that's actually full of limitations right there. You can imagine it because you have your imagination. You're supposed to be using your imagination. AI, the true AI, attention and imagination. Attention is the currency of the universe, the creator, where you place your attention with a lot of concentration, which rhymes with vibration. By the way, there's a Santa Claus over there just hanging out. What's up, Santa? A lot of concentration with so much intensity, like taking a magnifying glass, putting it with the sun, beaming it down on a spot somewhere, you will start a fire. With so much intensity, it will start a fire. You keep concentrating on that thing and knowing it as done and complete and finished, the universe has no choice but to surrender it, because it's impersonal. It's not you against the universe. The universe, as Gabrielle Bernstein said, the universe has your back. It does have your back. But it only has your back if you choose to allow it to have your back. But guess what? You are the universe. So it's actually you having your own back, if you allow yourself to have your own back. In the end, it comes down to you. Good morning. Like, in the end, it comes down to you. It starts with you and it ends with you. Foam barrier is at 68%, so I don't know how long we're gonna be able to stay at the water, but we'll get a moment or two at the water. Pete said it in one of his reels yesterday. It's good to see him back. A lot of people slandered him recently for his teachings, even though it's not really his teachings, because there's nothing new. It's all within each of us. But basically, he said that just because your bank account has maybe 0 or you're in the red, that's not your reflection of who you are. You always have an infinite supply within you. Why do you think the universe always finds a way to help you to replenish it to some degree? It all comes down to what you choose to entertain, right? If you choose... Hi. Yeah, very. What do I have here? This is a camera and I'm doing YouTube right now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm just on a live stream right now. You want to say hi to everybody? Have a great day. Thank you. Enjoy the weather. See that Bubba there? Curious. No fear. Yeah, super cute indeed. The sky is starting to clear up. So that means the sun's gonna come out soon. Normally my hands would be like right now. It's actually decent. I mean, it's still a little numb, but it's not like pain. It's not painful. But yeah, it's a beautiful day. Really. Let it stay like this. Let this be 2015 winter season all over again. In 2015 Toronto had like 20-degree weather, 20 degrees Celsius to be exact. For my American Fahrenheit family, 20 degrees Celsius. That's basically San Diego weather all year round for Christmas. There was no snow that year whatsoever. That was the best winter ever. This year we had the best summer ever. Well, I had the best summer ever. Yeah. Yeah. He's there playing at the swings with his dad. It's good. Yep. When I came back again from New York, because I keep saying that and I keep going on a tangent, but it's okay. My tangents always lead to diamonds. When I did come back from New York, I was like, why am I back here? It's like, ugh. But then, because of all of what I got to experience in Vegas and New York and Florida with Jessa and her energy, I was like, balls to the wall, going to have my damn experience in California. I'm like, I'm going home. I'm going to go see what home is. So I went on May 1st, 2023. I was there for a whole month, stayed at my first introductory to what an Airbnb could be like. It was good. I enjoyed it. And man, was it awesome. Then I saw all houses. I'm like, this is where I belong, right here. This is what I am meant to be part of. This. There's no accents why I'm here. Oh, look, the big ass, it's a planet. That's not a plane, that's a planet flying over us right now. There goes the planet flying over us. And then I went to Beverly Hills. Very posh-like, very snooty, very like valley girl kind of like vibe. And it was like that. But you know what? I was like, fuck yeah. I finally got to see what Beverly Hills was, and I was like blown away. I was like, so this is how they live here, huh? Okay. And that opened my vision even more. Because I'm like, if they can have it, why can't I? Who makes them more special than me? Who makes them more special than any of us? You know why? It's because we have word associations, and the people that we love who have been playing small. And look, it's not their fault. There is no fault here. It is what it's meant to be. Welcome back to Daily Water. We'll be here for about a couple minutes, only because the battery's at 62%. I gotta do my back bend. I'm gonna do my back bend in a moment. Enjoy the water. Actually, I'm gonna do my back bend quickly and then I'll continue what I was gonna say. But we're gonna hold the thought of, because of the word associations of, if you have money and you're around people who don't have money, even though they are rich inside, but they don't know that because they continue to entertain lack, they will think that you've changed. And that word "you've changed" sounds like fucking death. And I'll tell you why it sounds like death in a moment. That was a really good back bend. Opened up my spine there. We'll do some Cossacks. All right, so I'll tell you why. The word change, you've changed. Like when you hear it from your loved one, you've changed. And they say it in that kind of tone. Orion, you've changed. You're not the same person, Orion. Or I'll use one of you, because Regina's here right now. Regina, you've changed. You're not the same person I knew, right? Guess what that does? Depending on who says it to you, right? If it's someone who is very important and they say, you've changed, you're not the same person anymore, and they say it in a way where it sounds like utter disgust, guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna probably feel guilty. And because you're feeling guilty now that you have the resources, the money, what you're gonna do is find a way your mind is going to push it away you might lose it somehow because you feel guilty, because you want to have the acceptance of that person because they said that you've changed. This is how the mind works. So, but here's the thing. If somebody also said, the same person said, you know, you've changed, right? And they say it in a different way, because this is why I say about the power of words. You can say the same thing with a different tonality, different feeling, different energetic force behind it, and it will feel different. So when you start to like really pay attention to like tonalities and all of that stuff, welcome SoFam, good to see you, right? And it doesn't mean it has to be money. It could be anything. It could be like you shift it to like a state of like personal development, growth, and someone who's known you forever, and that's happened with me and Jason. Yeah, we're only going to be here for a little bit because the phone battery is about to, it's at 57. So at least you caught a little bit of the water. Like, for example, Jason and Destiny and Kevin and Sean and Ray, not our Ray, but a different Ray, I ditched their asses. And they're like, Andre, you've changed. You're not the same person. You know what they were doing? They're attempting to put me back in a box where they are. I'm like, they always desire me to go after my dreams, but at the same time, they wanted me to staying in the same circle, thinking the same thoughts. And I was like, fuck that noise. I'm not doing that. Like, yeah, Jay comes on once in a while, and I make sure that like I reinforce what I'm saying and make sure I drill it through his head, because I know where he's at. And with him, I know him personally. And I refuse to have him keep entertaining any lack. He was not born to be in lack. He was born to be fucking abundant. But he chose his path of difficulty for that very reason. We all chose our path. That video that I watched, we chose our parents, we chose our condition. Some of us chose more than what we could handle, and we can't go back now. So what we can do is get ourselves into alignment and get back on our blueprint, or I like to call it my pink print, because fuck blueprint. I'm gonna call it pink print because I like pink over blue. Phone battery is at 55%. Sun is coming out. This is good. I like it. I like it. This is a good day. For a Friday, this is fucking phenomenal. This is good. We're gonna get rolling in a moment. But let's go back to wealth for a moment. You know, the moment I attain my millions, billions, and trillions in the physical, a lot of people are gonna be like, you've changed. You're not the same person. I really trust that it's none of you that say that, because if you are still seeing me as this poor ass dude and you don't accept me as me being trillionaire, you're gonna have to get the fuck out of my way. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm just being brutally honest. If you are gonna keep me in your little box and say like, yeah, he's like one of us, he's never gonna be a millionaire or trillionaire, he's gonna stay just like us, and attempt to humble me, you have another thing coming. I'm not saying it to any of you specifically, but I'm saying that in a general sense, that none of you better be putting your limitations onto me. And that goes for the rest of the world. I will not entertain anybody's bullshit that I am not meant to be rich. And if I change, good. I have changed. Why haven't you? Why haven't you attained your millions and billions if that's something you really desire. It's meant for you too. It's not just for me, it's for everybody. There's enough abundance for the entire world. Right? All right, water, we gotta roll. Thank you for hosting us for a few minutes. Love you, water. I'll see you tomorrow for sure because it's supposed to be also very warm. For a November 21st day, this is good. I like it. The sun is starting to peek through. But basically, you know, what I'm saying is like this, you know, and this goes for your people. If they're attempting to keep you stuck in a box, do not entertain their lack and limitation. The 2 L's. You have no limits. You're limitless. What a warm day. I love it. Oh yeah. Where were you yesterday? I didn't see you.
Oh, I had to go downtown.
Ah, paper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got part of it,
Huh.
and some of my files been destroyed.
Huh.
So now I said they want to see the court records.
Right.
So they said, they punched in the computer, we found, we'll give you a template.
Gotcha.
So they're going to mail that to me.
Nice.
And then
It's good.
see what happens.
Like I said.
I said, what about a pardon? It's no longer available because half of your records are destroyed. So hopefully this will work. Because ultimately it's up to them, the discretion of them if they want to let you in or not.
Oh, that's already done.
Yeah?
It's already, what I mean by that is like it's already in motion. You're going to be going. So, yeah. So don't worry about that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm getting stories from people, or you try to cross again, they'll throw you in jail. I said, what for?
Nah, you're going to cross this. You're going to cross.
Yeah?
You're going to go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just wait for those documents and then see what happens.
Yeah. It's all about knowing and having conviction that like it's done. Like everything's sorted out.
Oh,
Yeah. Because it all starts from within. That's what I keep telling everybody every day because I'm on the live stream. I tell people it starts from within. Don't let the outside world tell you otherwise. It's what you truly believe, or I like to say no because no one goes beyond believing. Yeah. So.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah. All right, brother.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. That is how it's done. He will be going to Kentucky to see his daughter. He is going to Kentucky. It's set in stone. I've declared that to be done. It's done. There's a reason why half his records were destroyed. So, yeah. Anyways, back to what I was saying. For your people, just so you all know, I will never, and I repeat this with every fiber of my fucking soul, I will never impart and impose any limitations. I desire for all of you to be fucking, well, again, this is up to you and what you desire to have, but I desire for you to have all that you ever want. And by want, I mean have. The girl, the guy, the billions, the trillions, the millions, I don't know what number feels great for you. I don't want to call it following, but the connections, the business, the success, the fulfillment. Let's just call it fulfillment. I desire for you to have all your fulfillments fulfilled before you leave. We know that this is an illusion, but you still have to be a part of this world. And you still have to do stuff in the physical. Can't just be fifth dimensional. You have to still operate in the third. You chose to be in the third for this reason. It's not all love and light and namaste and being like those masters who ascend from their body, but then their bodies become practically fucking useless. What's the point of your body's fucking useless? Like, what's the point of being spiritually ascended, but then your body's fucking useless and you can't even help anybody? It's so stupid. But the body's not real. Yes, I know the body's not real, but you chose to be in a body. All right? What's the point of being spiritually ascended if you're practically physically useless? That was a bar. When I heard that, I'm like, holy shit. People attempting to leave their bodies and whatnot. Cool, leave your body. I know this is an illusion, and I know you know this is an illusion, but then you still came into your body to operate in the third to help people and help yourself. So why go to such extreme lengths? I no longer am interested in transcending. I've already transcended. I'm no longer in attaining anything because I already have it within. All I care about is living in the now, being at peace, and helping as many people who bring back their awareness into their conscious awareness so that they can have a choice, so they can make that choice, discern, decide for themselves to see if it's something that feels in alignment with them, and then they make that choice and they go. It's all about choice at this point. And that's why yesterday when I was going down the route of like, is this a cult? Like, what is a cult? I actually asked ChatGPT last night, hey, what's the difference between a cult and a community? Because technically, cults do start off as communities first. I'm gonna be real. At one point, I didn't care about community. I just came here to serve. Like, I don't care for people to connect and follow me. I'm here to build leaders, and you all can keep going. After that, I can leave. I can go back on my 9-dimensional like fleet and command my star fleet, and we go conquer the cosmos. I have more important fish to fry, you can say. Right. So like, for example, yesterday, Allison Mack, she showed up on my feed on a podcast with Michael Rosenbaum, who is Lex Luthor in Smallville, and Allison Mack was Chloe in Smallville, and Smallville is one of my favorite shows of all time. I'm not a fan of Superman, like his tights and stuff, but even though it is based off of Superman, it was a really good show because, basically 98% of the show, he wasn't really Superman. You know what I'm saying? He was Clark Kent. The Adventures of Clark Kent. And, she made her mistakes, right? She was a part of, she got caught into something that at the beginning was like personal development. Like that was the aim. But then the guy, I forget his name, he's got 120 years in jail. It was all for his, sexual desires and stuff. And it became a cult. And they didn't know it was a cult in the beginning. Right? They had they had actresses and high-level CEOs and entrepreneurs joining this thing. There's a car coming behind. They're gonna wait. They were passing me, so look at that. It has 66444 on that license plate. Very nice. We were supposed to see that. So she went through her shit, but now she's in the process of her redemption and doing great work in the world, right? Of course, people are still gonna judge her for the shit that she did, But like, you know, people make mistakes, right? That's the problem with humanity. They can't just let things be and forgive and forget. They have to keep egging shit on. And I said this yesterday when I was making lunch. Humans strive on conflict. They really do. They love conflict and drama. They absolutely love it. They can't be at peace with themselves. Good morning, sister. Enjoy your day. Humans love it. They love conflict. They love drama. They love it so much. That's why half the people on the planet like to continue to like egg each other on. That's actually second dimensional being, just so you know. Conflict and drama, that's not even third, that's second. That's straight up second dimensional, like, beingness right there. Anyways, so, you know, I watched it yesterday, and then I went down like, what the hell is Nexium? What is Nexium? I've never even heard of this thing. Like, the soul knows, but the mind didn't know, right? It was unaware, right? Good morning.
Good morning.
I was like completely unaware of what Nexium was, and then I looked it up, and then there was another actress named Sarah Edmonton. She was talking about what a cult is and how to spot a cult. And a cult can start from anything. It can start with being altruistic, right? And I have to be mindful of like, okay, this is good to be aware of, because in the end, a cult is taking somebody's autonomy away from them, essentially. That's what I picked up. It's taking away someone's autonomy to be themselves. There's been a couple times in the past when I got into it with some other versions of me, and saying like, you know, you're the creator. No, you're not. You must renounce your paganism and all this shit, right? Like that kind of stuff. At that point, yeah, that's like we're entering cult territory. I'm like, you know what? You choose to believe or think whatever you desire. As long as it's bringing you joy, I don't care what you think anymore. This is where I stand now. If you want to call yourself the creator, you're the creator. If you don't desire to be the creator, that's okay too. If you think if there's some dude in the sky with a book waiting for your ass at the end of life, judging you for every action you do, then there's a guy with a book writing down every damn thing you're saying and doing, and is going to judge your ass at the end of life. But if that's bringing you joy, go with it. Run along. At this point, I'm maintaining your own autonomy. I'm not force feeding you what I believe and what I actually know to be true, because I have my memories, and majority of people I run into, excluding Regina and Soul Fam, most of everybody else does not have their fucking memories. So how can they tell me otherwise? They simply can't, because they just don't remember. The veil that they have is so thick. But they've had experiences that they question things, but they still entertain the third dimensional realm. And I'm grateful you actually asked that question of me 2 days ago. What was the percentage of the time I spend in the fifth and in the third? And like I said, every microsecond that passes by, it puts me back into the fifth. So like the percentage has gone down for the third and has gone up for the fifth. So I said 65 for the fifth and 35 for the third. I'm now at like probably 31 for the third and 69, yeah, go ahead and laugh, 69 for the fifth. But it's okay. Ask me the question tomorrow. It'll probably be at 73 for the fifth and like 27 for the third. Anyways, only went down this road because I wanted to bring this up, because you know, whenever I'm sharing something, I'm making sure you all have your own discernment. I don't have any concern with any of you specifically. It's when I'm going to be dealing with the new people. But I'm going to keep talking and sharing. I don't want to have to explain this stuff. Like, there's a bunch of YouTubers that don't even have to do all this explaining. I'm doing it just to be out of, you know, courtesy's sake and being considerate. But I'm done also being courteous and considerate as well. Enough of that shit. Good morning. Have a great day.
Use the umbrella?
No, but it was raining a little this morning.
Yeah,
Just
I
a
know.
little.
That's right. We can
Yeah. Have a great day. A little windy, but it's nice. So now my fingers are starting to feel the pain now that we get here. But it's okay. It's not too bad. It's not miserably cold. It's warm, just with a bit of wind. But this is nice. I'll take this all day over what we've been experiencing. Anyways, back to what I was saying. You know, so I'm grateful I went down that road yesterday, and then I removed them from my watch history, so it doesn't keep showing up on my history. Because, you know, the algorithm starts putting you down a road of watching this stuff. Like the day before that was how to talk to women. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this popping up on my feed? Just because it pops up on your feed, it's for you to discern whether you actually require it or not. So when I watch one of the videos and I listen to a guy speaking, he has over 1.3 million like subscribers / connections. I'll call it connections. I don't use that word subscribe. Like, I don't entertain the word subscribe for like people following each other, because we don't follow, we connect. Anyways, he has 1.3 million connections helping men to be more confident around women. I'm like, all right, let's see where this is gonna go. I'm curious to see where this is gonna go. And I watched the video for about 2 minutes and I'm like, nope. This guy is just acting like a third dimensional human, helping other third dimensional humans and not helping them transcend beyond their third dimensionalness. Because they're like, oh, this is how you be confident, doing all these tactics and techniques. If men only knew, for men specifically, if they only fucking knew, the ones from the third specifically, that everybody is one and the same, and that when you're speaking to that woman who you think is hotter than you and that she's out of your league, I have news for you, boy. That's you speaking to yourself. No, it's not. It's not me speaking to myself. You know what? Well, guess what? When you go in bed with her, you're actually having sex with yourself. Did you know that? I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. You're actually having sex with yourself. It's you having sex with you. So no one's out of anybody's league. The very fact that you adhere to even that ridiculous idea is just absolutely ridiculous. It's just straight up ridiculous. How can somebody be out of your league? You just unconsciously put yourself below than them. What the fuck? What are you doing? I used to do that all the time. I look at a girl, I'm like, yeah, she's so hot. Like, I wish I could be with that girl. She's so hot. She wouldn't be with a guy like me. I have no fear to talk to anybody. But I don't have to go do that because it's irrelevant to me. Because most people are not on my level. Yeah, I just said that. Take it or leave it. I don't have time for third dimensional humans. I really don't. I only am interested in people who are operating at the fifth and beyond. They know who they are. And they don't play all these mind games of the third. You know it's sunny and it's actually raining right now? It was cloudy earlier, but no rain. Well, it rained a little, but like it was very sprinkly. Right now it's actually raining. You can't see it, but it's actually raining right now. I'm feeling a lot of the raindrops on me. But the sun is right there. It's one of those mornings. It's one of those mornings. Oh, our sister's coming back behind us. It's a blue jay. So for my guys out there who are like, but that girl's hotter. Like, I'll never be with a hot supermodel. Fuck that. There's a saying. I'm gonna say it. It might stir some shit up in some of you, but I'm gonna say it. Men lie with their words and women lie with their looks. Don't believe me? Looks are gonna fade. You don't marry someone or be with someone for their looks. Yes, I know you're attracted to certain people and you have your preferences. And we had this conversation, but this time I don't care what anybody says. I'm gonna say what I have to say. You're gonna have to take it or leave it. But in the end, everyone's aging. But they're actually aging like fine wine. Some people actually look even more beautiful when they age like fine wine, and everyone is aging like fine wine. They're not aging like a prune, they're aging like wine. But again, you know, to my guys out there is like, well, she's so hot. Go talk to her. And you'll find out, right? You'll find out whether she's in alignment with you just by the few things that she says. But you might say, but she's so much more smarter than me, more intelligent. She intimidates me. I know Regina has intimidated a lot of guys in her life. And for those poor suckers, if they only knew that they were equal to her, but they're intimidated by her. Why are they intimidated by Regina? Regina's hot, but why are they intimidated? Because they see themselves as less valuable than Regina. If everybody fucking knew that we're all one and the same, how can anybody be above or below? There is none of that shit. The only way it's above and below is the universe. As above, so below. As within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. No human goes above any other human. We're all equal, one and the same. In your inner world, you could put yourself above everybody, fine. But in the physical world, you are not above everybody. You are equal to everyone. Know how to operate from both planes of existence, third and fifth. That's why I said, be in this world, not of this world. See? You can hear the rain dropping right now. I summoned the rain, by the way. Be in this world, but not of this world. She's good. She's good. Since I've known Regina, I've never not seen her not good. You know what I'm saying? She's good. Unless she stated otherwise. She goes through her stuff though too. She's the only person that I don't concern myself with. Like, I don't have any concerns or I don't put worry out there in the world anyways, but like when it comes to her, I'm like, she has all her memories. She knows She knows she's more aware than I am, and I'm Quecto sane. I'm God sane, but she's also on that level. So I'm like, yeah, she's good. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So like, to all my guys out there who are listening, pay attention. I am probably the greatest dating expert out there. Relationship expert. It's simple. She's one with you. You're one with her. You may not believe that because you simply forgot that. No woman is out of my league, and no person is out of my league. Like, I'm not meant to be with that guy to hang out with him because he's a trillionaire. Fuck that noise. Are you kidding me? I'm not meant to be with that girl because she's a trillionaire. Fuck that noise too. Because I put myself on a really, really, really fucking high ass pedestal that I cannot be taken down from my pedestal. And nobody can humble me. I will humble myself if I choose to. Like, I will not drop my self-worth just to make someone feel comfortable. Fuck that. They should be raising their level to my level and matching my energy. So I don't have to drop my energy to match yours. No. That's another bar, just so you know. Don't drop your level for someone else to feel comfortable. You operate as you. You're not purposely making up people uncomfortable. Like, I'm making sure that people feel safe and seen and heard on the streams. Yes. I'm doing my best to make sure people do feel comfortable. Yes. But there's a difference. I'm not here to drop my comfortability just to match your comfortability. Just to make you feel comfortable. Like, if you're in my presence, you're already comfortable. Own it. No, actually not unconditional love. Unconditional authenticity. Unconditional love now is not enough. Unconditional authenticity. That's how I roll. That word love is irrelevant now to me. Because that word has so much subjectiveness. I care about one word, and it's authenticity, which encompasses love and everything else inside of it. But unconditional love does not really encompass authenticity. I see the potential limit with it, in fact. It's not wrong, like I said. I was all about unconditional love. I still am, but it's all about unconditional authenticity now. I no longer am interested in the love and light namaste movement. Everything is love and light and namaste. Fuck that. Screw that. It may be warm now, but the wind's starting to pick up. I wonder what the hell they're doing over there. They better not be damaging my park, or I'll go there and I'll slap them silly. Yes, I always like to resort to some sort of violence, as T. Bray likes to say. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. I like her doggy. That's husky. but that husky has a smiley face. It's like a half Samoan. It looks like a Samoan with the face it has. Might be a mixed breed. Oh. Somebody dropped the pouch thingy. We went that way yesterday. We're going that way today. Thank you. I authenticity you too. That's gonna probably be that's gonna be like the new way of saying I love you. Yeah. We make shit up here. It's good. That's how everything was formed in the beginning anyways. Ooh. I'm going to also add to unconditional authenticity, unapologetic authenticity. That's a very powerful one there. Unapologetic authenticity. Unapologetic authenticity. Unconditional authenticity and unapologetic authenticity. Of course, there's unapologetic love as well. I still love the word love, and I still use it. Like, I do say I love you all. I still adhere to it. It's just, you know, it's word can be, depending on who you're saying it to, can be loaded. Phone battery at 20%. I'll make it back. There's a doggy at the window barking. Oh. Well, we're definitely doing a play out outside today. If I did it outside yesterday and it was colder, then it only makes sense that I'm doing it outside today. I just would like it to not to rain, that's all. By the way, we have 20 more pages of the Kabbalion to read. We're on page 124, which is chapter 13 or 14. I think I'm on chapter 14. Mental gender. We did the principle of gender yesterday and the principle of cause and effect. Now we're doing just mental gender, which goes hand in hand with the principle of gender. Yeah. There's a reel I watched with the movie producer who was getting interviewed by the guy at the School of Hard Knocks dude who goes up and he asks millionaires and billionaires how they got successful. And he was determined. He's like, "Excuse me, sir, how did you make your millions?" And he's like, I'm not interested. And he's like, I interviewed like Shaq and all these people, and then he's like, fuck it, I can use some play right now. And then he started talking, and he's like, you know, what was it? He said, eagles don't fly with pigeons. Eagles fly with eagles. Pigeons fly with pigeons. Not that I want to call anybody a pigeon, because nobody's a pigeon, right? But like, because of the mindset of humanity, hey, more floaties over there. They got the whole thing. Where the hell's Rudolph? Santa's on a dinosaur. Santa's in his sleigh there. Yeah, they're very festive people, I can tell. I kind of lost my train of thought there. The Santa thing distracted me. It's okay. It'll come back. Kind of went on a deviation there. It's all good. That happens. When I have so many things I want to talk about, and I was like, I want to talk about this, but then I want to talk about this. No, then I want to talk about this, and then I want to talk about this. And I'm like, I want to talk about this thing, no, this thing, and then that's what happens. All good. Anyways, it'll come back. I'm not too concerned. I'll go on another tangent, it'll probably come back. Oh yes, the pigeon thing, see? Told you, came back. Everybody is an eagle. Let's hypothetically say the eagle is God. But everybody believes, not everybody, I mean, the majority of people still on the planet still think of themselves as pigeons. I really desire to invade a Julian Blanc like seminar and pretend to be like having these limiting beliefs, and like I'll make sure like I don't look at him, I'm like timid and shy, and make him force, he's like, you come on stage. I see that you need the help. And then I trick him. So Julian would be like, so why do you feel shy? I don't know, man, like, you know, there's all these humans there, you know. And then guess what? I'm like, would I be able to like hold that microphone for a moment? Sure. And guess what I'll do? All right, bitches, this is how we're gonna do it. No, I wouldn't say it like that. All right, people, I pretended to be insecure and not confident, but I'm gonna tell you right now. See, she can barely hold her doggy. That's the Mr. Barky. That's the ruff dude. Ruff. Anyways. So eagles are gods and pigeons are humans. Everybody, there's a lot of people now who are starting to realize that they're actually eagles, which is amazing. And I'm happy. That's how it's supposed to. One less human to help, basically. For those, I don't have to help them anymore. The moment, which it's not going to happen in this lifetime, I can tell you that. But it's going to get close. A grand awakening. There's going to come a moment in my journey where I'm like, I don't have to help anybody ever again. I'm done. But the thing is, they know that they're the creators, but they're still using limited words. So I know that my role here is to use words. That's basically my shtick, as you want to call it, is words. Words and awareness. But there are a lot of people right now who still consider themselves as pigeons. Why do you feel like that? I'll go on Julian's stage and I'm like, you know, all of you are eagles, right? But I don't believe that. You know, when people go to Julian's conference, for those of you who are wondering who I'm referring to, Julian Blanc. He was known as the world's most hated man in 2014 because he pushed shock culture to the extreme. And he had to go on public TV to apologize. So he had a really interesting, unique journey that nobody else has, being dubbed the world's hated man. You Google that shit right now, you will see his name. Julian Blanc. But Julian is a very interesting character, other version of me. The way he helps people on stage. And I've watched a lot of Julian's videos, and I've seen how he helps people. He helped me a little bit too. He helped me to remember who I was, more of who I am. But I looked at a lot of them, and they're like not confident, they're scared, and that's how I used to be too. That's why I want to invade one of his meetups. Like, he doesn't come to Canada at all. That's why he must, when I'm in the States, like fly to like New York. I mean, I can fly to New York from Toronto, but you know, I want to just hit one of his seminars and be like, all right, all of you, your healing ends now. Wait, what? You're done. Get up and leave. I know Julian was not going to like that. How dare you say that? Who are you to say that? Who am I? I'm you, your higher version. The version of you who has transcended beyond time and space. That's who I am. What makes you, who gives you the right? I give myself my own right. By whose authority? My own authority. That line in The Chosen, when Jesus was in Jerusalem, and they were like, this blasphemy that you're talking about, by whose authority are you speaking? By my authority. Blasphemy! 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 I love that Jesus was a fucking rebel. I love it. That's why I have so much more newfound respect for him. So much respect for Jesus because of his rebelness. Most people see him as the savior. I see him as the rebel. I see him as a dude who just like he kicked down walls. He did stone cold stunners. He lay it to smack it down on your candy ass with his words. He didn't have to do anything physical, but he lay it to smack it down on all their candy asses. Uh, 11% on the phone battery. Okay. It is a little windy. I'm gonna have to be mindful with the I might have to bring the tripod out. I will go and get my hands warmed up. Yeah. But everybody, and as I'm still on this planet, I will make damn sure that everybody feels, not just knows, but feels that they are an eagle. And if you don't want to be called an eagle, let's use another powerful bird, a falcon. You can be a falcon. I love falcons over eagles, just so you know. I'm more of a falcon dude over an eagle, but they use eagle because eagles are considered one of the most powerful birds on the planet. I don't know if they're the apex predators of birds. I think they are. I think eagles are considered the apex predators of birds. And I think then falcons. I'd have to go check. I'll have a conversation with ChatGPT. I'm like, hey ChatGPT, tell me the apex predator of all species, all different types of species of like land, air, and ground. I know land is technically us. We're technically the apex predator of every other species on this planet because we have the ability to think. Others don't have the blueprint to think. they just follow a blueprint to just be who they're supposed to be or doing what they're supposed to do, unless a human gets a hold of them and trains them otherwise. Like, you know, when you see like killer whales or dolphins at like SeaWorld or, you know, at a zoo, they see the lions and tigers. I know people are like, these poor animals, they can't even be free. We humans like lock them up. And it's funny how every time I get back here, it's like controversial like thing I say, we're back. It kind of like spun for a second. The internet dropped out, but we're back at the house anyways. We're back. So yeah, as I was saying, like, yeah, I know the poor animals who are stuck in a cage, and I feel for those animals. But some of them are actually getting treated with love and respect than they would have out in the nature and getting eaten alive. Okay. We're back. Look at my handiwork. I really enjoy my handiwork. I did a really good job on the table. The chairs, on the other hand, still require a little bit of work. Let me go get the power cord. The temps are nice. Oops, we got a little bit of a tangle going on here. Bit of a tangle. Put this on the table. What a beautiful day. Oh, see? That's what happens when we don't plug shit in. There we go. Yeah, today's an outdoor day. It's supposed to rain later apparently, but I also saw it's not supposed to rain. So we'll see what happens. It's 9:18. We'll start our play out shortly. Just gonna get my hands pretty much warmed up and ready to rock and roll. What was I gonna say? Yeah, but everybody is an eagle. There are no pigeons. But the problem is, people keep putting each other down as pigeons. And because some people's mindsets are operating as pigeons, not eagles, you know, I choose to, you know, I will never put anybody down, but I also will not be entertaining someone's lack and limitations that they've imposed onto themselves and attempting to impose onto me. That's why I will always keep shifting degrees to make sure no one's limitations get imposed onto me. I will not take anybody's limitations. I don't care who it is. Your limitations are you have no limitations. You're infinite and immortal. So when people talk about this is limited and that is limited and all this other nonsense, you have no limitations. But, you know, I'll never put anybody down, but I also will not entertain someone's lack. There is no lack. You didn't come here being a lack human. You came here having everything within you. the funny thing about this is it's a paradox. If you tell yourself you have lack, you're creating the abundance of lack. Once you know how the mind works, you win. Once you know how reality actually works, inside out, not outside in, you win. Just changing my clothes. I'll be back outside shortly. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 8 degrees Celsius. To get your day started on the right note, just ask me to play music.
No. I'll play my own music outside. So I'm training my body right now to accept food either before or after and be okay with either or. Some days starting with food in my stomach, some days starting with no food in my stomach, and making sure that I'm okay with both. Because ultimately, this is those word associations again. What you tell yourself is what you're going to get. So if you feel guilty for eating food before your play out, then you're going to feel guilty. But if you don't feel guilty, right? Like this is the ability to follow through or the ability to not follow through, right? I'm making everything neutral at this point. So what I'm going to go do, I feel like having something to eat. So guess what I'm going to go do? I'm going to grab something to eat before we start a play out. Because why not? Right. So I'm going to wash my hands. That, one of those. One of these. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes. I'm coming out loaded with chocolate chip muffin. Yep, you heard me. You heard what I said. How unhealthy of you. I know. It's healthy. It has 80 grams of protein. That's not how it works. It's how it works in my universe. I don't know about you, but it works that way in my universe. I don't adhere to third dimensional rules. I show you how to not feel guilty about the choices you make. That's a bar. Because feeling guilty about something is corrosive energy. It's a corrosive frequency, and everything's a frequency. So if you don't adhere to things like that, then it can't affect you. I'm coming out with 5 things. I'll put the food in my pocket. The other thing too is I make sure I train my body that it's not rigid, that it has to be this way and the only way. Screw that. All those health influencers and all those people who say this is how it's done. No. I do what I choose to at this point. Sure, is there energetic cost to the things I'm about to eat? Of course there is. But do I adhere to those energetic costs? Nope. Not a one. Not a one. That's why I train my body the way I train my body. See? Muffin. Are you eating muffin early in the morning? Yes, I am. And I'll show you why. So you don't feel guilty about the choices you make. It's all about not feeling guilty. And it's okay. We balance it out. There's no feeling guilty about anything. I used to feel guilty of like, oh man, I shouldn't be eating first thing in the morning. I really should not be eating anything. Cheers, y'all. Peanut butter, honey, and almonds. I'm still gonna move my body in about 30 minutes. Maybe less, maybe 15. All depends what I choose to feel. Some people eat before they do their exercises. Other people don't. I used to tell myself that I should never eat before my exercises because I feel heavy. Well, if I tell myself I feel heavy, then I feel heavy. But then you have that food in your gut when you're doing abs. True. But here's the thing. By the time I'm done the play out, I burnt it all off. Am I eating to fuel myself? No. I'm eating because I enjoy eating. Do I have to eat? No. I've gone days without eating. You know, I haven't done that on a live stream because I don't feel the requirement to do that. But I did a 22-hour fast on one of the days. My last meal was at like 5:30, and I didn't eat until like 2:30 the following day. So I'm training the body to not be stuck in like, oh, it has to be this way and not that way. Because ultimately, It comes down to your ability to follow through and not follow through. And if you say, well, you're eating right now, right? You're not following through. I know the mind's probably making a mental note, but I'm like telling the mind, look, whether we eat or we don't eat, we're always following through. Because in the end, it's about having self-trust with yourself. Building self-trust builds confidence. Confidence builds conviction. Conviction fuels you to whatever it is that you're desiring. We came up with another one yesterday, me and Regina. Always follow the frequency to follow through. There's the ability to follow through, and then there's always follow the frequency to follow through. Which was a good one. What are we eating? Tangerine? Let's go. Clementine, tangerine, I don't care what you call it at this point. Fruit. You know, all this is an illusion anyways. Food, it's an illusion. It's not real. But there's gonna be some smarty pants who say, but that's not how this works. If you only knew that this is all just 99.9999 blah 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 of pure empty space, you'll know. Your cells are listening to you every time you speak. Even if you don't say anything, it's still listening to you. So when you're like consuming that candy bar or that Danish or that pizza slice, and you tell yourself, man, I really shouldn't be eating this. Yes, your body's gonna have an energetic consequence depending on what you eat afterwards, whether you'll feel great or not. Some things are not compatible, but it sure as hell tastes good. Does that mean, I'm gonna get, every time I eat this, I'm getting unhealthier? Or I'm getting fat? Fuck no. Whether I eat or I don't eat, it makes no difference now. I don't eat to survive. I don't eat for energy. I eat because I choose to. Not because I have to, because I choose to. There's a difference. Have to feels like you're enforcing something onto you. I have to eat. There comes a point where your body is going to probably be like requiring something. But there's so many people out there who's saying you should only eat one meal a day. That this thing shouldn't be like Nero and AJ, for example, like this, they'd be like, whoa, you eating that for the morning? That's their limitation right there. Just because I see Nero talking about all kinds of stuff, don't get it twisted. I still see his limitations that he imposes. The others, they hail him as a god. He is a god. He's his own god, and everybody else is a god. But they hail him as some high deity, and they put themselves lower because everything they say that he says is right. But I always make sure to pay attention and discern what he's saying. And he even said that at one point. Make sure you all are, don't just take everything word for word what I'm saying. I could be wrong. But he did say this. He's like, in America, he didn't say Canada. See how Canadians get left out of everything? Canada doesn't get talked about at all. But he should have said North America. But in North America, it's normal for people to eat muffins and donuts first thing in the morning. That's considered a breakfast thing in North America. In the UK, not so much. Now, him saying that, right? He's influencing a lot of people. He doesn't consider himself an influencer, but he is influencing a lot of people. So some people are going to make maybe a choice not to eat Danish muffins and donuts first thing in the morning. And hey, as long as you don't feel guilty about what you're doing, have at it. I myself will not feel guilty. You know why? Because in the end, this is an illusion, and I'm always moving my body anyways. And it's always going to be burnt off of me. I have extremely high metabolism. As soon as I eat all this stuff, guess what? Number 2 is going to happen. Yeah, I know. I'm getting graphic here. Because my body is super fast charged at assimilating. Now, do I prefer to eat before or after? So this is a different type of question now. I do prefer to eat after. I like to challenge myself. Again, I did say earlier, I do feel lighter regardless of if I eat or if I don't eat. But truthfully speaking, depending on what I'm putting in my system as well, here's a limitation. I'm going to show you why this is a limitation. Depending on what I put in my system, I can feel heavier or lighter. Theoretically, you can put anything in your system and you can just tell yourself you feel light. But then your body's going to feel a certain feeling, right? So my point that I'm getting at is this. It ultimately comes down to what you tell yourself. Not how reality works, how you work. Tomorrow, I will not be eating before my play out. You know why? I have to jump. I have to jump rope. And because the food is not going to be settled in properly, I'm going to it's not in my highest alignment. So some days, like in the last 3 days, I didn't eat before my play out. I did my play out and then I ate. Today I just decided, you know what? I'm going to eat. I'm going to train my body for today that we're going to eat. I'll probably take a couple minutes to use the bathroom and then I'll come right back out. And we're going to get rolling. This is going to probably fly away. Hold that down. Hold it down. Some will say, but you're gaslighting yourself. That word gaslight. I have news for you. You can use gaslight in a positive way. Every damn word has a positive and negative effect to it, if you didn't know. Because it comes down to the context and how you use the word. So right now I'm pretending I'm speaking to an auditorium or a stadium full of people right now. So whoever's here, this is for the millions of people watching around the world and all the 100,000 people physically here. All right, so some of you right now are probably going to question what I just said. In your minds, your third dimensional thinking minds right now. When I say that, it's no offense, but it is what it is. Your third dimensional thinking mind is probably like, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. That's not how that works. Oh, really? Once you know how the mind actually works, and I know how the mind actually works, it's quite sneaky. It'll get you to think about things that you're thinking is right or in alignment with you. But in reality, it's self-sabotaging you. I'll give an example. Every one of you right now, come on stage. I mean it. Come on stage. Some of you right now are petrified. But I didn't say you come on stage. I said all of you come on stage. So where's the fear? Here's the paradox right now. You all thought it was just you and not someone else. But I said all of you come on stage right now. Not any one of you came on stage. One of you attempted. I saw you over there. But you hesitated. Because you followed everybody else. Because that's what society does. Is follow what everybody else is doing. And the reason for that is because you don't want to feel ostracized. You want to feel like you're a part of something. You don't want to feel like you're separate. You're not separate. You're never separate from anything. When you know that you are part of the totality of it all, how can you be separate from anything? That's a bar. So let me show you the paradox I was talking about. So again, I said, all of you come on stage. None of you came because you all were afraid. You know why you were afraid? Because somewhere deep down inside, you're like, no, I'm scared. But I just mentioned that all of you are the same and that all of you are coming on stage with me. So why didn't you all come? It's simple. Because your mind is conditioned for one thing, safety. And if you do not feel safe, you are not going to do the thing that you're supposed to be doing. But that's the reason why growth is going to always be uncomfortable. But at the same time, here's the paradox to that. As I let the sun in, I said earlier that growth can be easy. If you tell yourself it's easy and you really buy into it being easy, then it's easy. There's an instinctual fear about being seen. That's why none of you came up on stage. You're afraid. And it's okay. I've been there. I was once where you were. Until I knew how the mind actually works. And I'm here to show you how your mind works so that you have the ability to outsmart it. You can't outrun your frequency, but you can definitely outsmart your mind. What do I mean? You can't outrun your frequency. Well, you're gonna have to go deep within yourself and feel certain things that you probably never felt before, or you're neglecting, or you're putting aside because you're afraid of something. You're gonna have to feel those things. You're gonna have to neutralize them to a point where, like, for example, the bank account. Just so you all know, there's a part of my journey where I was in the red. Let's call it that. I was 28,000 in the hole. Every day when I would have to think I have to pay a bill, it felt terrifying. It brought up painful experience in my stomach. Consciously, I knew like this is not a threat, but subconsciously, it felt like a threat because, you know, I don't have enough. I don't have enough. Nope. Pick that up. You don't want to have that start flying all over the place. I don't have enough. And because of that, I would dread to open up the bank account. So you know what I did? I spent 20 fucking minutes one day. I opened up both my bank accounts and I stared at the numbers until it had no power or energy or emotions behind it. I neutralized it. Because the mind is always shifting to a degree to keep you safe. That's its primary role. You have to feel safe. So anything that feels threatening to the mind, to the subconscious mind specifically, it will derail you. Look at me. I'm eating yogurt and I'm talking to 100,000 of you. I can blunder on my words if I want, if I choose to. My nose could be running right now. I can blow my nose. I have no fear to talk in front of people now. Because, not through repetition, but I made sure to tell and really have conviction, because that's the feel that you're going to actually have to use. Conviction is what's necessary. That nothing can stop me. Now you can say nothing can stop you 10 million times, but it may not do anything. But you can say it one time with such intensity that it will alter your reality. Some people are waiting for the magical click moment. Like I was. I was always waiting for that click. That click that will change my life. I have news for you. That click may never come. That's why I'm here. I'm your mirror, and this mirror is your click. I'm gonna go to the front and put this away. Y'all can still hear me. Beautiful thing about a wireless mic. When you know how your mind works, you will win the game. You already won the game. In fact, you've already won the game. If I told you that you already won the game, would you believe me? Some of you are probably listening like, that's not true. I didn't win the game. I'm still here. I don't have the girl of my dreams or the guy of my dreams or the business partner or the business or making millions of dollars or billions of dollars or trillions of dollars. I don't have this thing. I don't have it yet. Right, because you have the incorrect definition of having. the human definition of having is physically possession, physical possession, like possession. Blah, 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 blah. See, told you, I'll fuck up my words, and it's okay. Physical, tangible holding, possessing something. The universe has a different definition though. It's vibratory alignment, vibratory possession, meaning you must feel it to already have it. It's done. Creation's finished. All realities already exist here and now. Before I came on for this talk, to talk to all hundreds of thousands of you, this morning my mind, the mind that resides with me, or with this body that I'm residing with, had a moment of, man, we're not, like, the weather's bad, and like, you know, somebody unsubscribed from the channel again, and like nothing's working, like, what's the point? I'm like, that was all in about a matter of like 2 minutes, 2 fucking minutes. The mind was doing that. I woke up perfectly normal. I was happy as hell. But the mind, the moment it starts getting conscious, that's the moment where it's like, it's gonna start to derail you. And I was like, I see what you're doing. I see you. I see you, mind, I see you. And I understand, I understand that you feel unsafe, but let me remind you that you're safe in every present moment. Remember, you are the creator. You are God. How can God be afraid of something? Knowing that you're the creator. Right, that's right, because you still don't believe that that's true. That's the reason why you still have a fear of something. When you know that you are the creator, there is no fear. Because how can God be afraid of anything? That makes 0 sense. Now, of course, you know, we have some instinctual fears, like when we hear a gunshot, like it's our natural inclination to like, oh shit, like do that, right? These are instinctual things. That's built within us because that's what was built into our DNA. Like when you hear a gunshot, like you're or like a tire backfiring, you're immediately like, oh shit, right? Sound is a very powerful thing, just so you know. So let me break it down to you. Do you know your voice can be just as powerful as that car backfiring or a gunshot? Did you know that? Did you know that you can use your voice in such a way to help yourself to be even more powerful? Because your voice is an instrument and it produces a sound. And that sound is what creates this reality, because everything is constantly in vibration. And what is a vibration? It's an energy that's like oscillating up and down. And what is a sound? A vibration that you can hear in audible form. There are sounds that we can't even perceive with our human senses, but they exist simultaneously. We just can't perceive them because they're operating way too fast or way too slow for us to even perceive them. Generally, it's the ones that are way too fast that we can't perceive them. But there are some that are extremely slow. We also still can't perceive it. But you can use your words just as powerful as a gunshot. And you can alter your life in an instant if you really desire to. You just have to know how to use that energetic force behind each word. Because when your words have no energy, then they're just hollow commands. That's a bar. Actually, it's not even hollow commands, it's just hollow. It has no commanding energy. It lacks the force. Some people can say the same thing. 2 people can be on stage with me right now, right? And I can say word for word, I'll say, here, I would like for both of you to read this. Person A has a little bit more confidence than person B. So person B will read the thing that I gave them to read, and they will impact the people. Whereas person B, who will read it, will feel insecure, and guess what? It'll have 0 impact. Because it comes down to how we project our voice, how we use our words in every present moment. We underestimate the power of our voice. Our voice is an instrument. It can literally create and destroy in an instant. We can say a couple words and it can literally destroy, or it can literally create. I came here to bring that awareness to you all because you all have that power too. It wasn't gifted to some. It was gifted to every single one of you that's sitting out there right now. That's why I said get your asses on stage. You want to speak? You can come on stage. If you have something to say, come on stage. You don't have to feel intimidated. When you are let me give you another way of looking at it like this. Just imagine when you're on stage, if you're afraid to come out and be a public speaker, and you're on stage, just imagine you're seeing yourself. Look at all the people and have your face on their bodies. Yes, I know that sounds weird, but your face is on their bodies because they are nothing more than you. They're a bunch of yous sitting out there listening to you. Some will probably judge you. It's going to happen. Some of you right now are judging me. It's okay. By all means, bring on your judgment. I don't entertain your third dimensional judgment though. I operate from a different plane of existence. By the way, the sun is starting to come like full center, so we're going to start our play out in a moment because I want to take advantage of the sun. I'm going to wrap up our talk in a moment. Every single one of you who's afraid to speak on stage or in front of someone else, I have a simple, and it's not a technique, it's not a trick, it's not something, this is what it is. You have the ability to speak. If you can open your mouth and you can utter words, then you have the ability to speak in front of other people. When you were a child, you were able to express yourself so freely. What happened to you? You created this illusion because somebody probably told you that you talk too loud, that you're probably stupid, that the things that you say don't make sense. You have a terrible voice. There's a story in the Four Agreements. For those of you who read the Four Agreements, you'll know exactly the story I'm about to share. But for those of you who don't, I'm going to share it. There was a little girl who was playing and having fun and singing and dancing and prancing around. And one day her mom came home and her mom had a very stressful day at work. Now the little girl was about maybe, it didn't tell us how old she was, but she was at a point where she was still being influenced. She was susceptible. She was probably she was maybe 4 or 5 years old. Kids are playful, they're loud, they're expressive, they're having fun. And guess what? The mom came home and she was having a little bit of a headache, but the way she said what she said to her daughter changed her daughter's life forever. Of course, her daughter finally overcame it later on in her adult life, but her mom said to her, "Shut up, you're making so much noise, your voice is annoying." Some of you probably had to experience some of that. I know because I've been there. And somewhere deep down inside, you started to soften your voice, quiet down, because you took on the influence of the person that you looked up to. Because when we look at people, when we're kids, everyone's like a giant to us, like the adults. They're like titans. For those of you who know Attack on Titan, they're like titans. They're ready to feast on you. Because that's what adults do. They feast on children. They're going to eat you. You see the adults as titans. But here's how you neutralize that right now. They themselves are children too. And they didn't know any better. They are also children that see titans. Your parents are not monsters. Or the person who said whatever they said to you, they're not monsters. They see monsters themselves, and those monsters they see aren't monsters either. It's a cycle. It's 10:01. So anyways, this little girl, she never sang again because her mom said that her voice is ugly. It's terrible. And she took it on as truth. There are no truth in reality except for what the subconscious mind entertains as truth. And ladies and gentlemen, the subconscious mind is not repetition, it is emotion. It is emotion. That's why some of you who are reciting affirmations all day, every day, 3 times in the morning, 6 in the afternoon, 9 at night, doing the 3-6-9 method, unless you have conviction, I'm going to say it one more time, unless you have conviction behind those words and you really mean it, nothing's going to change. The universe is going to leave your ass right where you are because you're still subconsciously entertaining that you are not good enough. And I came on this planet to have to go through all the I'm not good enough bullshit. I'm not worthy. I'm a piece of shit. I'm all of this so that I can deliver to you, which is nothing more than you delivering it to yourself because I am you, the medicine, the antidote. And the antidote is just that simple. You are the creator. You have the power in every present moment to shift your life to such a degree that can literally change your life in an instant if you allow it to be, if you allow your mind to be, if you allow your subconscious mind to really feel that, feeling the words that are coming out of my mouth, out of your mouth technically. You have that ability in every present moment. But it comes down to your beliefs and your identity of yourself. And let me just tell you, you do not have beliefs. Beliefs have you. You don't have blocks. Blocks have you. You don't have money blocks. You don't have relationship blocks. You don't have a confidence block. You don't have insecurity blocks. They have you. Meaning they are just energy that you can just simply let them go. You can snap it away just like that. But some of you will have to build the foundation to get to that level. That's where a lot of personal development and self-help gurus and all these other Tom, Dick, and Harrys are missing the point. They think it's just one thing. There are many sides. I've been through all the layers where I had to go through the thing called healing for many years. I can tell you, when you get to the point, you will know you didn't have to heal at all. You remember that it's all been you the entire time. Like, I'm here to literally save you all thousands upon thousands of dollars in coaching and therapy and courses and books and all this stuff. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not saying not to go read books. Expand your mind. Expand it. What I am here to tell you, and do whatever feels called, because I'm not here to tell you what you should and shouldn't do. But what I'm here to remind you is that you have all the answers. You're whole and complete. You've been whole and complete the entire time. You just forgot that. And because you're whole and complete, that means every one of you could just come on stage and start speaking. No problems at all. You'd have no fear. And guess what? Even if you do, when you do it more enough, and this is where repetition is the mother of all skills in this aspect, not subconsciously, but when you do something over and over and over again, you gain proficiency. But technically speaking, you can do one thing one time and you can master yourself as well if you tell yourself that. If you truly know and believe that as truth, you can literally do one thing one time and master yourself. I know someone's gonna say, I know someone out there is gonna say, oh, but that's not true. You have to go through 10,000 hours of practice. You gotta practice one kick 10,000 times, right? And then you'll gain mastery. That's if you still adhere to time. That's a whole other paradigm though. There are layers upon fucking layers upon invisible layers upon invisible layers upon a fucking invisible layer upon another layer upon another layer upon another layer, another layer, another layer, another layer, another layer, another layer, upon another invisible layer, another layer, invisible layer, invisible layer, two more invisible layers, to realize it really was just you. We all have the answers inside of us. I know someone out there says, nobody has all the answers. Correction. Your soul has all the answers, and your soul is attempting to tell you in every present moment that you are the answer, but you keep thinking that the answer is outside of you, so you keep searching outside of you, thinking that the answer is outside of you. And guess what? Every time you get something from another person, they are showing you nothing more than what you already possess within inside of you, because they are just mirroring back what you already have inside of you, and they're just helping you to remember more of what you forgot, or helping you to remember what you already knew once before in your awareness, in maybe a different lifetime. But it's part of your soul. Your soul is a collection of information from the day it was incepted until the final moment it disappears. It's part of the totality of it all. It has all answers. You just all forgot. That's where I come in, because I have my memories and I know how this works. And I've seen how it works. How can you be the one, blah, blah, blah? Because I asked to be the vessel. I chose this so that I could help everyone else to ease their journeys. And with that being said, I conclude my talk, and we're going to do our play out. Give me a round of applause. That was an awesome talk, wasn't it? I just talked to 10,000 to 100,000 people, sharing all that, more of who they are. How simple and easy was that? All right. I'm gonna go ahead and use the bathroom, warm up, come outside, and we gonna do this thing. So I'm gonna put on some music for y'all. Some days that piano music that I've been using works, other days it doesn't work. Like some days it gets copyright, other days it does not. It's so weird. So very, very weird. Whew. Damn, son. Hands are fucking cold. But it's okay. We're good. We're good. Why am I opening that up? Come on. Let's get this track. We'll play it at a softer tone, so maybe it doesn't get caught in the algorithm loop. There. Alright, so I'll be right back. You should all be able to hear this. There. I'll be back. All right, cool. I'm back. Okay, the sun is definitely perfect timing to be there. So I'm gonna get the playout opened and we're gonna get rolling. For those of you who don't have dumbbells, you'll be doing a lot of push-ups and squats. So get ready. Apparently X-Men 97 season 2 was, there was a trailer for it. Is this actually real? Yep. Okay, cool. This was a month ago, apparently. This is in a theater. Okay. This is looking pretty ballin'.
We gotta get the X-Men back to the 90s.
It's next year for sure. It's 2026. Ooh, Wolverine gets his powers back.
Our fate rests on a mutant who cannot be trusted. Apocalypse.
Sabretooth, huh?
I prefer Laserdisc.
That's looking pretty ballin'. Okay, all right. I got excited, y'all. Oh my God, X-Men season 2. Let's go. It was leaked in a theater. That's pretty ballin'. All right, I'm excited. I'm even more excited now than ever. X-Men season 2, Chosen season 6, and Bleach final season. 2026 is going to be a good year for stuff. All right, coming out. And I didn't even get the play out video open yet. All right. Look at the leaves, they just came out of nowhere. Yep, definitely, yeah, that one right there, what Regina shared with us. Yeah, always follow the frequency to follow through. Yeah. Because I was saying ATFT's ability to follow through, and she's like, always the frequency to follow through. Yep. Just gonna do some quick purging. It's a losing battle, but it's all good because it gives me something to do out here. I like doing the play out on this side anyways. That's awesome. X-Men Season 2, let's fucking go. So excited. And what Wolverine said, I'm back. Oh man. Because he lost his adamantium because Magneto like shredded him. Like he literally got shredded by Magneto. It's crazy. You know, somebody asked me, who's your favorite Marvel character? Like, guy or girl? Wolverine. 100%, no hesitation. Wolverine is my dude. Not because he's Canadian, because I'm not Canadian, I'm American, but because of his energy. Well, I'm Camerican. I'm a Camerican. That's a new one. I'm a Camerican. Canmerican? I'm a Canmerican. 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 Camerican. That's a Canadian and American combined. Camerican. Camericandian. No, that's too long. Now we're just putting in too much effort there. All right. So for those of you, we are doing full body. Today is Friday. We got that full body to do. So we gonna open that up right now. I didn't end up watching the Allison Mack episode. I was like, I think I already have enough. I mean, I've heard, you know, she went through what she went through. I think that's enough. If I'm meant to watch more, I will, but all right. Full body Friday. Let's go, people. This is one of his older ones. Let me see what's going on with this one. These are drop sets. Let's see what's going on in the drop sets. Does he go from 2 to 1 to then? Okay. Oh, okay, so this has body weight. Nah, I don't really want to do that. I want to have my weights the entire time. Don't feel like doing that. Full body strength. I haven't done this one. Full body strength and core. So I have no idea what he's going to be doing in this one. Ooh, woo, 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 woo. We got E-moms. Oh, shit. Okay, let's go. You know what? Fuck it, let's go. What is EMOM? Every minute on the minute. 60 seconds, 8 times 8, whatever it is that we're doing. And if you can't finish the 8, you got to keep going. But if you finish the 8, then you get whatever rest period. So yeah, it's going to be fun. And then strength and core, 30 seconds of rest, 30 seconds of play, 15 seconds of rest. This is going to be fun. Yeah, 30 minutes full body dumbbell challenge. Get ready, y'all, because this is going to be fun. I know the leaves keep falling, and how dare you keep falling onto me? All right, let's get rolling. We're gonna put on some Dragon Ball music. Push-ups, wide push-ups for chest, diamond for inner chest, standard for back and shoulder blades, narrow for biceps and triceps, and I said diamond for inner, and then pike push-ups, which are these for your shoulders, and squats, lunges, side to side. These are for your lower body, and then of course staggers, or even doing that. So that's what you're going to be doing. Let's go. We had a great talk. Now we have a great sesh. And this is perfect because it's windy. And I'll have to mute that. Ooh, we have Tabata. Okay, so we've got a lot. We got cardio in this one too. So technically, this one has cardio as well. So I was looking to only do all abs, or not all abs, I was doing like all weights, but it's okay. So we're doing our warm-up. Arm circles are next. The leaves just keep flowing here. How dare you leaves keep coming here? 3 leaves just came flying over here. Go in reverse order. We're doing squats to reach. The sun is being covered by a thick layer of cloud right now, so it doesn't really matter now at this point. Inchworm push-ups. Let's move these out of the way. Basically doing narrow push-ups. I bashed my finger in between the dumbbells there. And the sun is starting to peak. So we're doing lateral lunges. These are not Cossack squats. This is Cossack squats. But these are just lateral lunges. Go like this as well too. So we're doing hip opener lunges. So So you're bouncing. And then switch. It's okay, we'll... All right, EMOM strength challenge. 8 frontal squats plus AMRAP plank jacks. Okay. Okay, I got it. Do we do plank jacks for the rest of the play out, rest of that time? Okay. Let's go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I have 40 seconds, and then 1, 2. I don't think I'm doing 10. I think I'm just gonna be doing plank jacks for the rest of it. Suck in your gut here. What are we doing? 8 push press and then mountain climber. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then mountain climbers. Okay, I can already see the challenge of this one. Okay, so we got Romanian deadlift, 8 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then we're doing bicycle crunches. I don't know how long we're going to be doing EMOM for, but no rest in between. So we're starting off strong, y'all. I've never done this one, so. Okay, what are we doing next? 6 burpee deadlifts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're doing high knees. Oh, we're repeating that. Okay. So we got front squats again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my God, feel it. Wow, let's go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even though we're doing abs and ab exercises, we'll be doing afterwards. So these don't really count. Burpees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Surprised that we do only 6 there. You're in luck. The EMOM section is over. Wow, that was good. Okay, strength and core. So, if you don't have dumbbells, it's okay. So we're doing a sumo squat with high pull. So this is targeting, so you're doing this, and then you're pulling it up like this. So shoulders and squats. So pike push-ups and squats. $30 each. 15 seconds rest. This is targeting practically the entire body. Curtsy lunges are next. Look at all the leaves that just showed up here. it just sweeped up here. It's okay. Gives me more to do later on. Okay, good. Okay, we're doing crunches. So knee touch crunches. Suck in your gut, pulling your navel, contract your core, bringing your belly button to your spine. Ab exercises don't give you abs, you already have them. They're hiding under a layer of fat. It comes down to nutrition, your mindset, your training, your environment, your habituations, your discipline and your consistency. A lot of variables. It's not one size fits all approach. I could tell you that. Thrusters are next. So you're gonna go down and then come up and do a bicep curls. So you're doing narrow push-ups here. Short rest. Plank hip dips. So you're on your forearms and you're balancing, you're going between your hips. So just like that. Suck in your gut here. Plank rows to the right. So only the right dumbbell, you're gonna be balancing on your left. So keep your stance wide here with your legs. And imagine you have a water bottle on your back and you're balancing it right now. So you're not twisting your upper body, your torso at all. Just so you all know, the dumbbells that Dan has, I'm gonna have them. Those Nike ones, I'm gonna own those Nike dumbbells. They're not available in Canada, as usual. Fucking Canada. Nothing's ever available in Canada. I have to always get stuff from the States. Such limitations. You know, that's one of my other biggest reasons why I'm leaving Canada. I deserve to have my shit that I desire. And having to like go through hoops just to get stuff, I don't think so. such limitations. It's ridiculous. Plank hold. Hey leaves, I know you're wanting to fall down now, but like, where are you all coming from? They're just like falling down from whatever tree. The sun came back out, or it's not hiding from the clouds. We'll be outside today. Wow. Over there is like scary looking, and over there is like nice looking. It's like heaven and hell. Okay, so suitcase squat to curl to press. A lot going on here. Bent over rows, standard push-ups. Bent over wide rows. Wow, let's go. Hi, Aunt Bubba. Please make sure you're not on my mat. Please make sure you're not in the area. Fuck yeah. L-sit toe touch. Well, we're getting a bit of everything today. And this one, you see, if I wasn't doing all the extra stuff, this would be enough, just so y'all know. Like if I wasn't doing 10 minutes of abs, this would be enough. Ooh, dumbbell swing. Dumbbell swing is good for a lot of parts of your body. By the way, I saw yesterday a AI drone cleaning snow. 10,000 Canadian dollars. Actually, 11,000 Canadian dollars for an AI snow cleaning drone. And it does it 24/7. It makes sure that the sidewalk and the pavement is clear of snow, and you don't ever have to shovel. And it can go through 12 inches of snow. Of course, like I don't require that because I won't be living in snow, but nice to have just in case. Just in case. I'll keep one handy in San Diego just in case. Because you know, those random days. All right, reverse crunch. I did good to keep out here clean. There's not a bunch of leaves underneath the table. Okay, y'all, Tabata. 20 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. No weight. So this is literally no excuse now. So if you don't have weights, you're following along exactly what I'm doing. Quite literally. Squat jumps. 20 seconds. Your heartbeat's gonna go up. Let's go. Like I said, this one has everything in it. Cardio, HIIT, resistance training. Make sure you're breathing through your nose and out through your mouth. Heisman. Push-ups. Don't underestimate body weight, y'all. Do not underestimate it. Your body weight is all you require if you don't have weights. You can get a good play out done with your body weight. Your body is its own like exercise equipment. Flutter kicks. Oop, it's starting to rain a little. It's okay. As long as it doesn't like get like soak like too much rain, we're good. You're gonna hate me for this one. Half burpee. Plank shoulder taps. Keep your stance wide here and suck in your gut. Bubba, go on there. Oh, it's starting to rain. Okay. Lateral hops. Commandos. Depending on how heavy the rain gets, or if it stays like this, it should be fine. It's just water, but once it like pours down extremely hard, we're gonna have to move. All right, universe. Look at these leaves, they're just falling down. Dan's doing these as skaters. I love the fact that I'm a master at lifting, a master at cardio. Cross climbers. So you bring your opposite elbow, you're bringing your knee to your opposite elbow. Prisoner squats. Spider climbers. We have a finisher, 90 seconds of play, no rest, 2 rounds. Your dumbbells, snatches, alternating, and then bent over rows. And then dumbbell push-ups. And then AMRAP squats with the remaining time left. So you're doing 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. He's ahead of me right now. It's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 squats for 36 seconds. These don't count towards my daily, just so you know. Round 2, same thing, let's go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Sweating buckets now. We got misty rain. I'll take the misty rain. This is fine. Hell fucking yeah. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's move these out of the way. Main playout complete. Main quest is done. That was a good one. Lots of leaves. Bring yourself into a ball. And you can spin around. Bring your right knee to your left side and reach your right arm up or to the side, whatever you prefer. Holding your right knee down with your left hand. You're gonna feel a nice stretch on your side here. I'm gonna see if I can get abs done, and then if the rain stays like this, we're okay. If it doesn't, and I'll do the rest of the stuff more inwards. That was good. Fuck yeah, let's go. Same thing other side now. Bring your left knee to your right side. Oh, it's starting to rain hard. Ooh. It's no big deal. Now you don't have to put your head to your knees. This is just for my own flexibility purposes here. This one's a really good stretch, by the way. Good for your hamstrings. Very, very good for your hamstrings. Of course, I can lay all the way back. It's just my head's gonna hit the grass. This is a song I beat up all the 98 dimensional beings with. I beat them all up. Remember earlier I was talking about how I couldn't touch the ground flat with my shoes? Well, now I can do that, no problem, because the shoes have a bit of a heel and the other one has a bigger heel. But I can plant my hands on the ground and still keep my legs like straight. But a year ago, oh, hey, what? Oh, I was like, wait a minute, what the hell just happened? Another playout started. Weird. We were done. All right. Let's clear these leaves. You bubble leaves, you gotta get off of here. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Come on. I know you're one with me, but you gotta go. Come on. I know it's a losing battle, but I still like to make sure I keep it nice and clean. Like I said, it gives me something to do outside. Keeps me moving. Because, you know, when I first came outside and I started playing video games outside, and that first summer day, I decided to like be outside and like, you know what? Hey, we should play a video game outside, right? There's so many leaves underneath the table. And I was like, all right, I don't like having that feeling of sitting under leaves. It's annoying. I like the table to have, because the leaves get collected underneath the table. Of course, it's gonna eventually get to a point where I won't be able to keep up with it. But for the time being, I can keep up with it. But if I tell myself I can't keep up with it, then see the limitations there of the third dimensional mind? What? Good. It's 11:06. Just giving the pathway here a bit of a clean. Okay. Look, a leaf showed back up. All right. It's raining. All right. Let's get straight to abs. Let's get to these abs, people. I missed 222, but that's okay. Oh. We got out of the way. So this is how we do it now. There's always another way of doing stuff. Now I'm gonna bring the tripod out. This can go over here for now. That way I have more room. And you all get to see me. Technically, if I bring you all down here, you all will be able to see me, but that's too close, a little too intimate. I could put you underneath the table. You're all underneath the table, look at that. You're all underneath the table. Oh. There you go. You're all underneath the table. There, even better. So, we're gonna do this thing called abs. That's the beautiful thing about having a flexible stream. You're not tethered to like just one way. You can do all kinds of ways. All right, y'all. Let's do it. Oops. Yeah, you'll definitely know I'm underneath the table. You're underneath the table. All right. So we are doing, which abs are we doing? We're gonna do perfect abs. This one has no rest apparently, I believe. So we're doing 1, 2, 3 crunch holds. And it's 11, 11. Perfect. 1, 2, 3 hold. 1, 2, 3 hold. So you're gonna hold for like 2 seconds. 1, 2, 3 hold. 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 And now you're doing side reaches to the right. So you're using your right arm. Where the hell are these leaves coming from? From the top of the roof? What tree is like blowing it onto the roof in this area? So you're gonna be doing to the left side now. Don't worry, I'll put you all back up on the table. We'll be outside today. It's warm enough. This is an outdoor day, even with the rain. Reach throughs. Doing good, y'all. Doing good, doing good. Okay, we're doing oblique heel taps. Hey, leaves, would you just all come down so I can just clear you completely? Sprinter up is next. So as you see, my back is touching before my shoulder blades. I just noticed that the data has been on and not the Wi-Fi. But it's okay. Alternating leg drops. Look at all the leaves just falling down, falling down, falling down. I don't remember there being a big ass tree in this area for at least to be going higher than the house, unless that tree over there. But that tree doesn't have maple leaves. It has smaller leaves. Flutter kicks. Super Saiyan 3. Twist hip lift. All right, so we're doing single leg extensions. So this one is your torso forward when you bring the legs forward. So we're doing side crunch to the, technically to the left. So you're squeezing your obliques. First time you're all underneath the table. All right, obliques, crunch. Yeah. 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 Okay, so we're doing the right side now. That. Okay, that's weird. Now we're doing the right side. I was checking the tape, making sure, you know, it gets held down. Plank hip dips again. We're kind of doing some repeats here, y'all. Is that thunderstorm? That is thunderstorm. No, that's not thunderstorm. That's the neighborhood. That's the neighbor moving her thing, her cart in. All right, plank hold. Just straight up plank hold. Okay. Plank knee tucks. Tabletop pulses. This is tabletop pulses. Okay, slow bicycle. Congratulations, y'all. We did the thing. Awesome. Get. Well, now that they're down, gives me the ability to clean All right. I'll be back there shortly. Cool. All right. Still technically raining, but it's not too bad. I got you underneath the table. All right, there you go. We're done our main play out and our side quest play out. Let's do our ab stretches quickly. That shake thing that I'm doing is like, you know when the dogs do their shake thing? Like, it's like that. You all know what I'm talking about. You've seen it. You've seen all dogs do it. Even cats do it sometimes. They do their shake thing. Speaking of which, there's a couple of things I wanted to talk to ChatGPT about. I forgot one, but I'm gonna talk about the dog thing in a moment. Let's pause the music for a moment. Today's my other cousin's birthday. A lot of birthdays in November for cousins, family.
I'm gonna do you a big favor because you're new and you're ignorant and not rip the fucking tongue out of your mouth for talking to me.
I'm going to do you a favor.
It's funny, yesterday I saw a video, this reel, and I saw a guy said, "You said finna," and I started laughing. I said, "You said finna." I love it.
Man, are you tripping? Who the fuck are you?
I'm the wishmaster. I make wishes come true.
Oh yeah? Well, you better wish for some fucking sense real quick.
I believe you said you'd like to see your
You
go.
said finna. I'm a finna. Finna. That word finna. Can somebody tell me? Finna. That's too funny. I'm a finna. Finna. Finna, finna, finna. Finna, finna, finna. Lots of finnas. Okay. Let's have a conversation. Quick question for you, ChatGPT. What do you call the thing that dogs do when they shake their body? You know, like when they're like releasing something, like they all do it. It's like they shake off like their fur. What is that called and why do they do it?
Yeah, that shake is often called a shake off or a shake. Dogs do it to release tension, get rid of excess moisture, or just kind of reset their body after a stressful or exciting moment. It's a natural way for them to sort of recalibrate and get back to a more balanced state. Pretty fascinating, right?
What about cats? Do they do that too?
Yeah, cats definitely do a similar thing. They might shake off their bodies as well, especially after grooming or after waking up. It helps them release any tension or just kind of re-energize their muscles. So it's definitely a common behavior across the animal kingdom.
And of course, I've seen cats do this stretch thing with their front paws. I think I've seen dogs do it too, where they do their front paws at the front and then their like backs are sort of like in an arch, like going like downwards.
Absolutely. That's called the play bow or just a stretch. Dogs and cats both do it to stretch out their muscles, get their blood flowing, and also as a way of signaling that they're feeling relaxed or inviting play. It's super adorable and a great sign of them being comfortable and happy.
What about when they're wagging their tail? What does that mean?
Tail wagging can mean a bunch of different things depending on the context and the dog's body language. Often it shows excitement, friendliness, or happiness, but sometimes the speed and the position of the wag can indicate things like nervousness or even aggression. So it's always good to look at the full picture of their body language to understand what they're trying to communicate.
And of course, they're barking. Like, how do you determine what's a friendly bark and what's a like not so friendly bark?
Yeah, barking can definitely vary a lot. A friendly bark is usually more playful, maybe higher pitched, and accompanied by a wagging tail or relaxed posture. On the other hand, a more aggressive or fearful bark tends to be lower pitched, more repetitive, and might come with tense body language like raised hackles or a stiff posture. So it's all about the context and the full body language cues together.
Yeah, every time I used to see dogs do their shake thing, I was always wondering why they did that. I know it's built into their blueprint of their essence, right? Like they don't deviate from that blueprint.
Exactly. It's really fascinating how these behaviors are instinctual and part of their natural wiring. It's like a built-in toolkit for them to stay balanced and healthy, which is pretty amazing to observe and understand.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You're so welcome. I'm always happy to chat and help out. If you have any more questions or just want to dive into something else, just let me know.
Cool. Cool beans. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. What's going on here? What we got? Nabito's always playing League of Legends. Always spying on him on Discord. It's funny. What a funny. 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 Okay. That's crazy. I want to rewatch this quick little trailer, season 2 of X-Men. Previously on X-Men. I am Apocalypse. So much pain, my children. So much death.
Someday or someone into the X-Men after time.
There's Rogue, Beast, Nightcrawler. There's Cyclops, Jean Grey, and their son.
We gotta get the X-Men back to the 90s.
There's Bishop, Storm. There's Wolverine with his there's Jubilee. Past, present, and future. Omega Red. There's Cable. Sabretooth.
I prefer Laserdisc.
That's so awesome.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and X-Men 97 is confirmed to return to Disney Plus for a second season in summer 2026.
Summer 2026? Damn, son. Summer 2026? God dang. God. A whole year. Wow. Summer 2026. Summer. Jeez. What the hell will I be doing by that time? Will I still be streaming? Will I have ascended to my next level? I'll definitely have ascended to my next level. That's interesting.
I finally had a chance to look at some of the images of. The full trailer is not online through any official channels, but we are able to share some still images from it and explain which X-Men characters' storylines we can now confirm we will be seeing in this upcoming season.
I'm gonna go
break it all down. The trailer for season 2 opens the same way as the trailer for season 1 did by pushing in.
All right, I'm going to put away my dumbbells, and we got stuff to do. We're not done. We got quite a few things to still take care of, tackle. As for all of you, you're pretty much done. You know what's funny? I remember Nero saying, like, you know, when he's not when he's not making his videos, you know what he's doing? He's watching rotten content. He watches the dumbest things that are out there. So it's fascinating how he Alexa, play notification.
One new notification from Amazon Shopping. There's a low price offer from your wish list. Save your heated glove liners for men, women. App Smart Electric Heated Gloves. It's $135.99 after $24 in savings. With delivery by tomorrow. If this sounds good, just say, add to cart.
Currently, what's in my cart are 2 other books. Outwitting the Devil, and I think, actually 3 books. Outwitting the Devil, Parallel Realities, and The Alchemist. The Alchemist. I don't have to buy them though. I already read all those books. I've read Outwitting the Devil at least 7-8 times now. It's wild. But every time I read that book, there's always something new to remember what I forgot. All right, I'm gonna watch some X-Men content quickly.
Season 1 did by pushing it on a 90s TV screen with footage from an episode of the 90s run of the X-Men animated series. On the left of the TV is that same photo of Scott and Jean, you know, that Wolverine longing
Wolverine!
Season 1, episode 5, Captain Hearts. And on the right is that vintage Toy Biz action figure of Colossus with the helmet. I assume, as was the case with the 2024 trailer for Season 1, the VHS tape
All
on
right.
top of the TV is likely still labeled X-Men DOFP for Days of Future Past, referring to the run of episodes at the end of Season 1 of the 90s run that came after the episodes of The Cure
3,
and Come the Apocalypse.
4,
Episodes 9 and 10 of the first season that introduced Apocalypse, aka and Savant Nur as the recurring time travel villain of the series. The villain is going to be the primary villain of Season 2 of X-Men 97. The clip being shown on the TV screen is Apocalypse saying this. Yes, this is part of his exchange in Season 1, Episode 9, The Cure. The final part of the episode when Apocalypse chats with Mystique, commanding her to acquire Rogue to be another one of his slaves. But it sounds like this clip changes the actual final words from what Apocalypse previously said.
Apocalypse.
Audio here, where Apocalypse, who's now being
Apocalypse.
voiced by Mark Marquand on X-Men 97, says instead, we shall forge a new one.
He's probably the most epic villain in Marvel history, in my opinion. Apocalypse. I wonder if Apocalypse could beat Thanos. It'd be Apocalypse, Galactus, and Thanos. The 3 big bads. I think Apocalypse could take them. Apocalypse! Okay. I don't. All right, you're the talking's too much. too much of that. Is Wolverine in fucking Token now? Let's see.
We need to talk about the confirmation and or deconfirmation. In this latest Tokon trailer, there's a big topic of conversation happening. There's a lot of said copium that's being thrown around here. Mine seems relatively like honorable compared to some of the others, which like a little mixture of the old.
There's
and the new.
Gambit
So
over
I really
there.
dig the stage. I dig the inclusion of like references and characters, but at the same point, I bring the development. I think the representation of X-Men and this world is.
They're definitely gonna bring Wolverine. Squall. It's funny how you see AI version of the Final Fantasy characters now. That's Renoa. Hi, Renoa. There's Quistis. She was waifu in Final Fantasy VIII for me. There's Selfie. Before Selfie was a thing. There's Irvin. And then Zell. He got his hot dogs finally. This dude loves his hot dogs. That's crazy. This is what we call the brain dead not brain dead, but like the not nourishing content to the mind. But it's okay. Looks like Pete is back. He is Oversoul 144. Perceive your enemies to be separate from you keeps the reason you created them invisible to your perception. This book, which wrote itself, will transform the lens through which you perceive everything you experience. And the way you perceive everything is the way you create. It's funny how I didn't subscribe to his channel, but yet I'm still connected to him. Because his other channel went kaput. Like his main channel that had, he had 20,000 people. And his channel went, it went in the gutter. And then somebody made a channel calling the truth about Pete Sapper. They made a full channel based on him. Anyways, but I did not, it's raining again. Okay, let me move inside. Let's move this inside. There, I'll move y'all back. Go. It's funny how I didn't subscribe to his other channel though, and yet it still found me. Hey there, good to see you. Just kind of doing my mobility training and stuff, and finishing up my daily exercises. Good to see you. Have I seen you before? I don't think so. I don't think I have. Pleasure to meet you. Maybe I have seen you, I don't know. Channel doesn't usually show new people, so it's cool to see someone that hasn't been here before. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I wasn't subscribed to another channel and it just found me again. So you see, that's how it works. Like when you're like energetically like linked to someone, like you're linked. Like once they could disappear, but you know, their channel, like I wasn't looking for Pete after like I saw that his channel was done, and then sure enough, like his content starts showing up again. Because the algorithm's like, okay, because the algorithm is you at the end of the day. It's always going to be you. So it's interesting how his channel, his new channel, Oversoul 144, has shown up on my feed, and I wasn't even like looking for him. Pretty cool stuff. Like that day when I was like, I wonder about that butterfly. I wonder, you know, when it's turning from a caterpillar to a butterfly, like the body has to like shrink itself. It's got to go through its little metamorphosis. The wings have to form. Like I wonder what's really transpiring in that cocoon, right? And then sure enough, later in that morning, a video of the exact thing I was just thinking about just happened. I'm like, I don't care about signs anymore because I am the sign. And you know, it's like, it's just fascinating how this is all just based on energetics. Okay, I'm at 21. I have to do 34 more. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. All right, I'm at 42. I'm at 42. Okay. Well, pleasure to have you. Okay, so we're almost done that. We have leg raises. So this is my portion. This part of the live stream usually is my training time. Morning portions, like in the early morning, I'm talking and I'm walking in a trail. And then later, I'll be reading a book called The Kabbalion. I have only 20, I think I have 21 or 22 pages left. And then, what else? Yeah, just chilling for the rest of the day. Yeah. It feels cool to have someone new on the channel after a long time. It's kind of weird though, because, you know, the channel hasn't had anybody like new for the longest time. So maybe YouTube is starting to lift my shadow ban potentially. Who knows? Who knows if they're actually lifting it or not. I mean, the account hasn't been really shown to anybody new since the summer, late May, early June. So it's kind of interesting. Maybe it's the prelude to what is to come, because, you know, I'm probably gonna leave this channel and I'm gonna start another channel, since it may or may not be working properly. Don't know, we'll see. But maybe you being on is a sign for things to come potentially. So let's see what you shared. Ah, okay, cool. Well, welcome. Glad that you're moving your body. That's awesome. Yeah, I promote like holistic, but I'm really like mind, body, soul, like the interconnectedness of everything, like the words we speak, the things that we tell ourselves, from moving our body, from, you know, making sure you don't ever feel guilty about something you do or you don't do, because in the end, you know, there are no real truths in reality except for what you entertain as truth. As long as you're in joy and you're in the now and you're more of yourself, and knowing that you're the creator, whether you see the creator outside of you or inside of you, that's all you really have to know. This is what this channel is about, to just kind of help people to remember more of who they are. Now, of course, I have to go through a bit of my own journey to get to this state, but it was worth it. So, well, welcome to the channel, and thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. All right, we're at 42. Yeah, we have 13 to go. No. Yeah, 13 to go. We have 13 to go. Math isn't mathing right now. Yeah, I mean, it goes beyond even the word positive. It just is. Like, you know, I'm attempting to reach more people in this world to help them to remember who they are. Not the identity that they created, but the them before they created their identity through their conditioning and their programming and their domestication as a child. That they're infinite and they're limitless and they have all the possibilities in the world and nothing can stop them being whoever they desire to be, while still knowing that we're all equal, we're all one, and that everything is for them. So I get to like flex that ability every day. It's just that, you know, on this channel, YouTube decided to shadow ban it for months, and what that means is like doesn't show it to like new souls like yourself. It looks like they might be lifting it. I have no idea. And they, because you know, when you're talking to a point where you're like it's, you can technically literally break the algorithm to a point where like you don't even have to use YouTube for anything because you are your own answer. Like everything's been inside of you from the moment you were born, and other people are just mirroring back more of what you already have within yourself. Like it doesn't really, you don't really have to look at anything else because you know, YouTube strives on people consuming their content and being on the platform for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end, right? And though I'm live streaming on YouTube, when I'm live streaming, it feels like more like a Zoom call than anything. And yeah, I have my tablet over here and I do watch content on YouTube here and there. But when there's like people to actually serve and help, that like just falls away and I get into service mode. Yeah. Yep, improvise, adapt, and overcome. Love it. That's a phase that I had to grow through. I'm no longer part of that phase because, like, you know, the funny thing is, the moment you were born, you never had to overcome anything. We just created all these unnecessary things in life because of other mirrors reflecting back what was within us. Some stuff we had to go and heal, but really you were whole and complete from the moment you were born. We just had to remember that fact. And that's how simple it is. But because the world will keep selling you that you have to go do this thing and you have to do this thing and you have to do this thing, and I've been through it all. I've been through a long healing journey. Now I'm here to just mirror a shortcut until the shortcut is ready to be used, essentially. So like where people are still potentially healing, I can show them like, this is the shortcut that you can have when the time is aligned, if you still adhere to time, because that's also another trap. That's another illusion right there. Because a lot of people are like, it's going to take me 10 years to be successful. It's going to take me 10 years to get this thing done, or X amount of time. Well, if you already feel it as it's done now, then you just live from that state of being it now in your inner world, and then you walk the path in your physical by taking aligned steps, and it'll come into the physical. You just don't adhere to time. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, when someone's like, I'm going to be healing for the rest of my life. Well, if you say you're going to heal for the rest of your life, then you're going to heal for the rest of your life, because there are no truths except for what you entertain as your truth. And I'm just kind of here to mirror back a shortcut, not for anybody to be influenced by it, but to just like, here, you have your path. This is just but another path. This is what it could look like if you enter this, if you've entertained this shortcut, when you feel aligned with the shortcut. When you don't feel aligned with the shortcut, keep doing what you're doing until you feel aligned with the shortcut. So sort of like planting a seed and just like letting it be. So that's what this channel is about. That's what I'm here to mirror back to the world. So I think your name was Debbie? Yeah, Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate you, sister, for coming on and again saying hello. Keep moving that body. It's not just like a physical thing. It's It's all kinds, mental, emotional, energetical, even though that might not be a word, but I make words up here. Energetical, spiritual, emotional, even financial, because that's all intertwined with each other. All right, we got 13 more. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Nice. All right. Technically, it stopped raining, so that's good. I can bring back the mat closer or further back now. Whew. Good old walker. Use it as an exercise equipment. Whew. Let me some leaves. All right, we got 55 leg raises to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 50. 55. Cool. All right, I'm walker. You are done. I don't require you any longer. Put this inside. Awesome. All right, we've got 55 push-ups. We got squats to do, ab pull downs. And then our mobility training is next. I feel like putting on some music. Let's put on some piano music. Sure, piano music. Piano music it is. Okay. Let's get rolling with this. One thing to note too is that on this channel, I kind of like use what I got and to get my, like, I can go to a gym, but too much distraction in a gym in my opinion. Like, I know I can do everything at home. I have my dumbbells, I have all that I require. So I use the things around me to, like the chairs to do certain things, the table, this pole thing that I'm pulling this band at, just to get things done. Basically resourcefulness. Nice. All right, tricep pull downs, let's go. Just wish these handles wouldn't, like, it's so loose here now for some reason. Let's just grab them. Oop, my gloves got unloose. Oh well. I'm glad it stopped raining. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Feeling it right now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's bothering me, so I'm gonna fix my gloves. Okay, so that's done. I have that to do. I have my push-ups and squats to do. And then I have mobility training to do. I'll do shoulders, spine, hips, wrist. Well, I have like 6 things to do with that, so. This is what I count my finishers. So like I do the main exercise, I call them the playouts. I like to have fun and play. I do my main quest, my side quest, which is abs. Then I do on Fridays optionals. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday has optional, which is like doing these 55 stuff. Some of them are added on to my dailies. Like I do 55 push-ups, squats. I can do more than 55 push-ups in a day. It's just that I choose to do only 55 because I like that number. It's the number that I quote unquote designated as freedom, even though any number could technically be associated with anything. But in the spiritual realm, they call the number 55 the number of freedom. So, and plus I've been seeing a lot of 55s as well, so. Okay. What time is it? What human time is it? 12:06? Okay. I'll be probably done by like 12:30. Awesome. All right. So I'll leave that there for now. I'll just take this off. I'll be using this one more time. Okay. Push-ups. 20 wide, 20 standard, 15 narrow. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Oh my God. Whew. 55 is that. It's done. Oh, okay. Squats are next. After squats, mobility training starts. What will I do for shoulders today? I saw on YouTube yesterday someone swinging Indian clubs. It was really good for like your shoulder joints. Swinging them like all kinds of ways. Apparently it heals your shoulders. I wonder, do I have anything that I can do that with? I think I can. Have an idea. I have my plates. I just gotta take them off. Or, I mean, they're not quite. I could use my weight, my weaker weight, my 10-pounders, but they don't have a handle on the end of it. They have a handle in the middle. So like, I mean, if I'm using 10 pounds and I'm swinging no problem, then this will be my mobility training for shoulders today. Not bad. Whew. Not bad. For the first time swinging those dumbbells, not bad. Not bad. Also, we focus on our joints here. That's one of the things that I had to be aware of during the summer of this year. Let me test something. Let's test to see if these plates will be any more effective or not. Let's see. They're 5 pounds. Have to hold them with my... What the heck is that? Oh. Have to hold them with my... Not bad. I just can't let go of the weight. This is an exercise all into itself right here. My feet got stuck there for a moment. Let's see. No, it's good. It's all right. It's all right. It's working. So I may not have clubs, but this is how pitchers in MLB, in baseball, they practice with their throws. New move unlocked. All right, that was good. Not bad, not bad. Shoulders complete for today. Now we have spine. So what I'll do is just put these back on. That was not bad. My shoulders feel good. Nice. Yeah, they feel good. They feel real good. Now, and that's only after doing just a few minutes of that. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, squats. Well, since I'm out here with these dumbbells, let's challenge yourself. Ooh. I was only 30. Nice. 55. Whew. Bring you all a little closer. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay, we did shoulders. This is just part of our daily, so this doesn't count for spine. We have our own spine move to do. Okay. We'll do wrist. Wrists are done. Thank goodness for it being a little bit warmer today. Allows me to be outside for longer. It's good. Okay, spine is next. 20. Next side. Huh? What? I gotta cut that off. Whew, it's good. And we have legs to do. Since today's full body, the entire body gets activated. So I'll be doing knees and ankles and hamstrings. That's why Fridays have a lot more. But it prepares us for tomorrow, which is Saturday, which gets us ready for jump rope. And every exercise that I do prepares me for the next exercise the following day. That's why I have a good maintenance schedule. Sunday cardio, Monday upper body, Tuesday lower body, Wednesday upper body, Thursday active rest day, which targets lower body, Friday full body, Saturday jump rope, which targets the entire body, Sunday cardio, which targets the full body. So even though there's technically only one dedicated leg day, lower body gets more activity than upper body because of, the movement when we're walking outside. Hands don't really get much except for when we're hanging on the bar, because we're not doing much except for holding the gimbal when we're outside walking and talking. But yeah, one leg day is more than enough for me. It's not necessary because I basically legs get it every day. Every day legs get something done. All right, let's go. We're doing spine right now. This is good for your spine. Technically, this targets your shoulders and your ankles, or your shoulders and your wrist. Oh. Okay. What's next? All right, so we did upper body. Hips is the interconnectedness between upper and lower, so hips will be last. Ankles. One of my favorite ones is this one. You're lifting with your toes. ankles are done. Hamstrings are next, and then knees. Hamstrings are next, and then knees. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. All right, what are we gonna do? Since the dumbbells are out here, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, ooh, shit, 16, ooh, 17, 18, 19, 20. Almost there, y'all, almost there. After this, we have hips, then 30 kicks, both sides. Resistant band curls. I'll change my shoes because, you know, this shoes is getting damaged with the resistant band. And my stretches, and then I'm done. I'll go inside, take a shower, come back, grab a meal. We're gonna enjoy a nice pizza, because, you know, that's what we do. And what else? Yeah, read the book, finish it up. The Kabbalion. Chapters, I think 14 and 15 are left. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hamstrings are done. Do I do, well, since they're out here, figured this is like, it's like nothing. Like 10 pounds is like nothing. Oh, because I lift like 35s. So like this is like child's play. We'll do horse squats with the dumbbell. This is for hips. These weigh nothing. It's like as if I'm not even holding it. Oh. Felt that one. Felt that one, y'all. Yikes. Whew. Are you raining again? So when I go inside, I'll let you all listen to an audiobook. Okay, cool. Kicks. We're not quite done yet. One side complete. Crazy. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mobility training complete. Man, those swings were good. I'm definitely going to be doing that more often. Holy shit. Like they are really something. Now, of course, it's easier with like holding like they call them Indian clubs, but like I'm using what I got, and these things do the job. But man, that was good. Like, maybe this is what these 10 pounds were meant for me to have. And the thing is, it's not just for your upper body. It's targeting my hips, my obliques, my ankles, my shoulders, my spine, my lower back. God, I feel good with this. Wow. That was good. Ooh, the wind. The wind, the wind, the wind. The wind. It's warm though. It's just, you know, windy. Sure as hell beat the cold though. Okay. Uppercut. Look at all these leaves here. I just sweeped out here. It's a losing battle, but I don't care. I'm gonna fight it. I will never give up. Yeah, I definitely prefer holding my weights over the plates. Let's change the shoe. $12.44. Huh? Guess I'll be done by 1. The everything. Have to go get milk soon. That's probably a tomorrow thing. Go to the store. You can't win. Yes, I can. I can win. But they will keep coming back. And I will keep sending them away. That's what I can do. Plus it gives me something to do while I'm outside. Excuse me, leave. You gotta get going. Come on, go, go, go. We did it. For now. For now. Okay. I don't know whoever's here, but whoever's here, I will be going to shower just now. Well, now we got our bicep curls to do. Last. Wow. Wow. Shit. Wow, look at the backyard, just full of leaves, full of leaves. Lots of leaves, so much leaves. Yeah, let's go. 55. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's go. That was a nice crack there. It's always this one that gets me, this side. Come on, there you go. All right, prayer hands, and then thanks to Swati for this one, because she's like, hey brother, can you do this thing with your hands? I'm like, wait. So ever since she showed me it, I'm like, if I can't do that, then there's a problem. And now that I can do it, there's no problems. I will never lose my flexibility ever again. No way. There's more flexibility to be had though. There's always gonna be improvement when it comes to that. I'm fully improved, but I'm always improving. Let that one simmer in your mind for a moment. That's living from already done while walking as if it's already done. This is also good for your wrist too. That one that I just did there. And then of course this one, this fun one. Fuck yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're done. We are done. we are done. Hell yeah. Damn. Crazy. But we got it done. See, technically, I used to only just do the main quest and the side quest, and that was it. And like just those, you know, ab curl or the pull downs, like the tricep pull downs and the bicep curls. But since then, we added so much to our mobility and our regiment every day. Like, it feels fucking good. I added these things. Okay, so I'm gonna go inside, grab my protein shake. And I'll be back in a moment. Is anybody even here right now? Nope, no one's here right now. Whew. Okay. Oh. Getting my protein. I'm gonna have to buy protein powder soon because we are getting there. Probably sometime in December is when it's gonna have to be bought. It's just, I think I bought it in August. I don't feel like I bought it in August. Maybe I did. Could be. I think I did. I think it's in August. Nice. Do 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 do. A pick a card. There's a Dead by Daylight stream happening. Cool beans. Cool beans. Nicely done. Cheers, y'all. It's funny how Dead by Daylight has such a following. Stream is starting in about a minute and 20 seconds. Oh man, that was good. I should play that all day. Bam, 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 bam. Lith Bunny. All right, let's see what they
Oh, hey everybody. Sorry, just reacting to the Shirtless Peanuts request in the chat. Yes. Hi, welcome to another DBD community live stream. We are here live from Montreal. We are going to have more faces on this show than we even had last week, which excites me because last week I wanted you to meet more and more of our devs where we can. A couple familiar faces with me here today. We've got Mandy, and we've also got Jeff, and I'm Eric, or Pope, or Eric Pope, or whatever you want to call me. And we're here to tell you what's up with DBD. I'll kick us off again the way I did last week, just so people who didn't last month, that feels like a week ago. So you don't, you know what the context is here. This is not a big chapter reveal stream. If you came here expecting a chapter reveal, we're not doing that. So just stick around and chill because it should be fun. But this is really, these are called community streams for a reason. We try to address topics that are core to the community, save our big, fancy, fun reveals for our chapter reveals and things like that. So I know you're waiting for the next chapter. You shouldn't have to wait too much longer to find out what it is. Not going to be today, though. So just relax for a little bit longer. I know you want to know. Okay, so the things we're going to cover on the show today are our PTB to live changes. Last time we were here, Jeff talked through a ton of stuff that was tested, coming up to test in the PTB. We've done it since then. We're going live next week, so we want to tell you what's staying, what's going, what's different, etc. We're also going to touch on the Grimoire. If you're not familiar with the Grimoire, that is, we kicked it off earlier this year. You are helping us to build a chapter of Dead by Daylight. And in fact,
oh, it's sunny again.
Jeff is designing our Grimoire killer. So we got some cool stuff to talk about there while we have him. We're like, let's kill two birds with one stone. And Dork fans, worry not. Dork is she's right now behind the boards running the show, but she will be out here. We're going to switch, and I'm probably going to break everything. Later on, she and Andre from our team and Brandon from the product team are going to walk through the community cosmetic contest winners, tell you when they're coming with a roadmap, tell you what some changes are, etc. So that's our show for today. If it sounds good, stick around. If it doesn't sound good, go have a sandwich. All right, so I mentioned our next, have a sandwich.
No, I want a sandwich now.
I had one right before. Probably a mistake.
That was great with you.
So I mentioned our next release is coming up. It is next week. It is on the 25th, right around the corner.
Yeah,
Tuesday. And as I said, we're going to talk in just a couple minutes what you can expect in that release. I did want to note, we all, you, but also us included, want more focus on bugs. That's kind of a through line through everything right now that we're hearing, and totally feel you on that. I wanted to note, we looked at the bug count, the bug fix count, that's coming in the release next week, and it's almost double what was on the PTB build, which is nice.
I think it was just slightly
just
more
about,
than double.
So we're looking good there. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do. We're not pretending we don't, but I just wanted to mention that. So, Mandy, 2v8?
Okay, so as you guys know, 2v8 has just been extended. So that's going to be extended until the 25th, 10 a.m. So you can expect a release at 11 a.m. and 2v8 will finish an hour before. So we've increased the incentives in the 1v4 queue, so to try and balance that queue a bit, because the killers were having a fairly long wait time. We also did a survey, and that's what led us to make the decision to extend. In the survey, I've got numbers. I wrote them down. So above 70% of people wanted the 2v8 to be extended. So it was a lot of people who completed the survey that want that extended. So,
but it's not a long extension, as you mentioned.
It's not. It's over the weekend.
Right up till the release next week.
It's open the weekend, and we're doing some testing on the incentives. Let's see how that works out. See how that helps the queue, because obviously we're concerned about, the core queue as well as the event queue, and we're looking at both things. So it's not like we're just looking at one or the other.
Cool.
So we'll let you know more about that as soon as we've got it for the next iterations.
Fantastic. Also coming up, and again, I mentioned this isn't a big reveal stream. We got no flashy assets to show you, but we did want you to mark your calendar. Bone Chill returns as it does each year, so this year is no exception. Bone Chill is returning quite soon as well. It will be before the next stream that we do, our December stream, so it's also right around the corner. We'll have a roadmap, a calendar for the month on December 1st that's going to take you through all the things you can expect, including when Bone Chill drops, currently scheduled right now for December 9th. So stay tuned and see what's happening there.
Cool.
Okay, and then to finish up our news, tomorrow is kind of a big day in the DBD comp world, and we're going to be assisting by DBD League is going to be taking over our Twitch channel. and they're going to be streaming their All Hallows final starting at 12 p.m. ET, so about an hour away, 23 hours away, roughly. I was trying to work out the maths. That was a mistake.
It works.
Yeah, relatively. So tomorrow, 12 p.m. ET, we'll have DBD League hosting their All Hallows final on our channel. It'll be between Victus and Praxis. So they've been pretty good all the way through, both teams. So there's not a pin between them at this stage. It could be anyone's, and it's going to be a best of 9 for the final.
Nice.
It's going to be pretty cool, and I'm really happy to be doing this for DBD
So people will be able to watch it right here on
They'll
our
be able
Twitch
to watch it right here on our Twitch channel. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. All right, well, that wraps it up for our brief news segment at the top of the show. Now we are going to dive into our P2B to live changes. We've got a graphic that Dork has queued up, so let's hit it.
Interesting. I skied down Mount Everest, world's first no oxygen.
I have the clicker.
Yes, it's Jeff
You have
time.
the power.
Ultimate power.
It's not dude time, but it's Jeff time.
Yeah, no more dude
No
time.
more dude time. I got requests.
I'm here in the middle.
I did want to say, so I want to say something at the top of this segment because last show I said a lot of things. Well, I said a lot of things, but I said the same thing a lot of times that I really wanted people to test that PTB. People found that condescending, and it was not at all the intention. I talked about this on Twitter yesterday. Truly, 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 I mean this. When I say, please test that, it's not, hey, go find bugs for us because we're not able to, because I know that's what people were going to. It's really that without the feedback of our players
getting some sun right now.
Hands-on, because we see your feedback before it's there, but with your hands-on, that's where our team, the community team, can be best equipped to talk to the various internal teams when we make decisions about what goes live in the game. So I'm really sorry if it came across as condescending. I truly didn't mean it that way. I'm a big believer in PTBs or PTS, depending on the type of game you play, to inform the changes that actually go live to the game. And I know there's a track record that people have pulled on, like, well, but you've done this in the past, and I totally get it. But I just wanted to say that up front, because to me, even if you ever meet me in person, it's probably the first thing I'll tell you about is I'm such a believer in PTB as a tool for us to make what goes live in the game the best it can possibly be. So that's my moment of addressing that at the top of the show. And now I'll hand it over to Jeff to actually tell you what you want to hear.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's a good point because, you know, as I always remind people, we don't make the game for ourselves, we make it for the players, and ultimately if the players don't like the game, it's not great. So PTB testing is amazing. All right, so today I have some PowerPoint slides. I don't know if we'll show them all because it's mostly just text. There aren't really any visuals today. I don't have any little drawings of skull merchant or anything like that. But I do have some important points. So, PTB to live, what's next? The burning question, what is going live? I know it's been kind of like radio silent for a couple of days/weeks.
Yeah.
So here's the big reveal. So the camping reduction is going live with some small adjustments, and I'll go over that in the next slide. The slugging reduction is not going live, and the tunneling reduction is not going live. So, camping.
And actually, if I can jump in before, we're going to get to pallets in a second as well. That wasn't actually part of the PTB changes. It was already live, but we're going to address that in a minute too. So hang on.
Yeah, the pallet density, yeah. It's been a hot topic.
Yep.
So for camping, survivors will still see each other's resolve bars when they are hooked. So that was very light across the board. So that's going live. The resolve bar fills up faster the longer the killer stays within range. That's still the same as PTB. However, we are reverting the range increase. So on the PTB it was increased to 20 meters. We're bringing it back down to 16 meters. There were some concerns raised by a lot of you that it would be unfair to the killer in some situations, so we're just bringing it back to what it was before. So why not the rest? So slugging and tunneling. So after a second round of testing, we found that the features did not meet the minimum positive impact that we hoped they would have. And frankly, and just simply put, there was a lot of negative feedback about it. And it's very hard to justify moving forward with something in the live game when the feedback is negative that badly. So that's why it's not going live. So what's next? There's 3 things I think I want to mention. So we understand that tunneling is still a frustrating situation to be in. So one thing that we will try is to increase the base kit endurance and haste to 15 seconds. So it's 5 seconds longer than what's on live right now. And we will be reviewing how MMR is calculated. So we think that by making adjustments there, we could see a reduction in those types of strategies, which means we'll require less drastic changes in terms of like the base game itself. And then the last thing on this topic is that we have started the process of looking at how to improve the first-time user experience. So how new players are onboarded into the game and the things that we teach them and show them and all those things. It's a process that started. There's no ETA. There'll be more details in the future. I can't tell you when, but we have started looking at it, so it's very exciting. Next, there were some perk changes that happened with this update. So Babysitter is being reverted to its current live iteration, where it, brain fart, really big brain fart. I can't even read because it's so small. Damn. So you won't leave scratch marks, your pools of blood, and you get 10% haste for 30 seconds. And then the unhooker will see the killer's aura. So that's being reverted to the current live version. Same thing goes for borrowed time. So this will extend the endurance and the haste. Furtive Chase is going back to the version that a lot of you really like, which is that it gives you undetectable and haste when you hook the obsession, And Off the Record is going to a previous version that we had where you did get endurance, but it was for a shorter amount of time. And the reason why is I think that we can all agree that 80 seconds of endurance is very long and very powerful. So we're cutting it by half. So you'll still get a lengthy amount of endurance, just not for almost a whole gen's worth of time. So that's going in for release. Those are reverts happening for the release next week. And then for Hotfix 1, we will revert Breakdown and Wicked. So they'll go back to their current live version. It's just, we had to prioritize for the release, and those two felt like they were a little bit less urgent. And however, I think we will mention, do we want to mention for Wicked?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Wicked, because we have heard the concerns that it stacks very well with Resurgence, we will be kill switching it to make sure that it can't be abused in any way.
All right.
So I wanted to mention that.
Hotfix 2 or Hotfix 1?
Hotfix 2.
Yes, because of
The
make sure
timeline,
that Switch
okay.
is going to be able to
Okay.
not have a problem.
Okay, sorry. So not for Hotfix 1, for Hotfix 2.
We're gonna watch some DBD stuff.
Next point is what about killers? So we did have some changes in the PTB for some killers. The first one was Skull Merchant. So the Skull Merchant changes are going live, but there is a but, and I think this but will make people happy, and not that kind of but.
No, I didn't say anything for once.
You were thinking it though.
I was thinking, no, don't tell them I'm thinking that.
Everyone knows Mandy. So the but is, we will decouple her undetectable from deploying drones to recalling drones in the Hotfix 1 patch. And at the same time, we will revert the undetectable duration nerf that we did in the PTB. So that's something that's coming up in not the release next week, the hotfix after. Next is the Cenobite. So the base kit nerf is being reverted, but his add-on original pain is not. So the too long didn't read is you'll be able to bind survivors with controlled chains, even if they have endurance, because on the PTB, you couldn't do that. So that's been reverted to the live behavior that we can expect. And then finally, the last hot topic is what about medkits? So there were 2 medkit add-ons that got changes on the PTB. So we will be keeping a close eye on these add-on changes once they hit live, just so that we have the broader community at large to get feedback from, and then we'll see what kind of adjustments we need to make there at that point. I think this one is...
Can you click?
Okay.
I've got a laptop on the
Sorry,
I
I'm
can't
clicking.
click as well.
I clicked.
Okay, so Waterhaven lighting, that was another major topic of the PTB. And as you'll see from the video, there are some changes that we've made. Thank you so much for the feedback about this, by the way. You helped the team identify exactly what they needed to change. And as you will see, a lot of you will see, I can't see because I'm colorblind, it's more green. Everybody is telling me this is more green. It's lost the yellow color, and I'm being really careful with what I describe that as.
You mean the piss filter?
I knew you would go there. I'm
That's
a lady.
what players lovingly call it.
I'm a lady. I'm not gonna say it. So yeah, so that is going to be the green color. So there's still going to be a bit more fog, but it is looking so much better. And honestly, playing on that, it was really good. So the piss filter is gone. Look at that. I said it.
Oh my God. Actually, before we get to, we told you we'd get to the palette density stuff, but I want, if you could humor me for a second. I meant to do this at the top. I'm very interested because, you know, survivors and killers are always at each other's throats in the game, in the community, in the chat. If you're a killer, main, hit K in chat. And if you're a survivor main, hit S in chat. If you play both, hit me with a B. I'm just super interested to see what our chat right now consists of. I'm just really curious. Great. Thank you for letting me orchestrate this madness.
I love the first-time chatters coming in.
Look at that.
Oh, sorry, you can see as well.
No, I can see.
Super interesting.
A lot of B.
And you can continue to do that. We're going to talk about the palette density changes now, but I just thought that was interesting, I think, for everyone to be able to look at each other and see who does what and get a sense for roles in the game. I know that if you're one or the other, it's your life, and the other person, sometimes we don't see their point of view, and, you know, I'm not going to be able to make everyone do that, but I would love if people, Dork's there. Hey, Dork. Would love if people could be more civil with each other about their chosen roles.
And understand that, you know, understand the other side.
Exactly.
That there's a human being on the other side of that game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay,
palette density. Okay, so this has been a big one. As you know, there was the changes that were made. These were not PTB, these were made in the last release. And we've done a lot of discussion with you on the forums and Reddit, and thank you so much for all the detailed feedback, the screenshots, everything that you've provided. That has really, really helped. We're not doing a full revert of the palette density. We've identified specific areas. So some really strong God loops, Asylum, we're looking at you because that one was a big one. There were some insane loops on Asylum that got created. So those are gone. Those are going to be much weaker. Back to about a better standard, a bit more balanced, I should say. We've reduced the strength of chainable loops, so making sure that you can't chain a loop straight from shack straight into a jungle gym where you've got a double pallet in the jungle gym, for example, so that we've taken out those specifically strong loops and randomized a lot of the tiles on Swamp and Asylum. Those ones in particular were multiple pallets spawning at a specific tiles and then leading into a strong window. So we have taken care of those. So again, this is going to go live on Tuesday. Please, please, please test it and let us know exactly your thoughts on it. And if you come to the forums, Reddit, anywhere to give us the feedback, if you can grab screenshots and press that escape button to just get the map tile, that is so helpful to our level design team to see exactly where the issues are, because that gives them the seed of the map, so they can pull that up on their side and see where the problems are occurring.
And you already said it, but I'll say it again. I really thank you to everybody who helped us. So the community team, my team, of which Mandy's on, you're on the design team, put in a lot of work, putting threads together for every one of the maps, getting targeted feedback for each one. Where are the problematic palettes, et cetera, et cetera. So it was a good amount of work, and it was also a great amount of participation from the community in helping us get to what these changes are. So thanks to everyone involved. I'm happy with how that went.
The importance of feedback.
Feedback, we love it.
It really helps.
Cool. So that is our. Yes. Looks like you were going to say something. Go ahead.
I'm not saying anything else. I haven't actually. No, because we were putting up questions right the way through. So a lot of things that I'm seeing is, what about Cenobite? And I'm just pointing out in the chat that you missed it. Field Agent Reaper, you missed it.
Yeah, Cenobite base kit is being reverted, so you'll be able to bind those survivors with endurance as you would previously.
Someone's also asking, well, at least one someone, it probably was more earlier, but what about the full rework of the Skull Merchant? You can remind them what we said before.
Yeah, so at this stage, we're going to make the changes in Hotfix 1 and then approach it the same way that we did with this PTB and see if more changes are needed, and if yes, what kind of changes are needed. So it's not gone, we're just reassessing as we go.
Apologies about the mute button on the portrait behind me that someone just told me about in chat.
Is that?
I guess so.
Yeah,
I saw
it just keeps flickering.
Oh, yeah.
Movie magic spoiled.
See, you let me with the controls earlier. I broke everything.
Cool.
Ooh, Mindbreaker.
Yes.
Yes, Mindbreaker will be back in the release on Tuesday. I'm seeing some questions about that in the chat.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
Good grab.
It was caps, so I saw it. I don't have my glasses on again. I've done it again.
Someone's asking about a shirtless Death Slinger skin, which of course they're joking. But
No, they're not.
But maybe I've seen something that's in production right now that might be going in that direction. I don't know. Cool. Well, feel free to keep asking questions in the chat. We still have a lot more show to go. But as I mentioned before, Jeff's not done. We want to talk about the Grimoire with him as well. I don't recall, Dork, if we have a transition for that one or if we should go right into it. We'll go right into it. But we have more PowerPoint. So, very quick, if you haven't been around, as I said at the top of the show, the Grimoire is us building a chapter with the community based on many votes already done so far to get a baseline for who our killer is, who our survivor is. And Jeff now is beginning work on the killer. And there's a reason he's here, actually. It's not to actually give you information on an upcoming vote. So, do you want to take it away, Jeff?
Yeah, sure. So, the Grimoire. Very exciting stuff, by the way. I'm officially transitioning out of the live balance team and moving on to killer design, which is something I've done in the past, but I think we did a lot of good work in live design. So shout out to everyone who's helped me, bring all these designs to life. I think it's been a great success. But yes, I am moving on and entering this new area with a very new process of involving the players, which is very interesting, and I'm excited to bring everyone with me on this journey, and I hope that you will enjoy it as much as I will. So, the next steps. The first one that I wanted to go through is just kind of like give a reminder of what was voted on in the previous series of votes. So this is the votes that are specifically pertaining to the gameplay, because there were some votes about more like the general vibe of the killer and everything like that. But this is really focused on the gameplay. So the first thing is Torment was voted. So curses and maladies that grow worse over time. And I'm just reminding you to like set the stage for the next slides so that we're all on the same, page of what we're going to talk about. The next one is Punishing Heart. Misdeeds will be met with a devastating response. To sin is to suffer. And finally, each sin is unique. The most fitting punishment must be rendered for each individual sin. Only prayer can save the sinner.
We've been talking so much about sinning lately. It's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, in our discussions, sometimes we're like, kind of sounds a little weird, but you know what? We got to go with it because that's what's been voted for. So we're working with it.
There's no sinners in the DBD community, so it's going to be new for them.
Exactly. Everyone's an angel. And I think one thing that's important to maybe bring to the forefront is usually how killer designs work is that the creative director, so in this case, Dave, you've seen him many times before, will give us pillars or like a direction, really, of what the killer should be. And so he's done this exercise with the votes that you guys cast, previously. And the 3 pillars that he has given me to work with, because even though we're voting on the power together, which is really exciting, there was still some exploration to do. So to do that exploration, I needed a bit of a direction, right? So the 3 pillars are status builder. So the killer must apply an effect that progresses throughout the match. And how it applies, how it progresses, these are all things that we'll figure out together. Fitting punishment. So the killer must exact punishment equivalent to the sin that was committed. And force of judgment. The killer is a terrible divine being. Survivors should fear being judged. So again, this idea of like divine purity, judgment is very, very present. So, like I said, you guys will be voting on the power, which is unprecedented.
Yeah, that's a biggie.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing. I'm so curious to see what will be the most voted. And the way that we will do this is that it's going to be broken down into 4 components. So with the design team, we brainstormed and we have identified a bunch of different things that will basically build a kit, and you guys will vote on those components for said kit. So the first component is an active power. So it gives room for skill expression and engaging chases, engaging gameplay. The second is, how does one gain a sin, right? Because this whole idea of sinning is very important. How does a sin progress? And what is the effect of a sin? So with the most voted results, like I said, we'll put together a full design as a starting point for the prototype phase, which is set to begin sometime in December. And I know the community team has a lot of things planned for, the sharing of all this information, which is very exciting. And I hope that you guys will enjoy being on this ride with me, because I think it's really, really cool. So, here it is. What is your active power? And just for some context, here I'm going to share with you the choices that you guys will vote on in the near future. And it's just to give you some time to think about it and even start theory crafting and putting your designer brains to work, really. So, what is your active power? Choice number 1 is the Ray of Retribution. You deliver a beam of divine energy that punishes the unworthy. So I like to put little examples or references that you guys can use that are already in the game so that you can have a better or an easier time understanding what I'm trying to convey. And so here it's a reverse xenomorph flame turret. So you imagine the killer has let's imagine it's a sword or a spear, and they use that to charge and channel this beam of energy that will, punish the survivors. However that works, we could explore different things, and that's where it's interesting, because this is very high level, right? It's just an idea of a beam, but how does that beam interact with the environment? Does it create pseudo holes that you can then shoot again through, but at a much faster rate? Does it go through walls? Do you send it forward and it moves on its own? These are all explorations that we can do and expand upon once we have that final vote.
Another good shorthand that the chat has decided on is the Goku blast.
Exactly. Choice number 2, pursuing smite. You throw your weapon or a projectile, it could be anything really, and control its path to the better to smite the unworthy. So the comparison here that I make is imagine it's the artist's dire crow, but with the Cenobites controlled chain. So it's a projectile that you send forward and you control as it moves around the level. And some explorations that we could do here is, well, does it go through walls? Does it accelerate over time? Is it a slow moving projectile? Is it a fast moving projectile? So these are again things that we can expand upon once we have the final vote. And the final one for the active power is the desolation zone. You throw your weapon to the ground, affecting the unworthy near the impact. So the comparison for this one is, imagine you have the Cenobites gateways, so you place it, and from that you shoot something, you throw a spear, you throw a boulder, something, and it creates an AoE damage zone that will injure survivors that are caught with it. So those are your choices for the active power. Put your designer thinking hats on and, theory craft all of it. I think it's super cool. The next one is, how does one gain a sin? So the first choice is foul ambition. Sins are chosen based on player progress. So for example, after 4 hooks have been reached, a specific sin is given. or when a gen is completed, a specific sin is given. So these are very much like game state changes that will drive the sins throughout the match. Second one is predestination. So the sins are chosen at the start of the trial. For example, you can imagine a survivor is assigned the sin of cowardice. Of course, these are just examples. Don't take it as face value. The sins could be many, many things. They could be like very, very powerful, very silly. Like they could be a wide variety of things. But the idea here is that with the sin of cowardice, they would scream sporadically, right? Until, of course, they repent and pray and get rid of the sin. But the idea is that from the start of the trial, each survivor is given a sin, and they have to deal with it in some way. And the last one is blasphemous acts. Sins are chosen by transgressions committed in the trial. So, for example, if you hook a survivor, or if you perform a specific action such as, heal someone, or if you get hit by the killer's power, or if you loot a chest, or if you loot all chests, like you can think of all the possibilities of what these transgressions could be, and we can expand on that again. Next one is how does sin accumulate? Number one is the pain of wrath. Sin accumulates by your hand. Hitting the unworthy with your active power increases their sin. So the comparison here that I'd make is like the nemesis with his tentacle. You first hit the survivor to infect them, and then you can hit them again to injure them. So it's like more of a build-up thing. Or like the plague, when you vomit on a survivor, they gain sickness, and the more you vomit on them, the sicker they get until they are fully sick and broken. So just imagine that the killer has an active part in applying this pressure on survivors. Choice number two is the pain of inevitability. Sorry, I'm French, so sometimes words are difficult. But yeah, it's inevitable. And what that means is that sin accumulates over time. So only an act of repentance can undo the sin. So think of like the nightmare sleep meter or the mastermind's Ouroboros infection. Once it's applied, it will build up over time passively, and then it does a thing. Or maybe it does something at the same time. Again, these are all things that we can expand upon and explore, but really at this stage, we're trying to find the different components to put together the final kit. Or, sorry, not the final one, but the one that we'll explore as a starting point for the prototype. Because during the prototype phase, many things can happen, whether it's like, technical limits, whether it's, it's just not interesting or not fun. And obviously, I think everyone can agree that we want this power to be really fun, right?
Which is, again, why I'm so excited about this as a whole project is yeah, it's one thing for it to be on paper, and now let's jump into prototype land and then see it in action, and we want to take you on the ride for that, so it's going to be a cool year ahead.
Yeah, I agree. And the final one is the pain of artifacts. So the unworthy may try to wield your relics, but they risk facing severe punishment. I think for this one, the best example is the legendary items for the Lich. So when you grab the Eye of Vecna or the Hand of Vecna, you have that super powerful ability, but at the risk of, being worried if you get caught, which is a bit extreme, but, that's the idea. It's like there's a risk versus reward. You get that reward from, wielding the relic, but there's a risk tied to it. And I think this is the last part, the last component.
I ask myself this one every day.
There's a lot of slides in this PowerPoint. I'm so sorry. How do you punish sinners? So again, there's three choices. The first one is relentless suffering. So sinners are punished until they repent. So think of an ongoing effect like the doctor's madness. So while you're in madness, you have different effects that are applied to you. But the example that I think I've been exploring that I think is really cool is you can imagine that there's like these divine spears again, or like divine weapon that just rain upon the survivor. Obviously balanced, not just constant. But if they get hit by multiple of those spears, they get injured or something. So just imagine you have to like play this game of dodging for a while during your sinning phase. Choice number two is merciless smite. Sinners fuel your determination to unleash retribution. So this could be seen in two ways. The first one is that it could be that the survivors have additional effects when they're hit by your active power. Or the second one is that maybe you as the killer get buffed from having sinners in your match. So you are really, again, fueled with the determination to punish them and judge them. I think that could be also an interesting thing to explore. And here the comparisons that I made is, again, the Nemesis mutation level, because it affects the range of his tentacle, or we have the shape when he tears up. Well, doesn't tear up anymore, really, but he gets base stat bonuses from the mode that he's in, basically. And the last one, it's very ambitious, but it's also really cool, I think. I mean, all of them are really cool, but like this one is just so ambitious, and I think it's out there. But you know, just imagine it for a second. Hopeless exile. Sinners are banished to another realm laden with challenges. So imagine that it's a different plane where the survivor is sent when they are a sinner, and they have to survive a mini challenge. So, you know, whatever that is, whether it's like collecting something, whether it's dodging projectiles, whether it's being chased by something, they have to survive a challenge to repent their sins, basically. And what would be really cool is if the killer can then enter this realm and deliver judgment themselves, right? Because again, you are this terrible divine being, and you are punishing, like, being. You want to punish sinners, and so having the ability to go in there and do that yourself, I think, is very powerful from a fantasy standpoint. But yeah, so that's it. That's my spiel.
Chat got very excited at 3. Definitely.
Again, like,
exploded.
This is what's really neat, is that you guys have the power to basically guide the direction. You're kind of like, you're playing the role of a creative director, right? Like, you're guiding the direction of the kit, and you're saying, like, this is what we should explore. And that's the whole idea with this next phase of voting, is we want to make sure that what we explore is aligned with what you guys want. So by having these different components as opposed to a full kit, is you get to pick what you want for an active power. You get to pick how a sin is applied. And then by putting them together, we'll take this and put something together for the prototype phase. And as Eric said, we're going to keep you informed as we go along. But at least the foundation at which we will that we'll start with will be based on what you guys want. And I think that's really important, right? Because it's a collaborative effort with the community and the devs.
Hell yes. So the vote is not today. I don't know if we said that already, but we wanted to give you time to chew on all of this, to soak in it, bathe in it, baste yourselves in these choices, discuss amongst yourselves. If you're a survivor, make a friend with a killer and discuss. And then we're going to do the vote in the coming weeks. It's going to be in December. It's not far away, but it's not today. So take some time, think it over, review the clips from this stream. I'm really excited to see the discussions around. I've been excited watching the chat react and discuss just through the segment. So yeah, super exciting. Thank you, Jeff, for going through that. Thank you for all of you for staying tuned. We're not done with the show. I mentioned at the top, we're going to do a big switcheroo now. We've got more folks to bring on. Dork's going to come out here. I'm going to go back there and try not to break the stream. And we'll be right back to talk you through the Community Cosmetic Contest release roadmap. So we'll be right back, and Dork will be here.
Bye, thank you. I'll miss you guys.
Bye.
everybody, and welcome back. I'm super excited to be talking about the cosmetic roadmap. So, if you didn't know, which you should, I'm Community Manager Dork.
Hi, I'm Senior Community Manager Andre. Hi, everyone. Excited to be here.
New face.
Hello.
And hi, I'm Brandon, Product Manager, and I worked alongside Dork, Andre, and other members of the team to determine the finalists.
All right. So, first and foremost, we wanted to take the time to thank you all for participating in yet another Dead by Daylight Design and Cosmetic contest this year. And within the 2025 contest window, we actually received over 5,000 submissions. Can you imagine? Well, you can. You've seen them all.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
seriously, 5,000, and they've been full of amazing badges, banners, and outfits. Let me tell you, all of us, Doug, Brandon, myself, all of the team, really, we were really...
I'm back, but I'm just gonna go. I'm grabbing my food at the meantime.
Expression of passion and skill. Seriously, folks, you never cease to amaze us with your talent. Thank you so much for this.
Yeah, absolutely. We were blown away. As Andre said, we crawled through 5,000 contest submissions. It was insane, but it was so worth it to see everyone's skill and expression coming out. It was super difficult for us to slim it down to kind of figure out who to move forward for the finalists, but it was really well worth it.
Well, when we went through these cosmetic submissions, by the way, we tried to pay close attention to what is technically possible, similar to how do we, build our own concepts. So some tweaks are to be expected, especially when we try to make mix and match work.
Yeah, absolutely. So once again, congratulations to all of our amazing winners for the Dead by Daylight 2025 cosmetic contest. And just so you all are aware, we've reached out to all of our contest winners to inform them of what changes needed to be made for their cosmetics, and what is going to be needed to undergo to bring it into the world of the fog. But since we reached out to them and shared that, we thought we'd reach out to you all and share it here. So we'll be going over that in a moment.
And just a little FYI, the legal part, some submissions from certain artists, that we're still in talks with, regarding the legal aspect of things. We won't be able to talk about those today, so you may not see them as we go through this section. But let's go ahead and take it away and get a look at some Survivor cosmetic winners.
Yeah. So to start us off, we've got Runway Ready by Blake Brewer for Jane Romero. Is there anything you want to add about this one, Brandon?
Yeah, for sure. Like for this winner, our team informed us that...
Oh yeah, this one.
Lovely red and black combination right there. Our team informed us that they need to lower Jane's high heels, kind of as is expected with high heels on her game sometimes, but also the flounce on her skirt might be a little bit different between the 2D concept and when we go to 3D, especially with our current tech. So we'll try to keep it as nice, nice and floaty to respect the concept. But other than that, some other small details that may be changed, which kind of line up with what I said before, mix and match. The choker might have to be changed and modified a bit in terms of where it's positioned, as well as the waist belt placement to work in agreement with, as I said, the mix and match. If the team decides not to move the waist belt, we could also have the possibility of linking the cosmetic.
Right, which would also make it so that we could keep it as true to the concept as possible.
Yeah.
So there's still a win there. All right, so next up we've got Weathered Trek by Teeth Jars for Tori Kane, which the team does not currently foresee any need to make any changes from the concept.
We're gonna get to see Kate soon.
Try to keep it as faithful to the concept as possible. Moving on, our next winner, we have Star Student by Lin for Fong Min. Another cosmetic that the team does not foresee any need to deviate from the concept art, and we'll try our best to, once again, keep it close in line to the concept. And last, but definitely not least, The Slayer by Tina Bean
Kate.
or Kate Denson.
Kate.
So is there anything we want to talk about this one?
It's also red and black, like the Jane outfit. No, but I mean, all jokes aside, this is a real fun one. Currently, we're in the mind to keep this outfit as is. When we get to the 3D, just kind of keep it as is, remain as faithful to the concept as possible.
The Slayer.
Okay.
Love it.
So now on to our killers, and I'll go ahead and let Andre go ahead and take over this one.
Yes, let's go. So for our first winner,
How dare him have that my old name?
For the weight.
Ooh. Look at him. He's like Dark Magician.
for this one, our team informed us that they're going to need to make some add some blood stains to this outfit. So expect a little bit of a tweak on that side to get the killer more to level of what killers do, which is kill. Sorry, but we'll make some slight changes to size of the collar, maybe a bit on the headgear, so that mix and match works a little bit best. And again, also to avoid any technical issues such as clipping, which you'll hear me talk about quite a bit.
Alright, so our next winning killer submission is
Here's
called
what-
Splinter Rose by Art. And
This
Night.
is badass for the
So
night.
in terms
Ooh.
of changes for the night, our team informed us of what they'll need to make some changes with this outfit specifically is the hair, as they worry as they'll have heavy instances of you guessed it, clipping. Our old nemesis, clipping. Currently, they're in the mind of linking the cosmetic so that we can really keep it, as close to the concept and remain faithful. But we're still in discussion. So, I guess you'll hear from us if we do make some final decisions on that. But if they choose not to link it and keep it mix and match, then you could expect some changes with the hair, maybe getting shorter, or maybe being part of like the cape, kind of. Not really, but a lot to unpack there. But you'll hear from us soon.
The
My
night looks
fingers
pretty
are crossed
badass.
for linking it so that we keep the hair as long as possible.
It's a great cosmetic.
I want it all the way down.
Agreed, it's amazing. So on to the next, we have Dino Girl by Maru for Susie of the Legion. What about this one?
Another very colorful, if you can't tell, I just love colorful outfits. But yeah, Susie, for this cosmetic, the team informed us that, since this cosmetic doesn't have a hood, we'll need to make this a link cosmetic and it will not be mix and match. So with that being said, I know that, it's linked, but it does open up the team to making this super authentic, super close to concept. So, just a great outfit that I'm excited for Legion to have. So great, unique outfit.
Yeah, and here we are with our final winning kill submission, the Lingering Rancher by Trip.
This is
for the
T-Bray.
Death Slitter.
Yeah, for this one, the team doesn't expect to make any changes. So again, we'll keep this one as close to the concept as possible.
Awesome.
Right.
Alright, so with that, please give a huge round of applause to all the cosmetic winners.
Golf clap.
Well deserved. And thank you so much for sharing your time, talent, and skill with us here at Behavior, but also to the Dead by Daylight community as a whole. Thank you. You are awesome.
Yes, there's truly never a dull moment here when it comes to the contest. And I'm already ready for next year's just to see all of the amazing things that are going to be coming in and also what people are going to resubmit. Please resubmit. And I'm super looking forward to it. But we're not done. We still got badges and banners. So let's go ahead and look at those badges. So we've got it all here on this very nice little asset. We've got Moonstone Maurice by Drawn by Dragons, Failed Hunt, I'm Cooked by Strawberry, Artist Muse by Dat Washi, Raccoon Feast by Glossopho.
And for our banners, we have Deadly Prize by Juno, we have Aching by Joybalance, we have Have You Seen My Dog by Hushipop, and we have Purgatory by Squid Thickness. I love the names. I just love it.
So good. And once again, congratulations to all of our insanely talented artists here. And remember, if you didn't see a cosmetic on here or in the roadmap, it's because we're still in the process of signing with those artists.
Yes. Okay, so while everything we've shown you here has been great, and you're probably wondering that, well, when can I get it? And we're going to answer that by showing you a roadmap of what's to come, but, and still not that kind of but, we can't do that until we let you know about a few additions coming with the 2024 cosmetic contest. What's up with that?
Yeah, so with the 2024 Dead by Daylight cosmetic contest, it was the first time we got to go from one winner per category to 3. And that was huge because we got to add and basically inject so much more artists into the fog.
Yeah, and then, shortly after the contest was done, the team came to realize that we had extra slots in our upcoming rifts, which, gives us an opportunity to add more. So our team took a look at the votes, and we chose the next killer and survivor that would have won, so the runner-ups, for the 2024 contest to also come into the fog.
So please join us in welcoming from the 2024 Dead by Daylight Cosmetic Contest finalists to the winner pool. And I want to say, because someone said on Twitter, oh, Dork, if you can, sneak this one in. I don't have to sneak, because it's here. Space Rider by VR Gabriel, for Gabriel Soma, and A House Not a Home by Ivana. They have come in, and to keep them on par, we're going to also give them the same rewards that we gave for the 2024 winners, and they will be treated as winners moving forward.
As they should. Congrats. And we've already sent out to these folks the same rewards that our 2024 and 2025 winners received. So VR Gabriel and Ivana, be on the lookout for that. Check your emails, please.
Yes. And also for all of our winners, we'll be working on getting that an exclusive cosmetic contest badge for you. And I think I have a... Oh, this was just to show both of them together. Look how lovely. But this amazing exclusive badge is going to be for our winners. The CM team actually concepted this, and we got an early version. I'm super excited for everyone to get their hands on this. The finished version will actually have the year that you won on the trophy, so looking forward to that.
Yes, it looks amazing. And on behalf of the Dead by Daylight community team, well, the product team, and everyone, basically, we truly thank you for creating such wonders, and we are super excited to be welcoming these amazing additions to the fog.
Yes. Even more community cosmetics into the fog is a huge win for all of us. I'm so glad that we saw that opportunity to get some more. But enough of that. I'm sure you're like, okay, roadmap, Dork. I ain't got all day. So let's go ahead and pop right into that.
Yeah, so here's our plan for 2020. Well, it sounds weird to say 2024, but these are the 2024 winners to expect along with the 2025 winners. As you can see, currently we have Adam's Late Night Nut Lecture and Dredge's Fear of Reminiscence, along with some entity-based player cards like the Entity Touched Petals banner and the NT Kitty badge. In our upcoming Rift, expect to see Space Rider Gabriel and House Not a Home Dredge, the ones that we just announced, along with some animal-themed player cards, the Riding Maurice banner and Bloodbath's Ducky badge. I call it Ducky badge. We'll get a mini badge in between the rifts with the Flower of Life outfit for Hattie, which will be in the in-game store as part of the Artist from the Fog collection. And a note on this submission is also considered a 2024 winner and will also receive a Design a Cosmetic winner badge for 2024 and the Or Excel prize. I guess check your emails, right, Andre?
Yes. You
Sorry
check
about
your
that.
emails. Everyone check your emails. That was a big thing. Sorry, just like 1 second. That was a big thing last year in 2024 in the contest. Like we're having trouble reaching out to people because a lot of them did not check their emails. We did fix this in this year because we asked you guys for your social media, and it helped a lot. You cannot imagine how much it helped because we were able to reach out to folks through their social channels because, well, not everyone checks their emails.
It was great though too because like we'd send you an email, it's like hey, and then we'd send you a DM on Twitter, hey, and then we'd send you a DM on Instagram, hey, please
talk to us. I guess we can go back to where were we actually? Oh yeah, we were at batch number 2. So for our next batch, we have the 2025 winners, starting with Runway Ready Jane, Periwinkle the Jester Wraith, the Purgatory banner. I can't say as good as Andre. I'm sorry.
Purgatory.
I want to let Andre have that. And the Failed Hunt I'm Cooked badge. For the next batch, we will have Star Student Fung, Splinter Rose Knight, the Deadly Prize banner, and the Moonstone Maurice badge. Following that, the next batch after that will feature the Slayer Kate outfit and the Lingering Rancher Deathslinger outfit. And I really love these two because they have this like country vibe.
Yeah.
Great to pair them together. Then I was gonna say yeah, but yeah. Again, I can't say it as good as Dork. Anyway, we also have the Aching banner and the Raccoon Feast badge in that batch. And finally, our last batch from the winners is our Diner Girl Legion for Susie and the Weather Trek Tori. We also have those badges and banners, so we'll have Artists, Muse, and the Have You Seen My Dog banner. And yeah, again, thank you so much. And yeah, there's more to come.
Yeah, once again, like we said, if you missed it earlier, if someone was missing from here, it's because we're still in process of talking with them, and we're just trying to make sure we get all the legal stuff done, so don't worry. But thanks so much for giving us the full rundown on that roadmap and giving everyone in the chat a view and some visibility on when stuff is coming and how stuff is coming. It's super awesome. And also remember, just because you didn't see yourself or you didn't see yourself in the finalists or you didn't win the 2025 Design a Cosmetic Contest does not mean that you can't. So please submit. Please, if you had something that you're really proud of, feel free to resubmit. Please. And next year, I'm super excited to see everyone, take a stab at it. So yeah. Next up, we do have something though from Andre, who wanted to talk about regional stuff.
Yes, I just wanted to take a moment to discuss potential regional expansion. Just by the nature of my work, I'm more connected with all the regional stuff. So I know, and we all know, when it comes to submitting your entries, some of the regional restrictions that are currently in place can be frustrating, as we have incredibly talented artists all around the world. I've seen your guys' work on socials, and we've heard your voice loud and clear. So we started to make some steps to improve this. So this year, for the first time, we were able to allow the residents of Quebec to participate, which is a small but really important step for us. So after all, we are right now in Quebec. So with that said, we will be working with our legal team on how we can potentially expand the list of countries that can participate in future contests. It's really important to us. So keep an eye out for more news on that.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's everything we've got for you today. Thank you so much for watching, and be sure to congratulate all of our winners on a job well done in the cosmetic contest. But that's also not everything we have in the show, actually. So what if I told you I had something else to show you? Something that we'll be giving out on the socials to show you. Like Elodie's badge and banner? Did y'all want to see that? I don't know, like... Is it a little too weird to show that to you guys, or do you think we should show them?
I want to see it.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Okay, let's go ahead and see it then, I guess. So here's the badge for Elodie, which is going to be Elodie's skull.
It's on Twitch, probably.
And then after that, we'll have her banner, which is Elodie in the Catacombs. And
lots of wind. Lots of wind.
A message beamed to my brain. Okay.
Oh, you figure it out.
That's true. Yeah.
Their streams are kind of weird.
What? Brother, huh? What about his face? Oh, okay. I'm like, so yeah, guys, Singularity's face update is coming next on the next release on Tuesday. So we'll get to see his updated face in the game. You heard it here first. But that's going to be it for the cosmetic contest and for showing the badge and banner for Elodie and the roadmap. Thank you all so much for hanging in there with us. The last thing we're going to do, actually, before we send you off into the ether, into the fog, is we thought it'd be fun to debut the next episode of our social micro lore series, First Kills, which brings you into the mind of our killers when they were committing their first act of, I don't know, stabbies. Not all of them, but this has been a blast working on it with our narrative team, and especially for me, myself, editing them and putting together with the Singularity one. I put a lot of heart into this one. So I really hope you all enjoy it, and we'll see you guys next time. But please, for now, enjoy the tale of Singularity's first kill. Bye.
Bye.
What's this? Are they actually going to show anything? It's a losing battle.
Hello my loves and welcome back to my channel. Today's
All right, let's see. After this,
video we have a different groups.
what's in my future? Let's go.
All right, my group ones, if you chose this pile, let's go ahead and dive into your surprises in 2026.
After this.
Okay, so my group ones, your surprises that you can expect in 2026.
After this, I'm going to read my book.
Let's see what kind of surprises are coming your way this year. So we have the devil showing up in the reversed position.
That's never good.
I'm holding it upright right now, but it came out reversed. So the surprises that are coming your way, this is actually one of my favorite cards, by the way. So one of your biggest surprises is that anything that is negative or toxic or holds you back or makes you feel oppressed or even just is keeping you chained to something unhealthy is going to be falling away. Unhealthy habits, unhealthy attachments, or things that have made you feel held back or repressed or have held you back from your inner power or your inner strength. Those things are going to be falling away this year, which is going to lead you to liberation. It's going to lead you to stepping back into your power. And in fact, seeing this for you, I am like beyond excited for what you're going to experience this year. If any of you have been stuck in negative patterns, or even a toxic relationship, or a job that makes you feel really oppressed, or even other circumstances and situations that just take away your power, or again, even just your own internal like habits or addictions or patterns that have kept you stuck that you've really wanted to liberate from. Woo! This is going to be such a big year where those things are going to transform. And it's going to transform in the highest way possible. You are literally going to be like set free this year. Okay, we also have the Six of Swords being reversed. This could be something you've tried to let go of before, but perhaps like you kept coming back to it. But it's like you're really kind of like shaking the waters this year. So the Six of Swords being reversed. This could also feel like something that in the midst of it feels like, oh no, how do I let this go? Maybe it's even going to be like a bittersweet thing, because the Six of Swords can indicate that it's bittersweet. So it could be like the ending of a negative or toxic relationship that maybe we had the hope that it was going to get better, but at the end of the day, if things aren't changing and getting better, do we really want to continue our time there? Maybe not. And so something here is ending that, you know, has held us back. And it could also be other patterns or things that you've been attached to that have held you back, that maybe you've tried to let go of before. And this could also indicate a career, right? It could indicate habits, careers, or things and aspects in our love life. It could even indicate friendships, or even family, like toxic patterns or things like this. And it's something that perhaps you've tried to release before, but again, didn't seem to release. This year is going to be the big release of it. And so even if it feels shaky, Spirit is saying that this is actually going to be such a positive thing, because on the other side of it, it is going to help you release from like basically like chaos or conflict, or things that have made you feel like you had to battle towards it. Like it's like the release of battles and conflicts, disagreements. And so the Five of Wands being reversed, and especially along with the Devil being reversed, this is like the release of something that has caused a lot of friction, and it will lead you to new insight. This is going to lead you to realizations about how to create less friction, and it's also going to lead you to realizations about how to sail smoothly in your life. Okay? It might feel like a bumpy, rocky road right now, and I'm definitely getting that feeling with both of these cards showing up in the reverse position. It might feel like a bumpy, rocky road right now, but it's reaching a resolution which is going to help you stabilize, and it is going to feel so much better at the end after this completion of this phase. So this is going to end up being very positive, and I feel like there's going to be a fresh energy. The energy that I get for you through 2026, especially with the Devil being reversed, is like this feeling of light coming back in your life, this feeling of clarity, this feeling of positivity and optimism and freedom. Oh, freedom is like, Spirit is like, Spirit's like, that is the word that's on the money. That is the most potent word, is this feeling of freedom, and the feeling that you are liberated from something that once kind of like held you back and kept you stuck. So let's see, we also have self-love. This is also going to be a year as you release these things that have kind of like held you back or made you feel stuck. It is going to increase this level of inner self-love. And I see you just like laughing and enjoying life and feeling like this positivity has returned. And I feel like you're going to be so happy that this whole situation happened. Okay, so it might be like hard, especially if it's like either the ending of a relationship or the ending of a job that, you know, even if it wasn't that great for us, you know, it might still be, you know, a process to release it. But afterwards, I just feel like you are going to feel so liberated, and you're actually going to be looking back thinking like, this is like the best thing that's ever happened to me. I'm so happy that this occurred. It's also going to reinvoke hope in you. And maybe that's something that maybe you feel disconnected to right now, because especially when this whole situation kind of comes up, another energy that I'm feeling is like, maybe there was this attachment because there was a hope that things don't get better on the other side of it. But what you're going to be realizing as you release this is that there actually is so much more hope on the other side of it. And you're going to be like, wait a second, why didn't I just enter this sooner? Why didn't I go through all of this sooner? Like, maybe it's a hard thing to face, but then on the other side, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so liberated. I feel so free. It's like I can breathe fresh air and all of that. And then we also have reclaimed power. So the devil, the fact that it even showed up, indicates that there's something that was taking away your power. Again, it could have been a toxic relationship, a job that tended to take away your power and make you feel drained all the time. It could have been a habit that we had such a hard time giving up, and it stole away our power because it's like maybe we really wanted to give it up, but it was really hard. This is literally going to help you reclaim your power. This says willpower, inner strength, self-mastery, and healing victimhood. Okay? So this card also indicates healing victimhood, where we felt like we were bound to a circumstance. We felt like it was outside of our control. It's almost like you're calling your control back and you're saying, you know what? I can choose to leave this. I can choose to end this. I can choose to forge a brand new path without this thing and without being attached to this. And so I feel like that's going to be where your power comes back and ignites this inner fire once again. Ignites this feeling of joy, this feeling of self-love, and this feeling of hope into your life as well. So that's going to be incredibly positive. So let's go ahead and see what else we get here for you. My group ones, what other surprises do we have coming your way in 2026? I'm actually seeing with this card coming out, I oddly get this feeling that there's like friendships coming into your life that are going to be so supportive. Like, it's going to lead to really powerful conversations. It's going to lead to really powerful support from people that you love. And this could even be new friends that are coming in. But I just get this feeling like you're going to be on such a different wavelength, especially by the end of the year. And I'm also getting like during the summer, like the summer is also going to be something that's really powerful for you, just forging this new path and getting into this positive mindset. I see you going out in nature more. I'm almost seeing like a trip that you're going to plan, and where you're out in nature and you're going to just feel so alive, and you're going to think like, wow, I'm actually so happy that everything turned out the way that it did. Okay, we also have the Sun card that came up for you. The Sun card is such a positive card. It talks about you stepping into your confidence, into your radiance. It also talks about you being able to shine your light unapologetically, to really be yourself. The Sun also talks about happiness and joy, and it can also talk about feeling abundant, the feeling of abundance, and it can talk about physical, material abundance as well. So I feel like as you get into this like happiness, it's going to lead to you kind of radiating more joy, and because of that, I feel like some really positive synchronicities are going to come from this new mood that you're about to get into, and this new feeling. Like, I feel like you're going to be brighter, you're going to feel brighter, but then it's going to lead to these synchronicities where it's like you meet the right person at the right time, and then all of a sudden it's going to lead to synchronicities where you're in the right place at the right time, and then all of a sudden more abundant things kind of come your way, and you're going to look back and think, wow, if only I knew that releasing that toxic thing was going to lead me to so much synchronicity, so much abundance, and so much happiness. It's like, wow, I would have done that way sooner. It's sort of like you're removing the dark clouds, and this is going to be what really evokes like brand new hope. Okay, we also have divine wisdom showing up. You're going to learn so much from this, to the point where things that are confusing you right now, and things that might make you feel even stuck right now and chained to whatever this thing is, you're going to be learning so much on the other side of it, to where it's like, whoa, now I see what the real problem was. I see that things are so much better on this side, and you're going to have whole new insight, to where it's like the pain turns to healing, and then the healing turns to wisdom. You're going to look at the situation entirely differently on the other side. I also feel like taking out these cards as well. So let's see what else we get here. My group ones, other surprises. I feel like that card really wants to come out. Is this not like the Six of Swords, which literally has a boat on it, and then this one has a boat too? I actually see you traveling somewhere, my love. I see you going on like trips, or perhaps this could even be moving for some of you. Some of you might even be moving somewhere new. If you're not moving, you're gonna go on a very significant like travel or trip, or even like road trip where you kind of just get away for a little while. But for some of you, I'm actually even seeing like perhaps like a spontaneous move. And this card is all about going with the flow, and look at how like happy she is out in nature. I feel like you're gonna go somewhere where there's like a river or some sort of like, you know when the mountains like start melting their glaciers in the snow, and then there's like these beautiful like rivers and hikes and things. I don't know why I keep seeing that specifically, but it could be different for each of you, but for some reason I keep seeing that, and for some reason I'm seeing like just like mountains, and it could be the combination of these two cards that I'm just like kind of piecing together. But that's something that is really standing out to me, so I feel like there's a significant message for you in there, and I feel like it's very relevant because that imagery is especially standing out here. Let's see what else we get for you. We also have the wildling, so I feel like you're gonna feel so free. You're literally going to feel so free, like a freedom that you haven't felt in a long time. And it's gonna lead you to doing spontaneous things, perhaps even a spontaneous revamp of who you are. We also have warrior, your inner strength is gonna come out. We have self-love coming out. We had self-love over here too. And then we also have the explorer. Okay, yeah, so more confirmation that there's like, you might even change up your style a little bit. And then the explorer as well. I'm definitely seeing you going on some sort of trip or vacation. With that being said, let's dive into any last information for you for 2026. So we have Neptune in Pisces in the first house. Wow. First house is all about self-image, who you are, how you see yourself. Neptune is the planet of like dreaming and creativity, and especially being in Pisces. So I feel like you're going to be dreaming up an entirely new you and inventing an entirely new you based on everything that you are shifting and going through. So that is what we have here, and thank you so much for joining me here. I'm sending you all so much love. Be sure to join the webinar with the link down below, especially if you want to join me there for the
All right. We are going to read. What's up, people? Use that envy for alchemy. I used to hate seeing people who weren't better than me doing better than me. Still to this day, I can't stand that feeling. Not because I think I'm superior, but because I know for a fact that they are not. But I use that envy as a reminder that if they can do it, so can I, because it's just a different frequency. It's just a matter of tuning into the frequency. It'll materialize that reality. It's simple. That's a bar. That's a bar.
I don't let my...
Okay, y'all. It's 2:22. It's time for us to read. Ooh. Okay. Chapter 14, y'all. Chapter 14, mental gender. Students of psychology who have followed the modern trend of thought along the lines of mental phenomena are struck by the persistence of the dual mind idea, which has manifested itself so strongly during the past 10 or 15 years, and which has given rise to a number of plausible theories regarding the nature and constitution of these two minds. The late Thomas J. Hudson attained great popularity in 1893 by advancing his well-known theory of the object and subject minds, which he held existent in every individual. Other writers have attracted almost equal attention by their theories regarding the conscious and subconscious minds, the voluntary and the involuntary minds, the active and the passive minds. Minds is now the third dimensional thinking mind and the multidimensional knowing mind. The theories of the various writers differ from each other, but there remains the underlying principle of the duality of mind. The students of the Hermetic philosophy is tempted to smile when he reads and hears of these many new theories regarding the duality of mind, each school adhering tenaciously to its own pet theories, and each claiming to have discovered the truth. Quotations. The student turns back the page of the occult history and way back in the dim beginnings of occult teachings, they find reference to the ancient Hermetic doctrine of the principle of gender on the mental plane, the manifestation of mental gender. And examining further, they find that the ancient philosophies took cognizance of the phenomenon of the dual mind and accounted for it by the theory of mental gender. This idea of the mental gender may be explained in a few words to a student who are familiar with the modern theories just alluded to. The masculine principle of the mind corresponds to the so-called object mind, conscious mind, voluntary mind, active mind, etc. And the feminine principle of the mind corresponds to the so-called subjective mind, subconscious mind, involuntary mind, passive mind, etc. Of course, the Hermetic teachings do not agree with the many modern theories regarding the natures of the two phases of mind, nor does it admit many of the facts claimed for the two respective aspects, some of the said theories and claims being very far-fetched and incapable of standing the rest of the experiment and demonstration. We point to the phases of agreement merely for the purpose of helping the student to assimilate their previous acquired knowledge with the teachings of the Hermetic philosophy. Students of Hudson will notice the statement at the beginning of his second chapter of the Law of Psychic Phenomenon that mystic jargon of the Hermetic philosophers disclose the same general idea, i.e. the duality of mind. If Dr. Hudson had taken the time and trouble to decipher a little of the mystic jargon of the Hermetic philosophy, he might have received much light upon the subject of the dual mind. But then perhaps his most interesting work may not have been written. Let us consider the Hermetic teachings regarding the mental gender. The Hermetic teachers imparted their instructions regarding this subject by bidding their students examine the report of their consciousness regarding their self. The students are bidden to turn their attention inwards upon the self-dwelling within each. Each student is led to see that his consciousness gives him first a report of the existence of self. The report is I am. This is at first to be the final words from the consciousness, but little further examination discloses that the fact that this I am may be separate or split into two distinct parts or aspects, which, while working in unison and in conjunction, yet nevertheless may be separate in consciousness. Where at the first they seem to be only an I existing, a more careful and closer examination reveals the fact that there exists a I and a me. These mental twins differ in their characteristics and nature, and an examination of their nature and the phenomenon arising from the same will throw much light upon many of the problems of mental influence. Let us begin with a consideration of the me, they're doing quotes, which is usually mistaken for the I by the student until they presses the inquiry a little further back into the recesses of consciousness. A human thinks of their self in the aspect of me as being composed of certain feelings, tastes, likes, dislikes, habit, particularities, characteristics, etc., all of which go to make up their personality or the self known to themselves or others. They know that their emotions and feelings change and are born and die away, are subject to the principle of rhythm and the principle of polarity, which takes them from one extreme of feeling to another. They also think of the me as being certain knowledge gathered together in their mind and thus forming a themself, himself, herself. This is the me of humanity. But we have proceeded too hastily. The me of many men, many humans, may be said to consist largely of their consciousness of the body and their physical appetite, etc. Their consciousness being largely bound up with their bodily nature, they practically live there. Some humans go as far as to regard their personal appeal as a part of their being, and actually seem to consider it a part of themselves. A writer has humorously said that humans consist of three parts: soul, body, and clothes. These clothes consciousness people would lose their personality if divested of their clothing by salvage is upon the occasion of the shipwreck. But even many who have not so closely bound up with the idea of raiment stick close to the consciousness of the body being their me. They cannot conceive a self independent of body. Their minds seem to them to be practically something belonging. Their body, which in many cases is indeed. I'm going to take a moment actually. I'm just going to make a note in the chat that I'm meditating / let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. windy. 2:48. I think that's a squirrel making that noise. It's funny. It's like meow, meow. Yeah, that's a squirrel, because it makes that meow. Yep. Slippy slide. 302. Okay. I'll continue reading in a moment. Just taking a pause. Very windy. Windy, but a little, but warm. It's not too bad. All things exist here and now. All frequencies exist here and now. It's funny how Nero said what he said. He used to envy those that were doing better and knew that they weren't better than him. It's not that he was superior, but he knew that he knew that they were not. And it's all a matter of being an alchemist to alchemize that envy into fuel and using it to alchemize and transmute that feeling into something that was the frequency that they desired to be at, because it already exists. It's just that simple. It may not look like it's simple. Like sometimes this character that I'm residing with still pertains to like, but I'm not in San Diego yet. I'm still here. I'm like, come on, dude. How many times am I gonna have to tell you the same thing over and over and over? Like, you are already in San Diego. Stop looking outside of you. It already exists here and now. The character likes to keep making more problems than there has to be. The character. I already made, you know, a vision statement, a reality board. But there just has to be conviction. That's all there is. That's all there is to it. And let going of the external. Knowing that everything exists simultaneously here and now. I love nature. I love being outside. Nothing quite like it. I spent June, July, August, September, October, November. Majority of November outside. Not all of it, of course. Most of October I was outside. Oh, that was good. It's pretty good. So Brock is leading the charge of that team, huh? It's gonna be a pretty badass. Hi, wife.
You are not too stiff. You are just soft. Too soft to face. Don't grow up too fast. I'm holding on to moments.
Gene key, huh? What the hell is this? Vibe check, huh? What the hell is this? Do 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 do.
If you're looking for a challenge, try convincing my...
No. Okay. Let's get rolling. Let's get rolling.
Today is World Children's Day, and we have a big goal. We're on.
Hi, Bubba. What do you think you're doing? Hey, you gotta go there. There was a Bubba like on my arms or on my hand. All right, are you ready to do this? Let's do it. Let's do this thing. We were in the Hermetica. The Hermetica. The Kabbalion. Keep calling it the Hermetica, man. It's crazy. The Kabbalion. But as humans rise in the scale of consciousness, they are able to disentangle this me from their idea of body and is able to think of the body as belonging to the mental part of them. So I'm going to read that from the man's. But as a man rises in scale of consciousness, he's able to disentangle his me from his image or his idea of body, and he is able to think of his body as a belonging to the mental part of him. But even then, he is very adept to identifying the me entirely with mental states, feelings, etc., which he feels to exist within him. He is very adept to considering these internal states as identical with himself instead of there being simply things produced by some part of his mentality and existing within him, of him, but in him, but still not himself. That's funny. He sees that he may change these internal states of feelings by the effort of will, that he may produce a feeling of state of an exactly opposite nature in the same way, and yet the same me exists. And so after a while, he is able to set aside these various mental states, emotions, feelings, habits, qualities, characteristics, and other personal mental belongings. He is able to set them aside in the not me collection of curiosity and encumbrance, as well as valuable possessions. This requires much mental concentration and power of mental analysis on the part of the student, but still the task is possible for the advanced student, and even those who are not so far advanced are able to see in the imagination how the process may be performed. It's true. I did read. Okay, yeah. I was just making sure I read the page before. I was like, hold on. After this laying side process has been performed, the student will find himself in conscious possession of the self, which may be considered in its I and me dual aspects. The me will be felt to be a something mental in which something, ideas, emotions, feelings, and other mental states may be produced. It may be considered as the mental womb, as the ancient styled it, capable of generating mental offsprings. It reports to the consciousness as a me with latent powers of creation and generation of mental progeny of all sorts and kinds. Its powers of creative energies are felt to be enormous, but still it seems to be conscious that it must receive some form of energy from either its I companion or else from something other I airy it is able to bring into being its mental creations. This consciousness brings with it a realization of an enormous capacity for mental work and capabilities. Now I'm just going to check to see if there's any bubbas on me. This consciousness brings with it a realization of the enormous capacity of mental work and creative abilities. But the student soon finds that this is not all that he finds within his inner consciousness, their inner consciousness. They find that there exists a mental something which is able to will that the me acts along certain creative lines, which is also able to stand aside and witness the mental creation. This part of themselves is taught to call themselves I. This part of himself he is taught to call his I. He is able to rest in its consciousness at will. He finds there is not a consciousness of an ability to generate and actively create. I don't want to say he, that's why I'm saying them or they. Consciousness. In the sense of a gradual process of attendant upon mental operation, but rather a sense and consciousness of an ability to project an energy from the I to the me, a process of willing that the mental creation begins and proceeds. They also find that the I is able to stand aside and witness the operation of the me's mental creation and generation. This is the dual aspect in the mind of every person. The I represents the masculine principle of mental gender. The me represents the feminine principle. The I represents the aspects of being. The me, the aspect of becoming. You will know becoming. Okay. You will notice that the principle of correspondence operates on this plane just as it does upon the great plane upon which the creation of the universe is performed. There two are similar in kind, although vastly different in degree. As above, so below. As below, so above. These aspects of mind, the masculine and feminine principles, the I and the me, considered in connection with the well-known mental psychic phenomenon, giving the master key to these dimly known regions of the mental operation of manifestation. The principle of the mental gender gives the truth underlying the whole field of the phenomenon of mental influence, etc. The tendency of the feminine principle is always in the direction of receiving impressions, while the tendencies of the masculine principle is always in the direction of giving out or expressing. The feminine principle has much more varied field of operation than has the masculine principle. The feminine principle conducts the work of generating new thoughts, concepts, ideas, including the work of the imagination. The masculine principle contents itself with the work of the will in its varied phases. And yet without the active aid of the will of the masculine principle, the feminine principle is apt to rest content with generating mental images which are the result of impressions received from outside instead of producing original mental creations. Person who can give continued attention and thought to a subject actively employed both of the mental principle, the feminine in the work of active mental generation, and the masculine will in stimulating and energizing the creative portion of the mind. The majority of persons really employ the masculine, but little are content to live accordingly to the thoughts and ideas instilled into the me from the I of the mind, of the other mind. But it is not, so the me is the masculine? No, the me is the feminine, the I is the masculine. Okay, anyways. Instilled into the me from the I of the other mind, but it is not our purpose to dwell upon this phase of this subject, which may be studied from any good textbook upon psychology, with the key that we have given you regarding mental gender. The student of psychic phenomenon is aware of wonderful phenomenon classified under the head of telepathy, thought, transference, mental influence, suggestion, hypnotism, etc. Many have sought for an example of these varied phases of the phenomenon under the theories of the various dual mind teachers, and in a measure they are right, for there is clearly a manifestation of two distinct phases of mental activity. But if such student will consider these dual minds in the light of the Hermetic teachings regarding vibration and mental gender, they will see that along the sought for the key is at hand. In the phenomenon of telepathy, it is seen how the vibratory energy of the masculine principle is projected towards the feminine principle of another, and the latter takes the seed thought and allows it to develop into maturity. In the same way, suggestion and hypnotism operates. The masculine principle of the person giving the suggestion directs a stream of vibratory energy or willpower towards the feminine principle of the other person, and the latter, accepting it, makes it its own and acts and thinks accordingly. An idea thus lodged in the mind of another person grows and develops, and in time regarding as the rightful mental offspring of the individual, whereas in its reality like a cuckoo egg, cuckoo egg placed in the sparrow's nest, where it destroys the rightful offspring and makes itself at home. The normal method is for the masculine and feminine principles in a person's mind to coordinate and act harmoniously in conjunction with each other. But unfortunately, the masculine principle in the average person is too lazy to act. The display of willpower is too slight, and the consequence is that such persons are ruled almost entirely by the minds and wills of other persons whom they allow to do their thinking and willing for them. Fuck that noise. Screw that. How few original thoughts or original actions are performed by the average person? Question mark. Are not the majority of person mere shadows and echoes of others having strong wills or minds than themselves? Question mark. The trouble is that the average person dwells almost altogether in their me consciousness and does not realize that they have such a thing as an I. They are polarized in their feminine principle of the mind, and the masculine principle in which is lodged the will is allowed to remain inactive and not employed. The strong men and women of the world invariably manifest the masculine principle of will, and their strength depends materially upon this fact. I'm starting to feel a little nippy. All right, strong men and women of the world invariably manifest the masculine principle of will, and their strength depends materially upon this fact. Instead of living upon the impressions made upon their minds by others, they dominate their own minds by their wills, obtaining the kind of mental images, desires, and moreover dominate the minds of others likewise in the same manner. Look at strong people, how they manage to implant their seed thoughts in minds of the masses of people, thus creating the latter to think thoughts in accordance with the desires and wills of the strong individuals. This is why the masses of people are such sheep-like creatures. Wow. Never originating an idea of their own, nor using their own powers of mental activity. Damn. That's the reason why, like, I'm here to make sure nobody acts like sheep. Not under my watch. The manifestation of mental gender may be noticed all around us in everyday life. The magnetic person are those who are able to use the masculine principle in a way of impressing their ideas upon others. The actor who makes people weep or cry as he wills is employing his principle, and so is the successful orator, statesman, preacher, writer, or people who are before the public attention. Yours truly. The peculiar influence exerted by some people over others is due to the manifestation of the mental gender along the vibratorial lines above indicated. In this principle lies the secret of personal magnetism, personal influence, fascination, etc., as well as the phenomenon generally grouped under the same name of hypnotism. The students who have familiarized himself with the phenomenon generally spoken of as psychic will have discovered the important play in the said phenomenon by that force, which science has styled suggestion, by which term is meant the process of method whereby an idea is transferred to, impressed upon the minds of others, causing the second mind to act in accordance therein. A correct understanding is there a chapter 15? There is, yes. A correct understanding of the suggestion is necessary in order to intelligently comprehend the varied cyclical phenomenon which suggests underlines, but still more is a knowledge of vibration and mental gender necessary for the student of suggestion. For the whole principle of suggestion depends upon the principle of mental gender and vibration. It is customary for the writers and teachers, or mirrors, of suggestion to explain that it is the objective or voluntary mind which makes the mental impression or suggestion upon the subjective or involuntary minds. They do not describe the process or give us any analogy in the nature whereby we may more readily comprehend the idea. But if you really will think of the matter in the light of Hermetic teachings, you will be able to see that the energizing of the feminine principle by the vibratory energy of the masculine principle is in accordance to the universal law of nature, and that the natural world affords countless analogies whereby the principle may be understood. In fact, the Hermetic teachings show that the very creation of the universe follows the same law, and that in all creative manifestations upon the planes of spiritual and mental and the physical, there is also in the operation this principle of gender, this manifestation of the masculine and the feminine principle, as above, so below, as below, so above. And more than this, when the principle of mental gender is once grasped and understood, the very phenomenon of psychology at once becomes capable of intelligent classification and study instead of being very much in the dark. The principle works out in practice because it's based upon the immutable universal law of life. We shall not enter into an extended discussion of or description of varied phenomenon of mental influence or psychic activity. There are many books, many of them quite good, which have been written and published on this subject of late years. The main facts stated in these various books are correct, although the several writers have attempted to explain the phenomenon by which pet theories of their own. The students may acquaint themselves with these matters, and by using the theories of mental gender, they will be able to bring order out of chaos of conflicting theories and teachings, and may moreover readily make themselves a master of the subject if they be so inclined. The purpose of this work is not to give an extended account of psychic phenomena, but rather to give to the student a master key whereby they may unlock the many doors leading into the parts of the temple of knowledge which they may wish to explore. We feel that this is a consideration of the teachings of the Kabbalion. One may find an explanation which will serve to clear away many perplexing difficulties, a key that will unlock many doors. What is the use of going into detail regarding all of the many features of psychic phenomenon and mental science provided we place in the hands of the students the means whereby they may acquaint themselves fully regarding any phase of the subject which may interest them. With the aid of the Kybalion, one may go through any occult library anew, the old light from the ancient from the old light of Egypt, illuminating many dark pages and obscure subjects. This is the purpose of this book. We do not come expounding a new philosophy, but rather furnishing the outlines of a great world-old teaching which will make clear the teachings of others, which will serve as a great reconciler of differing the theories and opposing doctrines. Yepers. Ooh. It's cold. If the wind would just calm down, we'd be all right. But it's getting a little much out here. Even though it's warmer, the wind doesn't help. All right. Chapter 15, final chapter, y'all. The Hermetic Axiom. The possession of knowledge, unless accompanied by a manifestation and expression in the action, is like the hoarding of precious metal, a vain and foolish thing. Knowledge, like wealth, is intended for use. The law of use is universal, and they who violate it suffer by reason of their conflict with natural forces. The Kybalion. The Hermetic teachings, while always having been kept securely locked up in the minds of the fortunate possessors thereof for reason which we already have stated, were never intended to be merely stored away and secreted. The law of the use is dwelled upon in the teachings, and as many seen by reference to the above quotation from the Kybalion, which states it's forcible. Knowledge without use and expression is a vain thing, bringing no good to its possessor or to the race. Beware of mental misery or mental miserliness, and express into action that which you have learned. I don't use the word learn, remember. Study the axioms and aphorisms, but practice them also. We give below some of the more important Hermetic axioms from the Kybalion, with a few comments added to each. Make these your own and practice and use them, for they are not really your own until you have used them. To change your mood or mental state, change your vibration. The Kybalion. Yep. Change your vibration, change your vibration, change your vibration. One may change his mental vibration by an effort of will in the direction of deliberately fixing the attention upon a more desirable state. Will directs the attention, and attention changes the vibration. Cultivate the art of attention by the means of the will, and you have solved the secret of the mastery of moods and mental states. This is another one. To destroy an undesirable rate of mental vibration, put into operation the principle of polarity and concentrate upon the opposite pole to that which you desire to suppress. Kill out the undesirable by changing its polarity. The Kybalion. This one is one of the most important of the Hermetic formulas. It is based upon true scientific principle. We have shown you that a mental state that is opposite were merely the two poles of one thing, and that by mental transmutation, the polarity might be reversed. This principle is known to modern psychologists who apply it to the breaking up of undesirable habits by bidding their students concentrate upon the opposite quality. If you are possessed by fear, do not waste time attempting to kill out fear, but instead cultivating the quality of courage. and the fear will disappear. Some writers have expressed this idea more forcibly by using the illustration of the dark room. You do not have to shovel out or sweep out the darkness, but by merely opening the shutters and letting in the light, the darkness has disappeared. To kill out a negative quality or concentrate upon the positive pole of the same quality, and the vibration will gradually change from negative to positive. Until finally you will become polarized on the positive pole instead of the negative. The reverse is also true, as many have found out to their sorrow when they have allowed themselves to vibrate too constantly on the negative pole of things. By changing your polarity, you may master your moods, change your mental states, remake your disposition, build up your character. Much of the mental mastery of the advanced Hermetics is due to this application of polarity, which is one of the important aspects of the mental transmutation. Remember the Hermetic axiom quoted previously, which states, mind, as well as metal and elements, may be transmuted from state to state, degree to degree. Today's we're talking about degree. Condition to condition, pole to pole, vibration to vibration. The Kabbalion. The mastery of polarization is the mastery of the fundamental principle of mental transmutation or mental alchemy, for unless one acquires the art of changing their own polarity, they will be unable to affect their environment. An understanding of this principle will enable one to change their own polarity, as well as that of others. That's a bar. If they will but devote the time, care, study, and practice necessary to master the art. The principle is true, but the results obtained depend upon the persistent patience and practice of the student. The 3 Ps: persistence, patience, and practice. Rhythm, and so here's the other one. Rhythm may be neutralized by an application of the art of polarization, the Kabbalion. As well as have explained in previous chapters, the Hermeticists hold that the principles of rhythm manifest on the mental plane as well as the physical plane, and that the bewildering succession of moods, feelings, emotions, and other mental states are due to the backwards and forward swings of the mental pendulum, which carries us from one extreme of feeling to the other. The Hermeticists also teach that the law of neutralization enables one to get to a great extent to overcome the operization. Whoa. The Hermeticists also mirror that the law of neutralization enables one to a great extent to overcome the operations of rhythm in consciousness. As well have explained, there is a higher plane of consciousness, as well as there's ordinary lower planes, and the master, by rising mentally to the higher planes, causes the swing of the mental pendulum to manifest on the lower plane, and they, dwelling on their higher plane, escapes the consciousness of the swing backwards. This is affected by polarizing on the higher self, and thus raising the mental vibration of the third dimensional thinking mind, aka the ego, above those of the ordinary plane of the consciousness. It is akin to rising above a thing and allowing it to pass beneath you. That's like being in this world but not of this world. So like transcending above to the sky and looking down and seeing everything for what it is. Instead of being in the maze, you're above the maze. You can see the exit instead of being in the maze looking for the exit. That's what that basically is. That's what I have to keep remembering to wire myself into at times. When I feel that way, I'm like, wait a minute, what are we doing? Stop. We don't have to focus on that. Focus on that. It's done. Creation's finished. It happens. Okay. Okay, where is it? There we are. It is akin to rising above a thing and allowing it to pass beneath you. The advanced Hermeticists polarize themselves at the positive pole of their being, the I am, in quotes, pole, rather than the pole of personal and by refusing / and denying the operation of rhythm. raises himself above its plane of consciousness and stand firm in their statement of being, which allows the pendulum to swing back on the lower plane without changing their polarity. This is accomplished by all individuals who have attained any degree of self-mastery. There's that word again, degree of self-mastery, whether they understand the law or not. Such persons simply refuses to allow themselves to be swung back by the pendulum of mood and emotion, and by steadfastly affirming the superiority, they are maintaining polarized on the positive pole. The master, of course, this is basically putting yourself above the third dimensional realm. I'm not going to entertain your third dimensional nonsense. That basically puts me on the positive pole. The third dimensional realm is what I would call the negative side of the pole. When I'm comparing the two dimensions. Not that the third dimensional realm is negative, but like when I'm doing that, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm raising myself above to the fifth in the positive. I'm like, I'm not even entertain. What? Like I'm just looking at him like, what? See, by the way, see this face? This is the face I used to have all the time. This scowl, this sourpuss face. But it's like really, really challenging to make it look like how I used to actually look. Anyways. Yeah, I'm going to reread that part. Such person simply refuse to allow themselves to be swung back by the pendulum of mood and emotion, and by steadfastly affirming the superiority, they remain polarized on the positive pole. The master, of course, attains a far greater degree of proficiency because they understand the law, which they are overcoming by a higher law, and by the use of their will, they attain a degree of poise and mental steadfastness almost impossible of belief on the part of those who allow themselves to be swung backwards and forwards by the mental pendulums of the moods and feelings. So I'm in the process. So this is where I've mastered myself in that, but I'm currently mastering myself to get to my mastered self of that, if that makes sense. Meaning, like, when I see someone who comes on and like, what the fuck are they saying? Right? Like, I'm not gonna be swung by that POS. Even though that POS is me, another version of me, I'm not gonna be swung by that POS. You already know what POS means. But I don't call people POS. So let me rephrase it. I'm not gonna be swung by that third dimensional human. Come on now. Yeah. The master doesn't even have, it just stays at the level that they desire at all times. That's why, like, you can actually stay in a high vibrational state at all times, even though they say it's not realistic. But like, you know, when the oscillations do happen, will you allow it to swing you back and forth, or will you stay neutral in the middle and not let it sway you? That is mastery right there. So like when something is super exciting and something happens, like you're very happy, but then you're using that thing is like your source of happiness, but then when shit hits the fan, you swing the other way, and then you're controlled by these external things. Whereas, like, I'm not saying never to smile, I'm not saying never to enjoy yourself. What I am saying is not to let these things sway you. Like, when you win the lottery, cool, I won the lottery. I just won $55 million US. I just won $100 million US. I just won, 75 million US dollars. Cool. I just won the lottery, y'all. And not be swayed by that. Because if it can control your mood, then if something is externally controlling your mood, then guess what's going to happen? it can also, whenever something is given to you, it can be taken from you. But if you give it to yourself inwards, it can't be taken from you inwards unless you take it away from yourself inwards. That's a bar. Please make sure you write that one down. All right. Remember always, however, that you do not really destroy the principle of rhythm, for that is indestructible. You simply overcome one law by counterbalancing it with another and thus maintaining an equilibrium. Yes, the law of correspondence. The laws of balance and counterbalance are in operation on the mental as well as the physical planes, and the understanding of these laws enable one to seem to overthrow laws, whereas they are merely exerting a counterbalance. Nothing escapes the principle of cause and effect. It's actually cause and effect. What am I saying? Not correspondence, my bad. Cause and effect. But there are many planes of causation, and one may use the laws of the higher to overcome the laws of the lowers, the Kabbalion. By understanding of the practice of polarization, the Hermeticists rise to a higher plane of causation and thus counterbalance the laws of the lower planes by causation. By rising above the plane of ordinary causes, they become themselves, in a degree, causes instead of being merely caused. By being able to master their own moods, feelings, and by being able to neutralize rhythm, as well have already explained, they are able to escape the great part of the operation of cause and effect on the ordinary plane. The masses of people carried along obediently to their environment their wills and desires of the stronger than themselves, the effects of inherent tendencies, the suggestions of those are about, and other outward causes which tends to move them about on the chessboard of the life like mere pawns. By rising above these influences causes, the advanced Hermeticists to seek a higher plane of mental action, and by dominating their moods, emotion, impulses, feelings, they create for themselves new characters, qualities, and powers by which they overcome their ordinary movement, and thus become practically players instead of mere pawns. Such people help to play the game of life understandingly instead of being moved about this way and the way by stronger influences and powers and wills. They use the principle of cause and effect instead of being used by it. Of course, even the highest are subject to the principle as it manifests on the higher planes, but on the lower planes of activity, they are masters instead of slaves, as the Kabbalion says. The wise ones serve on the higher, but rule on the lower. They obey the laws coming from above them, but on their own plane. And those below them, they rule and give orders. And yet, in doing so, they form a part of the principle instead of opposing it. The wise man follows in the law, and by understanding its movement, they operate its instead of being its blind slave. Just as does the skilled swimmer turn this way, that way, going and coming as they will, instead of being as the log which is carried here and there, so is the wise man, wise person, as compared to the ordinary person. And yet both swimmers and log, wise person and fool, are subject to law. They who understand this is well on the road to mastery. The Kabbalion. In conclusion, let us again call your attention to the Hermetic axiom. True Hermetic transmutation is a mental art, the Kabbalion. In the above axiom, the Hermeticists teach that the great works of the influencing one's environments is accomplished by mental power. The universe being wholly mental, it follows that it may be ruled only by mentality. And in this truth is to be found an explanation of all the phenomena and manifestations of the various mental powers which are attracting so much attention and study in these earlier years of the 20th century. Back and under the teachings of the various cults and schools remains ever constant the principles of the mental substance of the universe. If the universe be mental in its substance nature, then it follows the mental transmutation must change the condition and phenomenon of the universe. If the universe is mental, then the mind must be the highest power affecting its phenomenon. If this be understood, then all the so-called miracles and wonder workers are seen plainly for what they are. The universe, the all is mind, the universe is mental. The Kabbalion. And that dude apparently died in so the identity of the three initiates have been the subject of much secrecy in the rumors. This is about the author. The identity of the three initiates has been the secret of subject of much secrecy and rumor since the Kabbalion first appeared in 1908. Three initiates is most likely one of the many pseudonyms used by William Walker Atkinson, a popular New Thought writer and publisher in the early 20th century. Born in Baltimore, Maryland in 1862, Atkinson became a successful attorney in 1894. Following a series of illnesses, he immersed himself in New Thought literature. He soon became an important and influential figure within the early days of the movement, publishing magazines such as Suggestions, New Thoughts, and Advanced Thoughts, as well as contributing to Elizabeth Towns' The Nautilus. Under the aegis of his own publishing company, Yogi Publications Society, Atkinson authored The Secret of Success, as well as many titles written under pseudonymous, including Yogi Ramacharaka, Magnus Incognito, and Theron Q. Dumont. The Kabbalion is the most popular and enduring work published by Atkinson's Yogi Publication Society. An honorary president of the International New Thought Alliance, Atkinson died in California in 1932. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kabbalion. We did the thing. And let it be so. And let it be said. And I said unto thee, for verily. It's cold. I do love the fresh air, but it's fucking cold now. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 9 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that's not fucking 9 degrees. Alexa, what's the windshield?
Windshield is a noun meaning a shield of glass.
Alexa,
in one or more.
what is the windshield right now?
Currently, in Toronto, Ontario, the wind chill is 8 degrees Celsius.
That
Tonight,
doesn't feel like 8.
expected to feel like 0 degrees.
That doesn't feel like 8 degrees out there. It feels, well, it's only because I also been outside for a while. Whew. I was sitting, I meditated, / slept. I slept technically. But, oh man. I'm gonna stay inside for a moment, warm up, come back outside. It's a little cold out here. But as I move my body, I will get warmed up. Nice. Batting away all these leaves is fun. Just keeping them from forming, because that's what they're doing. And this, like they're falling from some tree and then they're landing on our roof, and the roof is dropping them. And I'm like, what tree is near here that has leaves that are falling that big? And when I look at it, there's only one tree, and it's that one, but that tree doesn't have big leaves. So. Oh shit. Look at what the hell's happening here. Oh my god. Just, oh my goodness. You know, in 100 years, I'm sure this house will be destroyed. 100 years from now, this house will be not the same. In fact, this area won't be the same. 100 years from now, I'd love to see what this place would look like. Nice. Keeping it nice and clean. Nice. Let's go. One sec. Okay. It's cold. Welcome back. Well, it's not cold, but you know, hands are starting to feel it. Ooh, is great. Take my tablet inside. Oof. I want to warm up my body a little. One wanna warm up. Okay. I'm gonna grab damn, son. It's cold. Oh, yeah. What the hell is this? Delete. Get the fuck out of here with that. Did they fix this thing yet? It looks like they did. Ooh, it looks nice. What was the name of that movie?
First day of tour vibes. There's always a million little things to button up.
Oh, yeah.
All right, welcome back to Dope Tech. It has been too long. It's been more than a year since the last Dope Tech video, but I love this series. I've made more than 30 of them. I've shown off more than 100 products. I love this series. I've made more than 30 of them. I've shown off more than 100 products in various ways through Dope Tech, and I just feel like we should be getting back to this. So something I've noticed while we were heads down in busy season and all the smartphones and all the brand new stuff is there are a couple things that I missed during this year, but those things were often successors to previous gadgets that I've also already talked about on this channel, things that I've had in Dope Tech before. So this is Dope Tech Revisited. Everything that I'm showing in this Dope Tech is a follow-up to something that I have previously showed some older version of on Dope Tech in the past. So we can see if it's still dope, if it's gotten better since it came out, or worse, and how it measures up. Also, thanks to Google for sponsoring a portion of this video. More on that later. So first up, the goated productivity mouse, the Logitech MX Master. Now, I've personally been using the MX Master since the first one, and actually even before that when it was called the Performance MX, but it first appeared in Dope Tech.
Okay, let's skip this. I don't care about that. What's the next? What is this?
6 years ago as the MX Master 3 with a bunch of other stuff, but it was actually the most replayed part of that video. Since then, they've also come out with MX Master 3S, and then this is MX Master 4. So the benefit of having such a popular mouse is Logitech basically gets tons of data on how we use our mice, the things we like about it, the things we don't like about it, and then they can make iterative improvements over and over again on each one. And so this one, the 4, I've noticed has some bigger changes, but still keeps that formula and feels familiar. So it's still a great size, still a great shape, for righties anyway. But you know, a lot of older MX Masters, you might see end up looking kind of crummy after a few years because of the rubberized finish that they all have. Well, a lot of you noticed that. So this one should avoid all that because it's an entirely new plastic finish. Now, obviously plastic has a negative connotation, but in certain products, it just makes sense, like headphones and computer mice. So there's no finish to wear off. It's just texture. It's lightweight, it's recycled, and the little micro texture.
Wait, I thought I...
Dope tech.
Phantom Ultimate?
All right, next up is a YouTube legend in its own right. This is the new Devilet Phantom. So I feel like there was a whole era of a couple months on YouTube where a thumbnail with the Phantom in it was like an automatic million views and everybody had to check this thing out. I've actually already covered it twice on Dope Tech. First in the white and gold version, then the Phantom 2, which was smaller but a bit more reasonable
What is this?
price, so it was a natural follow-up to the expensive first one. And now they came out with this, which is the Devilet Phantom Ultimate. And so there's two sizes of it. There's a smaller 98 decibel version, and then there's this, which is the bigger, louder, more powerful 108 decibel version. So the idea has not changed at all. It's an all-in-one speaker system with a tweeter and woofers that not only gets crazy loud and sounds really good, but it also has this big, dramatic, moving membrane for the woofers and kind of looks like an alien head, if you ask me. They're definitely a conversation starter.
Okay.
It's awesome. So 5 years later, this is the Samsung Galaxy Tab S11 Ultra, and it's still pretty ridiculous. Now, you might think that the iPad, with all the improvements that it has made, has eliminated this rivalry, because they've done like a lot of the things, right, that this used to do. It has that super, super thin build now. It has Apple Silicon, and it has iPad OS, which has done a lot of cool things with software. But if you've been paying attention, the Samsung tablets have done a lot of that stuff too, and some new stuff. So it's keeping that rivalry alive. So the Tab S11 Ultra now has a ridiculous laptop-sized 14.6-inch 3K AMOLED display. That's still bigger and higher resolution than any iPad Pro, with plenty of brightness and pitch black blacks. And it's also now even more thin than ever before at, get this, 5.1 millimeters. That's not just thinner than most tablets. That is thinner than the iPad Pro, thinner than the iPhone Air, and just about anything this big with a screen. And yet it still has a bigger battery, an 11,600 milliamp hour battery. There's also still up to 16 gigs of RAM. There's still micro SD card support for expandable storage, but there's also still up to a terabyte of built-in storage. It also supports the new S Pen, and it starts at $1,200 for the big one, which, yes, is $100 less than the big iPad Pro. But maybe the most interesting is all the software features that Samsung added to this tablet to keep it competing with iPad OS, which just got that big makeover with iPad OS 26. So on the S11 Ultra, you can have apps automatically load in windowed form every time. You can resize windows to whatever size and shape you want, like literally any size and any shape. The window management features are all super intuitive. You can throw a window over to the side of the screen, throw it up to the top to go full screen, and then you can have multiple different desktops saved with these specific window layouts to come back to. Easy. You can also link it to your phone so that you can make phone calls and send texts on your tablet. Plus, it's still crazy good at all that media stuff that it's always been great at. It's still a wider aspect ratio than any iPad. The contrast ratio of AMOLED is still incredible. And the reason I bring this up is, in the meantime, you know, each company has released several other cameras, but then something really interesting happened. Nikon bought Red. Now, in the long, long history of people's favorite tech companies getting purchased, how many of those are a story that ends with everyone being happy, other than people getting paid? Not very many. But with this one, there was at least a chance. There was an opportunity for something really cool. Because Nikon had been toiling away in maybe a distant third place to Canon and Sony for a while, and they've been looking for a way to just break into this mirrorless camera space. And Red has been making incredible high-quality cinema cameras and patenting tons of technology for a while, but never really coming down to an affordable price. So the question is, what are they going to do? Like, why did Nikon buy Red? Are they finally going to join forces and create something that can compete with Sony and Canon in the mirrorless space? Are they finally going to break out and make an affordable,
I'll be back outside momentarily.
So we waited, and this year our patience was
I'll be back outside. Hello, whoever's here.
This is the Nikon ZR, and this is a full-frame mirrorless camera, a collaboration now that Nikon and Red are one, with a 24-megapixel stacked CMOS sensor, Nikon Z mount, 6K 60 video, 7.5 stops of in-body image stabilization, 15 stops of dynamic range. It shoots R3D, and with this huge 4-inch swiveling touchscreen on the back. This camera really comes out swinging. The spec sheet is awesome, and so it's less of like a Canon R5 competitor and more of like a FX3 competitor. FX3 is very popular, but that camera is $4,000, and this thing is about $2,200. So this thing immediately becomes very interesting, especially to me.
Okay, I was just testing to see. I was just testing to see if the mic was like connecting properly, and it was.
Videos are actually shaped by the tools in subtle ways, but if you make videos, you kind of notice this stuff. Like,
Okay, I'm done looking at that now. What the fuck is this? And why did this pop up? And there's someone who skied down Mount Everest. This is the most Red Bull thing ever. Yep. Jesus. This person went all the way up fucking Everest. And they're skiing down Everest. Polish skier mountaineer. Jesus. Look at fucking Everest. He climbed it up and then he's gonna ski this shit down. All without supplemental oxygen. Wow. That's crazy. He's up Everest. He just has a few more to get up there. He's just a little bit more, 400 meters to go, and he's up there. For the summit pushes, he is supported by speed. He's so close to the summit. Come on, dude. There's another person with him. That person also had to climb up there with him. So kudos to that person too. That's crazy. This is a legendary achievement, and the fact that the video starts with him having climbed Everest already without O2 is mind-blowing. It's in its own right. He reached the summit. Okay, now him skiing down. The descent begins. Wow. Everest? Damn. Going down a fucking... Skiing down Everest. This is so Red Bull. Wow. Look at this. This is crazy. I have to show it to y'all. No. I have to show it to y'all. It's just too good to not, to just keep to myself. I'll be back out there shortly. It's so good. There's a video I was looking for that I saved. I'm doing my best to keep myself warm. This was the thing I was...
Where's your bathroom?
This is the one I wanted to see. Anything but you. Let's see. All right, I also have to message my cousin for her birthday. That's what I was coming inside to originally do. Where are you? There you are, cuz. Oh my God. No. Ugh, son of a bitch. Come on. I screwed up the post. Edit, edit, edit. There. Fixed. I fixed it. I fixed it.
I kind of have a confession. Is it good? I have a girl crush on Chelsea.
Avril. What's Avril doing on my feed? Psst. Okay. My fucking hands. And who the hell is this? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Search now. The Living Matrix. Oh, okay. All right, all right, all right. They made the site a little bit better. That's good. That's good. All right, I gotta show you the Everest thing. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have you all just chill and watch the Everest thing. I don't think it'll be copyright, but you never know. You never know with these YouTube things. It was so good though. Okay, so I'm gonna go inside, chill.
Appreciate it.